Chapter 314. This seat doesn't feel like Yi Juanqing's life is more valuable than ours, is that right? Ice Soul's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the ugly woman meaningfully. Your seat's words are reasonable. The ugly woman nodded. In this world, no one's life was more valuable than the man next to them. After Lu Sha rescued Yi Juanqing and Yu Funing, he took advantage of the fact that the two of them weren't paying attention to knock them out. After that, he boarded a carriage and headed straight for Meng Yuan. Yin Nansheng followed after him. The present Yi Juanqing was no longer the same as before. The current Yi Juanqing had completely become a criminal of the imperial court, so he had to accompany him and protect him. It wasn't until the second day that Yi Juanqing woke up that he realized the direction was off. "Where are we going?" asked Yi Juanqing when he lifted the curtains and found that they weren't in Chu Imperial City anymore. On the other side of the carriage, Yu Funing's wounds had pretty much been taken care of, but her body was still a bit weak. Replying, "Prince, I can't say." Lu Sha had always been simple and honest. Since Yao Moen had told him this, he had answered truthfully. Yi Juanqing was shocked and immediately lifted the curtains to take a closer look. "This is the road to Meng Yuan? Where's Yao Moen?" "She went to Meng Yuan?" asked Yi Juanqing in confusion. "Master is still in Guan Osprey Palace." If it was Yin Shui, she definitely wouldn't give the same answer to avoid trouble. "Stop the carriage. Go back," shouted Yi Juanqing angrily. "Master has ordered that Lu Sha must escort Prince to Meng Yuan. You absolutely can't go back." Lu Sha just told him everything. Damned Yao Moen. She actually made this prince escape alone. Is this prince that kind of person? Yi Juanqing didn't care what Lu Sha said and immediately got up to jump off the carriage. However, his legs were so weak that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Who said that junior brother escaped by himself? Isn't there a Miss Xian who has gone through life and death with junior brother in this carriage? Just as Yi Juanqing was feeling stunned, Yin Nansheng suddenly lifted the curtain and sat down. "Yin Nansheng? Was it you?" Yi Juanqing pointed at his own legs as he questioned coldly. "You can't blame me for this. It was Yao Moen's idea," said Yin Nansheng with a shrug. "Give this prince the antidote." Yi Juanqing suddenly extended his hand towards Yin Nansheng. "Do you think that's possible?" Yin Nansheng's faint smile made Yi Juanqing's teeth itch. Funing feels that if Prince returns now, it will only add to Yao Moen's burden. Now that Prince has escaped from Ice Soul's hands, His Majesty definitely won't let the matter rest. If Prince continues to interact with Yao Moen at this time, it will only implicate Yao Moen. Yu Funing had also picked up some clues from the conversation between Yi Juanqing and Ice Soul. But Yi Hongyi already suspects Yao Moen. Why did she still stay there? This prince only wants to persuade her to leave with us. Yi Juanqing's voice was filled with unconcealable anxiety and worry. Yu Funing didn't say anything else when she saw Yi Juanqing like this. She knew that in Yi Juanqing's heart, Yao Moen was no longer just Yao Maxin's younger sister. Yao Moen has her own plans. Would she listen to you? Yin Nansheng didn't think much of it. If she doesn't listen, this king will tie her up and bring her out. It's better than having her stay in Guan Osprey Palace in fear, said Yi Juanqing hatefully. All right, you can go now. No one will stop you here. Yin Nansheng crossed his arms and looked towards Yi Juanqing indifferently. Give me the antidote. Yi Juanqing extended his hand again. Don't ask me for it. The antidote is in Yao Moen's hands. Once you climb to Guan Osprey Palace, just ask her for it. Yin Nansheng wasn't lying. Yao Moen didn't trust anyone when it came to Yi Juanqing. As a result, the bone-softening powder that Yi Juanqing was afflicted with had been personally concocted by Yin Shui, so Yao Moen was naturally the only one who had the antidote. After learning the truth, Yi Juanqing fell silent. He didn't make a single sound the entire way. He only looked down on Yao Moen countless times in his heart. That night, the autumn wind rustled. Everywhere it passed, leaves would fall. The flourishing imperial palace gradually became bleak. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi held a wine pot as he continuously poured wine into his mouth. Your Majesty. Yao Moen sat timidly next to Yi Hongyi as she called out softly. The duck that was already in our hands actually flew away. Huh. Don't you think this prince is stupid enough? After hearing Ice Soul's report, Yi Hongyi was so enraged that he tossed all the memorials in the imperial study to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a shred of rationality left in him, he would have had people hack Ice Soul to death. Who could guarantee that Yi Junqing hadn't been purposely let go? Thankfully, Yi Hongyi had some understanding of the Iron Blood Corps. The Iron Blood Corps' methods of punishing traitors were extremely cruel. Adding on Ice Soul's status, there was no way he would purposely let Yi Junqing go. Also, if he had wanted to, he wouldn't have captured Yi Junqing back then. Warner doesn't understand. How could a duck that was already in our hands fly away? It's just a duck. Your Majesty can have as many as you want. Warner will catch them for your Majesty tomorrow. Your Majesty, don't be unhappy, all right? Warner is scared. Yao Moen tugged lightly on Yi Hongyi's sleeve as tears glistened in her eyes. Warner, why did they all betray us? Why? Yi Hongyi abruptly tossed aside the wine pot and abruptly pulled Yao Moen into his embrace. His arms were so tight that Yao Moen even felt like she was suffocating. However, her heart was completely carefree. Yi Hongyi finally felt like he had been abandoned by everyone. Your Majesty, don't be sad. No matter who betrays your Majesty, Warner won't. Warner will always stay by your Majesty's side. Yao Moen's hands were wrapped around Yi Hongyi's waist as her childish voice fell into his heart. So in this world, Zhen will only trust you. Yi Hongyi passionately hooked up Yao Moen's perfectly curved chin. His breath, which reeked of alcohol, blew onto Yao Moen's face as his thin lips kissed her heavily. The next day, by the time Yao Moen got up, Yi Hongyi had already left. There was no one left to refine pills, so the pill refining room only existed in name. However, Yi Hongyi couldn't change his habit of waking up at the crack of dawn. He got up before dawn to return to Central Dragon Palace. At breakfast, Yao Moen silently sat at the table. Her eyes inadvertently glanced towards where Yi Junqing was currently sitting in a daze. Your Highness, are you worried about Prince? With Alliance Master Yin and Lu Sha protecting him, Prince will be fine. Ting Yu saw through Yao Moen's thoughts and comforted her. When a cat that you've raised for so long suddenly leaves, you'll also miss it for a few days, right? Yao Moen didn't know why she said this, but then she laughed lightly. If Yi Junqing heard this, his face would definitely darken. Look at what your Highness is saying. It's a good thing Prince isn't here. Ting Yu brought the ginseng porridge over to Yao Moen. That's right. Help this consort pass on some words. Yao Moen suddenly thought of proper business and muttered a few words into Ting Yu's ear. In the following 3 to 5 days, Yi Hongyi busied himself with convicting Yi Junqing of his crimes. He also released the secret letter that Yi Junqing had written to the generals as evidence. Even though the majority of the people were dissatisfied with the authenticity of the secret letter, this didn't stop Yi Hongyi from sending out a wanted poster for Yi Junqing. It wasn't clear when it started, but rumors of Yi Hongyi secretly refining pills began to spread within the palace and even outside the palace. Furthermore, the rumors were extremely miraculous. There were even people who connected Yi Junqing's crime to Yi Hongyi secretly refining pills. They believed that the reason Yi Hongyi wanted Yi Junqing dead was because Yi Junqing had seen him refining pills. Chapter 315. Even though Yi Hongyi had tried his best to suppress the rumors, the more he tried to suppress them, the more they would bounce back. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was leaning against the chaise lounge in boredom as she watched Fluffy and Jewel play around with each other. Her heart ached. Master, the esteemed prince has already arrived in Mongyuan. Bin Lei has placed him under house arrest in Yao residence. However, the esteemed prince is making a huge fuss. He's crawled out of bed several times, and once almost crawled out of the residence. In Shui reported the news she had just received to Yao Moen. Let him be. Bin Lei will definitely think of a way. Yao Moen sighed lightly before looking away from Jewel. Master, you're not planning on giving the antidote to His Highness? In Shui was a bit surprised. The original plan had been for Yao Moen to send the antidote over as soon as Yi Junqing arrived in Mongyuan. If we really give him the antidote, Bin Lei won't be far from death. Yao Moen got up leisurely and walked to the table. She subconsciously glanced towards the door. In order to deal with the rumors, Yi Hongyi hadn't entered Guan Osprey Palace for 5 days. In Shui nodded. She felt that Yao Moen's words were very reasonable. Help this consort write a letter and have Bin Lei make the preparations in secret. This consort is going to rise in half a month. Yao Moen spoke lightly as if she was telling Ting Yu what to eat for dinner. Half a month? Isn't that too hasty? In Shui hadn't expected that Yao Moen would make this kind of decision and asked worriedly. It is indeed a bit hasty, but this consort needs to rise before the rumors are suppressed. This consort needs to use this rumor to make the common people of Great Chu know that the reason Yi Junqing is rebelling is because Yi Hongyi is muddle-headed and tyrannical. Yao Moen moved forward step by step according to the plan she had prepared. With just Yi Hongyi refining pills? In Shui didn't think much of it. During the battle with Feng Yihan and Lin Shi, Yi Hongyi forcefully ordered Yi Junqing to attack the city in order to save this consort. Everyone in the court is already criticizing this matter. Now that this consort is doing the same thing again, I hope that Yi Hongyi won't disappoint this consort. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a smile as a strange light flashed through her eyes. Master wants to go to Mongyuan? In Shui came to a sudden realization, and her heart that had been hovering in her chest finally calmed down. If this consort doesn't go, who's going to deliver the antidote to Yi Junqing? Whenever she thought about the scene of Yi Junqing crawling out of the bed, the smile on Yao Moen's face deepened. She seemed to have missed out on a good show. Back garden of Yao Mansion, Your Highness disappeared again? Where did he crawl to this time? Uncle Tian, ask all the servants in the residence to go out and search. We must find His Highness and bring him back. In the back garden, Ben Lei's anxious face twisted as he slapped his thigh. I'll go now. Uncle Tian received the order and immediately turned to leave. What do you think? You still haven't found His Highness? Behind Ben Lei, Yu Er's eyes were filled with worry as she asked anxiously. That's right, we haven't found it yet. Your Highness, you're no longer a child, yet you're still crawling around. We can't even finish our proper business, and he's still causing trouble. Ben Lei stomped his feet anxiously. Don't you feel like your feet are numb? A cold voice came from the underbrush. When Ben Lei heard this, he immediately jumped over. Only now did he see where he had been standing. His hands were already extremely swollen, and his own footprints were clearly imprinted on them. Your Highness? Yu Er's eyes were sharp. When she saw Yi Junqing hiding in the underbrush, she immediately went over to help him up. Your Highness? Ben Lei's face turned green. How many times had he stepped on them just now? Had he said anything that was out of line? Ben Lei scratched his head. He couldn't remember clearly. Don't call me Your Highness. This prince is only a child. Yi Junqing's memory was clearly better than Ben Lei's. That a child is also a prince. Your Highness, that's not what Ben Lei meant. Ben Lei just felt that. When Ben Lei saw the black lines on Yi Junqing's face, Ben Lei immediately went forward and said attentively, This prince feels that you can disappear now. Yi Junqing didn't even look at Ben Lei and allowed Yu to support him back to the room. Ben Lei is really thinking for Prince's own good. Right now, both of your legs are numb and only your hands can move freely. If you keep crawling like this for too long and something happens to your hands, you'll still need someone to feed you when you eat. Ben Lei really wanted to explain, but the more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. At this time, Yi Junqing's face also turned green. Even if this prince starves to death, I don't need you to feed me. Scram. Yi Junqing angrily rebuked as he looked towards Ben Lei hatefully. Prince, don't be angry. Ben Lei is really thinking for Prince's own good. Ben Lei was also anxious, but he couldn't come up with any sweet words to appease Yi Junqing. If you're thinking for this prince's own good, then scram for this prince. Scram without stopping. Scram out of this prince's sight. Scram, scram, scram. Yi Junqing waved his hand furiously, wanting to fry Ben Lei's head. Thankfully, Ben Lei rolled away in time, so he wasn't ruthlessly beaten up by Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing only let out a sigh of relief when Ben Lei's figure disappeared from the room. He turned to look at Yu, who was treating the bruises on his hand. Ahem. Does your highness think that Yu should get out of here as well? Yu was more tactful than Ben Lei. She immediately put down Yi Junqing's injured arm and was about to turn around when Yi Junqing called her back. Actually, you guys really don't have the antidote? Ever since Yi Junqing arrived in Mongyuan, he had asked this question to Yu at least 3 times. As for other people, Yu hadn't counted them yet, but the number of times was definitely not low. Nope, but even if we did, we would never give it to His Highness without Master's permission. Actually, there is no need for your Highness to be in such a hurry. As long as Master reaches Meng Yuan, she will naturally deliver the antidote to your Highness. Yu Er said truthfully. You're saying that Yao Moan will come? Yi Juanqing's expression shook slightly as he looked towards Yu Er suspiciously. This is news that just came yesterday. Didn't Bin Lei tell your Highness? Yu Er raised her eyebrows and asked. Damn Bin Lei, don't let this king have it easy. Otherwise, Yao Moan will really come? When? Yi Juanqing ignored Bin Lei and continued to ask. The time isn't certain, but since Master sent the news, it naturally can't be fake. Yu Er could see the light flickering in Yi Juanqing's eyes. Although she didn't know what this light meant, it at least proved that Master already had a place in Yi Juanqing's heart. She won't be going back after coming to Meng Yuan this time, right? Yi Juanqing continued to ask. It's better to wait for Master to come so that your Highness can ask her yourself. After all, Master's intentions aren't something this subordinate can guess. Your Highness's hand is just a scratch. It's nothing serious. Yu Er will take her leave. Yu Er turned to leave. After this, Yi Juanqing suddenly became more obedient and didn't climb out of the room again. Meanwhile, Bin Lei and the others began to count the money and organize the troops, waiting for Yao Moan's orders at any time. The late-night wind gradually grew chilly. The imperial palace at the end of autumn was becoming more and more dispirited. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan personally picked up a mouthful of fish and brought it to Yi Hongyi's mouth. She leaned against Yi Hongyi, her eyes curved. Jin can only relax for a moment when I'm with Wan Er. Wan Er, you're truly the treasure in Zhen's heart. Yi Hongyi stroked Yao Moan's hair, his deep eyes shining with a profound light. Your Majesty is also the treasure in Wan Er's heart. Yao Moan smiled heartlessly, but her heart was as cold as ice. She wanted Yi Hongyi to love her a little more before she left. Even though Yao Moan knew that she already had an irreplaceable place in Yi Hongyi's heart, it still wasn't enough. Chapter 316. That's right. It's only in Wan Er's heart that Zhen is the treasure. Those people look respectful, but in their bones, not a single one of them wishes for Zhen to be well. Only Zhen's Wan Er treats Zhen with sincerity. Wan Er, don't leave Zhen. Yi Hongyi suddenly hugged Yao Mo so tightly that it was as if he wanted to crush Yao Mo into pieces and shove her into his body. In this life, this was the first time he had fallen in love with a woman. The first time his feelings were so deep. Wan Er won't leave your Majesty, never will. Yao Mo smiled, her smile sinister and terrifying, her smile willful and unrestrained. However, Yi Hongyi would never be able to see this smile. It was another night of entanglement, charming and gentle. Yi Hongyi treated her as gently as he could, afraid of hurting the lovely person below him. In Yi Hongyi's eyes, Yao Mo was like a crystal. If he didn't handle her well, she would shatter. But in Yao Mo's eyes, Yi Hongyi had already become a clay figurine. He would be whatever she molded him into. Yao Mo finally contracted the evil disease of false sleep at a time that she thought was appropriate. Li Juan immediately reported to His Majesty that Yao Mo must be sent to Meng Yuan again, otherwise her life would be in danger. Although Yi Hongyi couldn't bear to part with Yao Mo, he couldn't bear to see her die even more. Thus, he specially ordered ## to lead the Imperial Guards to accompany her and protect her. At the same time, Yao Mo ordered Yin Shui to secretly escort Yao Tu and Li Juan's family to Meng Yuan. They split up. Yin Shui took the shortcut and naturally arrived at Meng Yuan 3 days earlier than Yao Mo. Bin Lei immediately arranged a place for Yao Tu and Li Juan's family to stay. Then, he prepared everything and waited for Yao Mo's next arrival. 3 days later, at noon, the instant Yao Mo appeared in Meng Yuan, ##, and the Imperial Guards were ambushed. 50 Imperial Guards lost their lives in Meng Yuan, ##, was the same. This subordinate kowtows in salute to Master. In front of her, Bin Lei led the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning troops to kneel in front of Yao Mo. Behind them, Yin Shui and Ting Yu stood on either side. This is a path of no return, so Moen won't force everyone to come along. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. Her clear voice was like a clear mountain spring that flowed into people's hearts, adding a stirring rhythm. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. If it weren't for Yao Moen, perhaps they would just be farmers plowing the fields or hidden guards forever hidden in the shadows. But now, they could actually go all out and change a dynasty. Just how magnificent was this? No one was willing to miss it. We will follow Master's lead. The loud voice echoed through the forest, causing waves of echoes. At this moment, everyone had the same longing in their hearts. Even if the road was full of twists and turns and thorns, they were fearless. This was the trend of the times and the will of the people. Now, there was only one person left to rise up, and this person was sitting on the couch in a fit of pique. The door creaked open, and Yao Wan walked in with graceful steps. Yao Wan's unique fragrance lingered in the room. On the couch, the person covered in the blanket stiffened slightly, but didn't show any intention of getting up. Long time no see. Prince, did you miss Moen? Yao Wan knew that Yi Junqing was annoyed with him, so she spoke in a gentle tone. Speechless, Yi Junqing made up his mind to ignore Yao Wan, so he pulled the blanket up a few more times. Even if Prince doesn't miss Moen, could it be that you don't miss the antidote? Yao Wan always had a way to hit Yi Junqing's weak spot. When he heard the word antidote, Yi Junqing immediately threw off the blanket and sat up. He looked towards Yao Wan without the slightest friendliness. How dare you poison this prince? How dare you send this prince out of Chu Imperial City? How dare you stay in Guan Osprey Palace alone? How dare you? How dare you? Yi Junqing was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. How dare you let the grand esteemed prince crawl around the courtyard? All right, from the first day Prince met Moen, you should have known that there's nothing in this world that Moen doesn't dare to do. Yao Wan was getting dizzy from Yi Junqing's words, so she immediately followed up. You still dare to steal this prince's words? Yi Junqing glared at Yao Wan. Of course not. Moen just felt that Prince was too tired, so she said it on Prince's behalf. Yao Wan looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. Then are you in the wrong? Asked Yi Junqing hatefully. Moen is in the wrong. A very big mistake. Yi Junqing was very surprised by Yao Wan's attitude. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Yi Junqing lifted his brows. It was clear that he was still trying to act innocent after getting the advantage. Moen's biggest mistake was to personally deliver the antidote to Prince even though she knew that Prince didn't care for it. Since Prince likes to get tangled up in who's right and who's wrong, then Moen won't disturb Prince any longer. Once Prince has thought things through, Moen will come back. Yao Wan decided to just ignore Yi Junqing and got up to leave. You're too overbearing. Would it kill you to admit your mistakes? When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Wan was walking towards the door, he immediately expressed his stance. The unspoken implication was that as long as Yao Wan admitted her mistakes, he wouldn't pursue the matter. However, Yao Wan wasn't someone who would easily give in. She continued walking as if she hadn't heard anything. Stop right there. Give this prince the antidote. Yi Junqing wanted nothing more than to rush over and snatch it back, but he didn't even have the strength to get out of bed. Then has Prince thought things through? When she reached the door, Yao Wan stopped and turned to look towards Yi Junqing. Give this prince the antidote first. As for the other matters, let this prince think about it. Yi Junqing's tone gradually eased. Then forget it. When Yao Wan heard this, she immediately stepped out of the room. However, she didn't expect to hear a thump in the next second. When she turned back to the room, she saw that Yi Junqing was sprawled on the ground. Jokes aside, when Yao Wan saw Yi Junqing in such a sorry state, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She immediately went to help him up. Ahem. This time, this prince could have crawled a bit more elegantly. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Wan awkwardly. When their eyes met, they smiled and their grudges were forgotten. Ever since Yi Junqing's restraints were removed, Bin Lei's days became difficult. From time to time, Yi Junqing would use his official position for personal gain and send him to do the most difficult tasks. As for the mobilization of troops, it was carried out in an orderly manner under Yi Junqing and Yao Wan's command. Thus, On the 10th day after Yao Mo arrived in Mongyuan, Yi Junqing officially mobilized his troops in Mongyuan under the slogan, "Kill the tyrannical, punish the tyrant." His target was the person sitting in the throne room of Great Chu Imperial City. As for the name of the country and era, there were no changes. He just wanted to drag Yi Hongyi down from his high horse. At the time, Zhu Chun and Ming Yu, who had been rescued by Yao Mo, played an important role in this mobilization. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Chun had vividly described how Yi Hongyi had harmed palace maids and slaughtered his entire family in order to refine pills, everyone wouldn't have been filled with righteous indignation. Furthermore, Ming Yu's tearful complaints about the pain made everyone believe it even more. Yi Junqing's actions in Mongyuan caused an uproar in the entire Central Plains, but it was still Great Chu's internal strife, so Qi, Shu, and Xia decided to wait and see for now. When this news spread, Yi Hongyi, who was far away in the imperial city of Chu, was instantly infuriated. He never expected that Yi Junqing would dare to raise a flag against him, nor did he expect that Yi Junqing had been hiding in Guan Osprey Palace this entire time, but had already been plotting outside. Now that he had just raised a flag, he had already gathered 500,000 troops. Azure Dragon, did you manage to contact ##? In the imperial study, Yi Hongyi gripped his wolf fur brush tightly, his eyes cold. Reporting to your majesty, the people this subordinate sent have already received news. ##, and 50 imperial city guards have all lost their lives in Mongyuan, reported Azure Dragon with a pained expression. Preposterous. Yi Junqing. It must be Yi Junqing's doing. Is there any news of the Empress? Where is the Empress? Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. The Empress has already been missing for several days. This subordinate is unable to contact the spies in Mongyuan. I'm afraid they've already met with misfortune, reported Azure Dragon. Chapter 317. Nothing can happen to Wanner. Listen, immediately send people to Mongyuan to investigate the Empress's whereabouts. No matter what, we have to rescue our Empress, roared Yi Hongyi angrily. This subordinate obeys. Qing Long left after receiving the order. The imperial study was silent. Yi Hongyi sat on the dragon throne in frustration, regretting that he hadn't been able to protect Yao Mo. Although Yi Hongyi was angry about Yi Junqing's rebellion, he didn't really care. After all, Great Chu had over 40 counties and millions of soldiers. If they wanted to raze Mongyuan to the ground, it would be a piece of cake. What he hated was that Yi Junqing had kidnapped Yao Mo, the woman he cared about the most in his life. At morning court the next day, Yi Hongyi bestowed the title of Commander-in-Chief to state-guarding General Chao Kuan. He personally led an army of 100,000 to Ji Province, which bordered Mongyuan. At the same time, he issued an edict for 50,000 elite soldiers from each of the 10 prefectures that bordered Ji Province to be the first to reach Ji Province in order to resolve the urgent situation. In total, there were 600,000 soldiers eyeing Mongyuan. When he received this news, Yi Junqing couldn't help but sigh at how naive Yi Hongyi was. He had released the news that he had 500,000 soldiers, yet he had sent 600,000. Could it be that in his imperial older brother's eyes, his abilities were only worth these 100,000 soldiers? Also, when Yi Junqing had released the news, he had concealed the fact that he had 300,000 soldiers. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The autumn wind rustled as Yi Junqing poured a cup of wine for Yao Mo. Actually, from the day you entered the palace, you already knew that this day would come, right? Yi Junqing had originally thought that Yao Mo had a lot of money, but he hadn't expected that in just 2 years, Yao Mo had managed to build such a large army with the best warhorses and weapons. Eldest sister left Mongyuan to Mo. So how could Mo let down her good intentions? Yao Mo held the wine cup as she looked at the full moon in the sky. This was the first time she had mentioned Yao Maxin in front of Yi Junqing. His heart suddenly felt like it was being wrapped around by a string. Even the slightest tug was enough to make it hard for Yi Junqing to breathe. He didn't interrupt Yao Mo, nor did he want to question her because he had a feeling that what Yao Mo was going to say next would be the truth that he had sought but couldn't obtain. As expected, Yao Mo paused for a moment before continuing. Eldest sister died very tragically, so tragically that just thinking about it makes Moen's heart ache. Yao Moen's watery eyes sparkled as she gently swirled the fine wine in her cup. As she drank it, hundreds of different tastes surged into her heart. It's Yi Hongyi. There was no doubt in Yi Juanqing's voice. It was him. It was him who planned everything. After eldest sister gave birth to his child, he threw eldest sister into the cold palace and forced eldest sister to sign a testimony against Prince. Please believe me, eldest sister didn't do it willingly. Yao Moen's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was incredibly hoarse. She was repenting for everything she had done to Yi Juanqing back then. There is no mother who would just watch as something happens to her child. Juanqing understands Ma Xin's pain. If Juanqing's life could be used to exchange for Zhong'er and Ma Xin, Juanqing wouldn't even blink. Yi Juanqing's tears flowed into his heart. Even though he had guessed the truth a long time ago, when these words came out of Yao Moen's mouth, he still couldn't accept it. That kind of heartache was far more painful than when he found out about Ma Xin's death. But now, he had learned to hide his emotions. But even though eldest sister went against her will and signed the testimony, she still wasn't able to save Zhong'er. Yi Hongyi actually smashed Zhong'er to the ground in front of eldest sister, causing the ground to be covered in blood. Zhong'er didn't even have a chance to cry out. Yao Moen's cherry lips trembled as tears blurred her vision. The full moon in the sky was no longer clear. From the moment Zhong'er died, there was no longer a full moon in her life. Damn it! Yi Juanqing smashed his clenched fist against the stone table. The veins on his forehead were about to burst. He really hated himself. Why hadn't he killed that animal back then when they were in the imperial palace? Eldest sister was extremely furious. She even wanted to charge up and kill Yi Hongyi. It would have been better if she died together with him, but she was just a girl without the strength to trust a chicken. Even if she risked her life, what could she do? Eldest sister tearfully questioned him about the reason, but all she got in return were 4 words. Great kindness turned into enmity. What a comical reason. Even now, Yao Moen couldn't understand just how twisted Yi Hongyi's soul must have been to be able to be so heavy-handed. Great kindness turned into enmity? Yi Juanqing's voice was filled with heavy killing intent, and his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Yes, that's it. Even in death, eldest sister still couldn't understand why the things she did without complaint or regret had turned into enmity in the end. It's very funny, isn't it? Yao Moen's tears fell into the wine cup like pearls from a broken necklace, creating ripples. Was it because he was narrow-minded and couldn't tolerate Ma Xin's wisdom? Damned Yi Hongyi. How could he trample and humiliate Ma Xin like this? He's worse than an animal. Even the current Yi Juanqing couldn't accept this reality and roared angrily. But he still trampled, humiliated, and ruthlessly killed Zhong'er, forcing eldest sister to live a life worse than death. Sometimes, Moen is grateful to Yao Suwan. If it wasn't for that dagger of hers, who knows how much more pain eldest sister would have to endure. However, this isn't a reason for Moen to forgive her. She must accept punishment for everything she did. Yao Moen placed the wine cup on the corner of her lips, but her hands were trembling so much that the wine in the cup kept spilling out and soaking Yao Moen's clothes. However, she couldn't stop. Moen? Sensing Yao Moen's abnormality, Yi Juanqing forced down the pain in his heart and walked in front of Yao Moen. He saw that those deep eyes were staring at the ground. There was a dense darkness roiling in them, as if 2 enormous whirlpools were trying to swallow everything, including herself. Moen, what's wrong? Wake up. Hurry and wake up. Yi Juanqing shook Yao Moen in fear, trying to wake her up from her inner demons. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yao Moen kept trembling as if she was possessed. Her pupils contracted and her face paled. Hate. So much hate. Yao Moen's tears rolled down her face. Her vision was completely white as she chased after Zhong'er's figure, howling madly as she questioned what she had done wrong. However, the only thing she could hear was Zhong'er's cries. When those cries fell on Yao Moen's heart, they were like sharp arrows that pierced through her blood. PFFF. When Yi Juanqing saw that Yao Moen was so angry that blood was spurting out of her throat, he became extremely afraid. He shook Yao Moen with all his might and shouted loudly, but it still didn't have any effect. In the end, Yi Junqing suddenly struck out with his palm and struck the back of Yao Mowen's neck. Ugh! Yao Mowen fainted in Yi Junqing's arms. She was as quiet as a sleeping cat and didn't move at all. With a younger sister like you, Ma Xin can rest in peace. Don't worry, Ma Xin's grudge has never been borne by you alone. In these 2 years, you've paved the way for Junqing to defy the heavens. In 2 years, Junqing will defy the heavens for you to see. Yi Junqing's heart ached as he carried Yao Mowen back to her room. He only left after Yao Mowen fell asleep. That night, Yi Junqing looked in the direction of the imperial city and drank close to 10 jars of aged daughter's red. This was the first time he cried so badly that he passed out from being drunk. Only then did Bin Lei carry him back to his room. Bin Lei had done this many times in the esteemed prince's residence. However, what gratified Bin Lei was that this time, he didn't just hear Yao Maxin's name from Yi Junqing's mouth, he also heard Yao Mowen. Afternoon the next day, when Yi Junqing woke up in a daze, he saw that the owner of that devilishly beautiful face was leisurely sitting on his bed and playing with the ring on his thumb. You're awake? When Yin Nanxing saw Yi Junqing rubbing his forehead and slowly getting up, a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Why are you here? Yi Junqing, who was used to seeing that devilishly charming face, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He only asked casually before walking over to the table and taking large gulps of water. Chapter 318. This alliance head's junior brother actually did something as shocking as rebelling. As the senior brother, shouldn't Nanxing congratulate him? However, Nanxing seems to have come at the wrong time. Whenever Yin Nanxing thought of how dark Yao Mowen's expression had been when he saw her in the main hall, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Yi Junqing. It really isn't the right time. You've disturbed Junqing's sweet dreams. Yi Junqing still couldn't quench his thirst, so he picked up the teapot while wondering how much he had drunk. Oh, I almost forgot. Yao Mowen is waiting for you in the main hall. Yin Nanxing was used to Yi Junqing's indifferent attitude, so he didn't really mind his attitude. She's awake? When Yi Junqing heard Yao Mowen's name, he immediately put down the teapot and left. When Yin Nanxing saw how nervous Yi Junqing was, he couldn't help but purse his lips and an indecipherable light flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Yao Mowen was sitting upright and still. Her clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well, so deep that Bin Lei couldn't help but choke on his words. Master, this subordinate feels that this bowl of hangover soup. Bin Lei timidly looked towards Yao Mowen, but when he met Yao Mowen's murderous gaze, he quickly shut his mouth. In his heart, he chanted, "This matter doesn't concern me, let it go." At this time, Yi Junqing rushed in from outside the hall. You're awake? Are you all right? Even though he was completely drunk, Yi Junqing still remembered the scene of Yao Mowen entering the demonic barrier last night. He had truly been terrified. Mowen is fine, but Prince, Mowen heard from Bin Lei that Prince drank too much last night, so she personally made a bowl of hangover soup for Prince to drink. Prince drank it first. The moment Yi Junqing walked in, Yao Mowen's expression changed and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. However, that smile caused Bin Lei's hair to stand on end. He had personally seen Yao Mowen make this bowl of hangover soup. This prince is fine, but you? By the time Yi Junqing spoke, Yao Mowen's hangover soup was already at his lips. When he saw Yao Mowen's sincere expression, Yi Junqing didn't want to disappoint her, so he immediately picked up the bowl. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Bin Lei blink furiously. Bin Lei, are your eyes all right? Asked Yi Junqing doubtfully as he held up the bowl of hangover soup. It's nothing. Bin Lei immediately denied it due to Yao Mowen's pressure. It's good that you're fine. If there's something wrong, this consort will order you to take a good look at you. Yao Mowen turned to look towards Bin Lei, the meaning in her eyes extremely clear. If he dared to say anything, he would immediately be in danger of losing his sight. I'm really fine, Bin Lei answered with absolute certainty. Prince, don't mind him. Drink it first. Yao Mowen sighed softly as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing thought that he had drunk too little water earlier, so his mouth was a little dry. He immediately raised his head and finished the soup in the porcelain bowl. Ouch! Oh, my prince, why did you drink it all? When Ben Lei saw that Yi Junqing was drinking to his heart's content, he slapped his thigh in exasperation. Hot. Hot. Woo. At this moment, Yi Junqing's face was flushed red and his eyes were tearing up. His throat was burning with unbearable pain. At first, he could still hear the words clearly, but after that, no one could understand what he was mumbling. It seemed like his throat was swollen to the point where he couldn't speak clearly. Water. Hurry and get some water for Prince. When Ben Lei saw Yi Junqing gasping for air with a pained expression, he immediately scuttled over to the table and picked up the pot. Even though his throat felt like it was burning, Yi Junqing's mind was still clear. When he saw Ben Lei's eager expression, Yi Junqing resolutely refused the pot Ben Lei offered him. Prince, you should drink some water. If you suspect, just watch. Ben Lei didn't say anything else and immediately raised his head to gulp down 2 mouthfuls. It's fine. Prince, this water is fine. You. Before Ben Lei could finish speaking, Yi Junqing abruptly snatched the pot and poured it down his throat. Even after he drank all the water in the pot, his throat still didn't feel any better. Water. The hoarse voice was as ear-piercing as a broken gong. Ben Lei didn't dare to tarry and immediately brought over another pot. After about 3 pots, Yi Junqing finally calmed down and looked towards Yao Moen angrily. Why are you bullying me? Ever since last night, Yi Junqing had deeply felt that Yao Moen hadn't had it easy, so he decided to treat her politely from now on. But now, Yi Junqing felt like he must have taken the wrong medicine last night. Bullying? If Prince hadn't made the first move, Moen wouldn't have returned the favor. Lu Sha. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing scratching his ears and cheeks, her anger was more or less appeased. This subordinate is here. Lu Sha suddenly appeared and stood respectfully at Yao Moen's side. How did this consort return to the room last night? Asked Yao Moen solemnly. Replying, Master, it was the esteemed prince who sent Master back to the room, reported Lu Sha truthfully. Why did he send this consort back? Continued Yao Moen. Replying, Master, it was because the esteemed prince had personally knocked you out and was extremely heavy-handed. Lu Sha repeated what he had said at the time. Just because this prince hit you? Yi Junqing's eyes widened as he questioned in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that the one who hit you was Prince, Moen definitely wouldn't have just given a small punishment. At this moment, Yao Moen felt like she was incredibly broad-minded. Then why didn't you ask why this prince hit you? Yi Junqing felt like he had been wronged for drinking this chilly water. If you hit me, then you hit me. Is the reason important? Yao Moen didn't care. Of course it's important. Last night, you fell into a demonic barrier. If this prince hadn't knocked you out, would you still be sitting here thinking about how to bully this prince? Yi Junqing clenched his teeth angrily. His throat still felt like it was spewing fire. Fell into a demonic barrier? Yao Moen lifted her brows slightly, then looked towards Lu Sha. This consort fell into a demonic barrier last night? Replying, Master, this subordinate didn't know. Last night, Master ordered Lu Sha to stand guard from afar and not to eavesdrop on Master's conversation with the esteemed prince. Lu Sha's simple and honest reply made Yao Moen extremely speechless. At this moment, Yao Moen suddenly missed Yin Shui. Yi Junqing knew that he wasn't a narrow-minded person, but he was still brooding over the fact that Yao Moen had poured chilly water into his mouth, so he didn't say a single word to Yao Moen for the next 3 days. Every time Yao Moen tried to curry favor with him, Yi Junqing would calmly point at his throat, wave his hand, and leave without leaving a single trace. Yao Moen could understand Yi Junqing's reaction. If someone wanted to repay her kindness with evil, she would also wave her hand, but it would definitely be a slap to the other party's face. Moreover, she would slap them every time she saw them until they were dead. As night fell, the night breeze caressed the willows and the moonlight shone down like silver fragments. It was extremely beautiful. Under Yin Shui's arrangements, Yao Moen met Huan Hong under the identity of Jing Xian. This old man never expected to meet Miss Jing Xian here. Does Miss Jing Xian have any instructions for meeting this old man? Huan Hong was indescribably grateful towards her for saving his life back then, so when they met again, he was a bit more respectful. I wouldn't dare to give you instructions. I just want to give old General a clear path. Yao Moen was still wearing a white veil, so she didn't show her true appearance because now wasn't the time. Outside of the Yao residence, Yao Moen always pretended to be a fool. Her goal was so that if there was a need in the future, she could still openly return to Yi Hongyi's side. Miss Jing Xian, please speak. Huan Heng's expression was solemn. Now that things have reached this point, Jing Xian won't hide it from old General. Jing Xian is actually one of the esteemed prince's subordinates. Right now, the esteemed prince is fighting against Yi Hongyi, so he desperately needs the help of someone as intelligent and courageous as old General. If old General is willing, you can come to the barracks and seek refuge with Yi Junqing. Jing Xian guarantees that old General will receive a courteous reception. Of course, if old General isn't willing, Jing Xian will still abide by the promise and ensure the safety of General's family. Yao Moen's last sentence was actually a retreat for the sake of advancing. She was intentionally reminding Huan Heng of her kindness. Chapter 319. This old man still remembers that I once told Miss that I would definitely follow Miss Lead. Now that Miss has spoken, this old man knows what I should do. Huan Heng's voice was sonorous and powerful. Within it, there was a faint sense of unfulfilled ambition. After parting ways with Huan Heng, Yao Moen immediately went to find Yu Qing, hoping that he could take up a position in the military logistics department. In Yao Moen's eyes, Yu Qing's ability to manage money was no small matter. Since Ben Lei was busy with military affairs, he couldn't manage the business in Mongyuan at all. The next day, the two old officials went to the barracks to recommend themselves. Yi Junqing naturally treated them politely and arranged positions for them. When they returned to the Yao residence, Yi Junqing surprisingly went to find Yao Moen. This prince forgives you. Before Yao Moen could get up, Yi Junqing had already sat down with a solemn expression. Although his voice was a bit hoarse, it was even more magnetic. This is good news. Why did His Highness suddenly show mercy? Yao Moen placed Fluffy on the ground. Fluffy just happened to be lazy, so she just crawled on the ground and fell asleep. When she left Guan Osprey Palace, she had ordered Tingyu to take these two kittens with her. Since she was going to raise them, she should put more effort into it. You were the one who persuaded Huan Heng and Yu Qing to come, right? Back in the Chu Palace, you had already thought of this step, which was why you sent them to Mongyuan. Now that this prince is stirring up trouble in Mongyuan, it's only logical for them to seek shelter. This prince managed to obtain two loyal officials without any effort. It's all thanks to you. Although Yi Junqing's voice was calm, he was filled with admiration inside. Yao Moen's plans were far beyond his imagination. This kind of calm wisdom and foresight was very similar to a person. If Prince forgives Moen because of these two, then how will Prince thank me after reading this letter? As Yao Moen spoke, she pulled out the letter from under the tray and handed it to Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing looked at Yao Moen suspiciously before casually accepting the letter. When he read the contents, his eyes instantly lit up like stars. The benevolent prince is actually supporting this prince? Yi Junqing was so excited that even the tone of his voice changed. After all, he had seen how the benevolent prince had run around for Yi Hongyi back then. With the benevolent prince's support, Your Highness will have nothing to worry about when we enter the city of Chu in the future. After all, the older generation of princes are all very inflexible. It would be troublesome if they tried to show their loyalty by banging on the pillar. Yao Moen's words were light and breezy, but they had resolved the greatest worry in Yi Junqing's heart. In Yi Junqing's eyes, those princes of the older generation were the seniors he respected the most. If he had to fight against them, Yi Junqing knew that he wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it no matter what. This prince really wants to know how you managed to convince the benevolent prince? Yi Junqing carefully put away the letter, then tucked it into his sleeve. The benevolent prince, Xiezhong, was one of the seniors he respected the most. Back when they were on the battlefield together, Xiezhong had saved him more than once. Lure. When Yao Moen replied seriously, Yi Junqing sprayed all the tea he had just drunk onto Yao Moen's face. Her dainty face paired with 2 or 3 fresh tea leaves gave off a strange sense of beauty. Chao Kuan's army had already set off for several days, but Yi Junqing wasn't in a hurry to attack Ji province. Yi Junqing, who was well versed in the art of war, knew very well that once a battle started, it would be very difficult to stop. If he attacked Ji Province now, he would indeed be able to take it before Chao Kuan arrived. However, with Chao Kuan's speed, he would have to fight with him right after taking Ji Province. Although he wouldn't lose, his troops would definitely be exhausted. Also, the longer the battle dragged on, the more harm it would bring to the common people. Thus, Yi Junqing chose to end the battle quickly. After all, these were the people of Great Chu. Yi Junqing would do his best to reduce the damage to the minimum. Huan Heng greatly approved of Yi Junqing's point of view and volunteered to fight the first battle. Yi Junqing naturally agreed. If there was anyone in the court who understood Chao Kuan the most, it was definitely Huan Heng. In order to make Huan Heng feel that he was being valued, Yi Junqing completely delegated authority for the first battle. He would only occasionally enter the barracks to listen to Huan Heng's reports on the situation. Thus, most of the time, Yi Junqing would stay in the Yao residence to plan the overall situation. Your Highness, something has happened to Alliance Master Yin. At this time, Yao Moen was playing with Fluffy when Tingyu rushed in and reported while panting. What could have happened to him? Yao Moen had complete confidence in Yin Nanxing. Unless it was her, Yin Nanxing would never suffer a loss. It's true. When this servant saw Alliance Master Yin, his entire body was like charcoal and it was difficult for him to walk. He almost crashed into a wall, vowed Tingyu. It can't be, right? Yao Moen threw away the ball of yarn in her hands and looked towards Tingyu in confusion. Charcoal? She didn't dare to think about it. When Yao Moen walked into the study, she was shocked to see Yin Nanxing's naked body. Hurry and get out. Without waiting for Yin Nanxing to speak, Yi Junqing immediately blocked Yin Nanxing's way and shouted at Yao Moen. Is Alliance Master Yan's figure so bad that you're ashamed to see others? Yao Moen ignored Yi Junqing's warning and swaggered in. Who said this Alliance Master's figure is bad? How is this called bad? Yin Nanxing's temper flared up. He suddenly pushed Yi Junqing away and bent his arms, revealing a six-pack on his abdomen. It was very pleasing to the eye. It really is not bad, cough cough. Did Alliance Master just come back from digging coal? Yao Moen had originally wanted to praise Yin Nanxing's figure, but when she saw Yin Nanxing's face that was as black as charcoal, all the words of praise were stuck in her throat. If this Alliance Master is really that poor, it's all your fault. Humph. It was clear that Yin Nanxing was in a very bad mood. At the side, Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen's eyes were fixated on the six-pack on Yin Nanxing's abdomen, so he immediately took off his robe and draped it over Yin Nanxing. Prince also has it? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing teasingly, but Yi Junqing blushed and glared back at her with disdain. Ahem, back to the main topic. Who's so capable as to injure the Grand Alliance Master to this extent? Yao Moen restrained the playfulness in her eyes and asked this question seriously. Soul. That guy actually used a hidden weapon. However, it was truly powerful. Thankfully, this Alliance Master didn't use my hand to catch it. Otherwise, this arm would definitely be gone. Every time Yin Nanxing recalled that scene, he felt a lingering fear. Soul? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing in confusion. It's the one who threw you, me, and you Funing into prison. He's the vice-captain of the Iron Blood Corps. How did you provoke him? Yi Junqing's expression was grave as he looked towards Yin Nanxing. When did I provoke him? This Alliance Master wanted to assassinate Chao Kuan, but I didn't think that he would also be in the Chu army, and that he would have such an evil hidden weapon. Yin Nanxing cursed in vexation. He wanted nothing more than to get a little scarecrow to stab Ice Soul to death. I didn't think that the people of the Iron Blood Corps would join the battle so early. You say that hidden weapon is powerful? How powerful is it? The moment Yao Moen heard about the Iron Blood Corps, her expression turned grave and there was no longer any hint of playfulness on her face. Fortunately, this Alliance Master was smart and managed to steal one. Take a look. Yin Nanxing handed the black ball that was on the table to Yao Moen. Don't press that button no matter what, and don't drop it. Otherwise, if it explodes, the three of us will become immortal, warned Yin Nanxing loudly with lingering fear in his heart. It's just a small black ball? Yao Moen lowered her eyes to examine the ball in her hands. It's best if you don't take it. It'll be bad if you accidentally touch a mechanism. As he watched Yao Moen spin the black ball around, Yi Junqing was afraid that she would accidentally press the button, so he reached out to grab it. What's wrong with me taking a look? It's not like I'll die if I take a look. Yao Moen still hadn't figured it out, so she naturally wouldn't let go. Chapter 320. I already said it's dangerous. What are you looking at? Hand it over. Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen wasn't willing to let go, so he reached out to grab it. It's not dangerous if you take it. I'm not giving it to you. Seeing Yi Junqing and Yao Moen fighting over it, Yan Nanqing's heart instantly thumped. He reached out with both hands, afraid that they would throw the hidden weapon to the ground. Beep, 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 beep. Right at this time, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing looked at each other in dismay, then looked down at the same time to see that both of their thumbs had pressed down on the buttons. It's none of my business. Yao Moen looked towards Yan Nanqing innocently. She immediately wanted to extricate herself from this. What do we do now? Yi Junqing clearly knew more than Yao Moen. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Throw it out. Yan Nanqing scratched his head anxiously. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he snatched the black ball and leaped out of the room. Almost at the same time, a loud noise came from the Yao residence, followed by a huge cloud of black smoke rising, as if a huge black cloud was covering the sky above the Yao residence. This sudden change stunned Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. They didn't even know what was going on. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Even Yi Junqing, who was experienced on the battlefield, and Yao Moen, who had been reborn, couldn't bear the shock that welled up from the bottom of their hearts. Where's Yan Nanqing? Yao Moen looked at the black smoke in shock, her heart still trembling. What did you say? I can't hear you. Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen's cherry lips move, but his ears were ringing. He had no idea what Yao Moen was saying. I said, Yan Nanqing. Where's Yan Nanqing? Yao Moen rushed out of the study in shock. Yi Junqing came to a realization and also rushed out. At this time, everyone in Yao Manor had surrounded them. Binlei, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Even Yin Shui and Lu Sha, who had been hiding in the shadows, were shaken out by the sound. Master, are you all right? Yin Shui flew to Yao Moen's side and asked worriedly. Binlei also ran to Yi Junqing's side and sighed in relief when he saw that he was unharmed. The thick smoke dispersed to reveal a huge hole where the black ball had landed. There was even a small flame in the hole. Yan Nanqing. Yan Nanqing. This Empress takes back what I said back then. This Empress doesn't want to burn you until not even ashes remain. Don't die. Yao Moen's heart ached as she looked at the flames in the pit. Tears welled up in her eyes, and just as they were about to fall, Yan Nanqing's voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Do you think this alliance chief will die so easily? When everyone heard this, they immediately turned around, only to see Yan Nanqing limping over with a face that seemed to have been painted black. You sure are thoroughly blackened. When Yan Nanqing stood in front of her, Yao Moen's tears turned into a smile. The tears in her eyes didn't even have time to disappear. When Yan Nanqing saw the tear in the corner of Yao Moen's eyes, he felt relieved. For this tear, even if he gave the entire Phoenix Feather Manor to Yao Moen, it wouldn't be a loss. Senior brother, weren't you? Yi Junqing sighed in relief when he saw that Yan Nanqing was fine. It's a good thing that this alliance chief's Qinggong isn't just for show. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. You guys saw it this time. Don't look at it just because it's a small black ball. If I didn't have some skill, I would have definitely died. Yan Nanqing looked at everyone with an expression that said he wasn't lying, but no one could see his expression clearly. It was too black. How many of these hidden weapons does Chao Kuren have? Yao Moen suddenly thought of something and asked solemnly. 10 carts, said Yan Nanqing truthfully. 10 carts? Are they planning on flattening all of Mongyuan? Binlei looked at the huge hole in the ground, then looked at the swarthy Yan Nanqing. If even the alliance chief couldn't escape unscathed, then if it was a soldier on the front lines, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. I didn't expect that there would be people in the Iron Blood Army Imperial Father established to be able to develop this kind of weapon. If Chao Kuren uses this on the battlefield, our army will definitely lose and suffer heavy casualties. Yi Junqing's expression was grave, and his brows were tightly knitted together. "Why don't we just destroy those tin carts?" suggested Binlei. That's a good idea. Why don't you go? If you're lucky enough to infiltrate Chao Kuan's army without being discovered by the Ice Spirit Army, then you won't be far from success. As long as you find these black balls, it's very simple. All you have to do is activate the mechanism and with a bang. Not only these hidden weapons, even Chao Kuan's army will be instantly annihilated. Yin Nanxing nodded towards Binlei as he gave this suggestion. "I told you that this method would work." Binlei was delighted, but in return, everyone looked at him with disdain. Alliance Chief Yin was still caught red-handed by the Ice Spirit Army. "Do you think that your martial arts are better than Alliance Chief Yin's?" At the side, Yue realized the truth. When Binlei heard this, large beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and he silently retreated back into the crowd. Also, Binlei's method doesn't solve the root of the problem. Even if they destroy it, they can still do it again. On the other hand, we can destroy it once or twice, but they definitely won't give us a third chance. So we have to find a way to solve this once and for all. Yao Moen restrained the shock in her eyes as she suggested this solemnly. "What do you mean?" Yi Junqing lowered his eyes to look towards Yao Moen as an idea formed in his mind. "Since they can do it, then we can definitely do it too. It's just that." Yao Moen hesitated and reflexively looked towards Yin Nanxing. "It's just that we need the original item." Junqing hopes that senior brother can make a trip and steal another black ball from the Ice Spirit Army. Yi Junqing turned to look straight at Yin Nanxing. Yao Moen's thoughts were exactly the same as his. "Are you guys blind? Can't you see how injured this alliance chief is? You're still so heartless." Yin Nanxing was furious. Right now, he needed comfort, not to take advantage of the situation. Moen naturally understands Alliance Master's hard work, but this matter concerns the survival of all of Meng Yuan. Moen doesn't feel at ease leaving it in someone else's hands. How about this? As long as Alliance Master can steal the black ball back, Moen is willing to personally cook to welcome Alliance Master. Yao Moen vowed. Yin Nanxing felt like his image had become incomparably lofty after being praised like this, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Many years later, whenever Yin Nanxing thought of this moment, he would complain incessantly. If he had known that Yao Moen's culinary skills were so exquisite, he would rather steal 10 black balls than eat Yao Moen's cooking. That would truly be worse than death. After Yin Nanxing left, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing thought about it carefully and finally picked out a candidate to create the black ball, Zhu Chan. In the main hall, whenever Zhu Chan saw Yi Junqing, he would habitually tremble. Even though things were different now, he still couldn't change this bad habit. This commoner Zhu Chan kowtows in salute to your highness, in salute to your highness. After Zhu Chen bowed respectfully, he reflexively moved to stand next to Yao Moen. Ever since he and Ming Yu had left the Chu Palace and developed feelings for each other, Zhu Qian had returned to the secular world and no longer referred to himself as a poor Taoist. This consort heard that you and Ming Yu are getting closer? Yao Moen picked up her teacup as she changed the subject. It's all thanks to your highness' great kindness that Ming Yu and I were able to have our current situation. Zhu Chun was very grateful towards Yao Moen. Ming Yu is a good woman and is worthy of you treasuring her, but Yao Moen's words instantly made Zhu Chen's heart jump. In principle, the person he should be more afraid of was Yao Moen. However, there was a saying that went, guard against a gentleman but not a vile person, because even if you were to guard against a vile person, you wouldn't be able to guard against them. If your highness has something to say, please say it. Zhu Chun is all ears. Zhu Chen looked towards Yao Moen sincerely as he prayed 1,000 times in his heart. Chapter 321. However, Ming Yu is still a palace maid and has already been taken in by this consort. Back then, this consort used 3 months of her loyalty to grant her a wish. Now that Bingshan is dead, this consort hasn't let her down. Speaking of which, she can also be considered one of this consort's people. If you want to marry Ming Yu, it's not impossible, but you have to give this consort 50,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen's eyes were calm as she spoke matter-of-factly. How much? Zhu Chen stammered. What? In your heart, Mingyu isn't even worth 50,000 taels? Yao Moen once again mercilessly brought up the number. Your Highness, if there's anything you need, please tell me. Zhu Chun will go through fire and water without hesitation. Zhu Chun was very smart. If there wasn't anything important, Yao Moen wouldn't waste her time like this. As she looked at the kneeling Zhu Chun, Yao Moen reflexively glanced at Yi Junqing, and her lips curved into a smile. At the side, Yi Junqing suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Zhu Chun. These days, if you didn't have money, you definitely shouldn't hang around in front of Yao Moen. Even though that's the case last time, you already expressed your intentions in front of Prince and this consort that you wanted to travel around with Mingyu. How could this consort possibly delay your journey? Yao Moen retreated for the sake of advancing. Last time, Zhu Chen's head was kicked by a donkey. Now that the donkey is dead, Zhu Chun is enlightened and clear-headed. It's rare that Prince and your Highness aren't abandoning me. Zhu Chun will definitely pledge his loyalty to you to the death. Zhu Chun wanted to cry. 50,000 taels of gold? Even if he was chopped up and sold, it still wouldn't be worth 50 taels. It was clear that Yao Moen was threatening him. Since you've chosen to work for this consort and Prince, this consort naturally won't mistreat you. Ting Yu? Yao Moen glanced at Ting Yu. Ting Yu understood tacitly and handed the banknotes worth 50,000 taels of gold to Zhu Chun. This subordinate Zhu Chun thanks Prince. Thanks your Highness. Zhu Chun was very happy with this offer. This consort has already ordered people to buy a residence for you in Mingyu nearby. Go back and prepare to move over with Mingyu. If there's anything, this consort will send someone to call you. Yao Moen waved her finger lightly, and Zhu Chun immediately withdrew. First threaten, then lure. Can't you do something else? Yi Junqing shook his head. He didn't approve of Yao Moen's method of buying people's hearts. Coercion is to let him know that he can't refuse. Temptation is to let him know that he has no reason to refuse. Although this move isn't new, it's effective. Does Prince believe it? In this world, there are very few people who can escape Moen's move. Yao Moen was brimming with confidence, her eyes sparkling. On the second day after Yin Nanqing stole the black ball, Yao Moen secretly had the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning mix some laxatives into the water source where Chao Kuan's army was stationed. These so-called laxatives weren't like poisons that could be tested with silver needles, and they weren't afraid of harming the innocent. Afterwards, she sprinkled some spices that attracted snakes, insects, rats, and ants nearby. These spices were concocted by Yin Shui. The smell could attract insects, but it was hard to detect. After this, Chao Kuan's army started to run into problems, and their marching speed greatly decreased. After Yin Nanqing took back the black ball, Yao Moen fulfilled her promise and personally cooked a table full of food for Yin Nanqing. Although the food wasn't as good as he had hoped, Yin Nanqing still ate a few mouthfuls in anticipation. In the end, he had diarrhea for 3 days. At the time, Yao Moen was also stunned. It was only later that she found out the reason. It turned out that Yao Moen had mistakenly used the leftover laxatives as seasoning. Since they had the original item, the next step was to analyze the contents and do as she said. However, when Yao Moen handed the black ball to Zhu Chun, a small problem occurred. There's actually such a large pill in this world? The second Zhu Chun received the black ball, he bit it without hesitation. As a result, his front teeth cracked. This black ball is a type of hidden weapon and it's extremely powerful. Fortunately, Alliance head Yin managed to steal 5 of them. If you go to an open area and detonate one, you'll know how powerful it is. The battle between Mongyuan and Ji Province is inevitable. If Chao Kuan uses this kind of thing to deal with us, our army will have no chance of winning. This consort is now handing this difficult task to you. You must figure out how to make this black ball and its composition within 10 days. The safety of all of Mongyuan rests on your shoulders. Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Chun expectantly. Your Highness, Zhu Chun is an alchemist. As he looked at the black ball in his hands, Zhu Chun felt that this was far from his expertise. Could it be that Yao Moen had found him because it was also round? Zhu Chun's mind was in a mess. Different paths lead to the same goal. This consort believes in you. Yao Moen believed that Zhu Chun was well aware of the importance of this matter, so she didn't waste any more words with him. Yi Junqing, who had originally been very confident in this battle, felt a bit apprehensive when he found out about the existence of the black ball. The entire atmosphere of Mongyuan was extremely tense. As a precaution, Yao Moen ordered Bin Lei to dig a hole in Phoenix Mountain. If Zhu Qin's research failed and Chao Kuan threw this hidden weapon into the city, they would at least be able to gather the innocent people to a safe place. Just when everyone was feeling extremely vexed, Chu Mabe still came to join in the fun. Reporting to Prince, the Shu army is already bearing down on Mongyuan. As soon as Bin Lei received the news, he immediately sent it to Yi Junqing and Yao Moen. That damned god of plague. Why hasn't he died yet? Yao Moen was infuriated as soon as she heard this. Sending troops at this time clearly wasn't a help. Will he launch a pincer attack with Chao Kuan? Yi Junqing's brows were tightly furrowed. If that was the case, then there was nothing he could do to save the situation. He's not that stupid. Yi Hongyi didn't give him any benefits. Even if Yi Hongyi did, he might not accept it. Also, Moen still has 2 of his silk scrolls. Yao Moen had studied this person to the bone, but she still didn't think much of Chu Mabe. There's no guarantee that he won't go back on his word. Yi Junqing was clearly more nervous than Yao Moen. After all, he was the one carrying the flag right now. If the army was defeated, it didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't drag Yao Moen down with him. He couldn't drag down the people who were already living peacefully in Mongyo. I'm not worried that he'll go back on his word. He can't afford to lose face like this. However, since he's chosen to stir things up while we're at daggers drawn with Yi Hongyi, he definitely has some sort of scheme. As for what it is, we'll only know once we meet. Yao Moen's expression darkened slightly. She truly didn't have a single good impression of Chu Mabe. He was two-faced and ruthless, not at all comparable to his younger brother. When Yao Moen thought of Chu Ma Xin, her lips curved into a faint smile. She wondered if the clothes she made would fit him. Master wishes to see Chu Mabe? Bin Lei still had lingering fears from what had happened at Bright Moon Gorge, so he naturally wouldn't agree to Yao Moen taking this risk. Pa, if I go see him, haven't this consort suffered enough already? If he needs anything, he'll naturally come find this consort. Yao Moen told herself that when it came to Chu Mabe, unless it was written in black and white, she couldn't trust even a single punctuation mark. Seeing how confident Yao Moen was, Yi Junqing also felt slightly more at ease. Thus, even though Chu Mabe's army was pressing down, Yao Moen's side didn't react at all. There wasn't even a single person to negotiate with them. Inside the tent, Chu Mabe was currently stroking a beloved dog called the Husky that had been sent over as tribute from Nanxiang. He hadn't actually named it Little Hus on purpose. It was just that after Chu Mabe found out that this type of dog was called the Husky, he casually named it Little Hus. Imperial older brother, if you don't like furry things, why do you still keep a dog? Chu Ma Xin couldn't help but ask when he saw Chu Mabe's extremely restrained expression. Chapter 322. Who said this crown prince doesn't like furry things? Chu Mabe didn't think much of it. Little Hus doesn't even shed fur, yet you blow on his hand after touching it. He doesn't even know what you're blowing on. This really hurts Little Hus's pride, muttered Chu Ma Xin in a low voice. Doesn't shed fur? Look at what this is. What is this? Damned Yao Moen, if she didn't have a cat, this crown prince wouldn't have a dog. Chu Mabe's devilishly handsome face was currently puffing up his cheeks to blow on the dog fur on his hand. I knew you didn't have good intentions in raising a dog. Chu Ma Xin managed to get the truth out of him. That's right. Your imperial brother, I, have bad intentions? Against someone like Yao Moen, even bad intentions aren't enough. He actually managed to convince Han Genie. How infuriating. When I see Han Genie in the future, watch how I belittle him. What a perverted and heartless thing. Whenever Chu Mabe thought about Han Genie betraying him, his face instantly darkened. Oh woo. Just as Chu Mabe was gritting his teeth, Little Hus rubbed against him as if it understood human nature. What are you doing? When Chu Mabe saw Little Hus rubbing against him, he jumped up and looked towards Little Hus in alarm. He really wasn't afraid of furry things, but he was afraid of their fur fluttering around. Imperial brother, you're scaring it. Chu Ma Xin shook his head when he saw Chu Mabe stumble back like he had seen a ghost. He walked over to little Huss and patted its head. Don't be afraid. I'm here to spoil you. Compared to Chu Mabe, Chu Maxin clearly doted on this husky more. At this moment, Huang Fu Juanxiu, who had just walked in, happened to see this scene. He sighed inwardly. Other people raise dogs to enjoy themselves, but Master raised dogs to suffer. Reporting to Master, Meng Yuan hasn't made a move yet. Huang Fu Juanxiu had sent people to infiltrate Meng Yuan. According to the scouts, Yao Moan's attitude towards the Shu army was extremely calm. She was so calm that it was beyond what Chu Mabe could handle. She really can endure. Good. This crown prince will see how long she can endure. Pass down the order. Retreat, ordered Chu Mabe sternly. Retreat. Huang Fu Juanxiu was speechless. They were going to retreat just like that? Then why did they come with such great fanfare? Could it be that he was here to admire the scenery? Even though Huang Fu Juanxiu had his doubts, he still followed Chu Mabe's orders and withdrew the army from the border the next day. Chu Maxin, on the other hand, insisted on entering Meng Yuan, but in the end, he was forcefully dragged back by Chu Mabe. In front of the cave on Phoenix Mountain, Zhu Chun was holding the thing that resembled a gray rat in his palm as he looked at Yao Moan and Yi Junqing standing behind him with a solemn expression. This is the thing you developed? Asked Yao Moan as she looked at the rat in Zhu Chen's hands. This subordinate felt that the black sphere was too boring, so I specially changed its shape. This way, it'll look more comfortable. Zhu Chun was very pleased with himself. He was very proud of the thing in his hands. Is it comfortable? Yao Moan turned to look towards Yi Junqing. This prince doesn't know if this thing is comfortable or not, but if the results aren't satisfactory, then this prince will definitely make Zhu Chun uncomfortable, replied Yi Junqing in a low voice. As he looked at Zhu Chun, his eyes darkened even more as he cursed inwardly. Preposterous. Are you playing with a child right now? Yao Moan looked towards Zhu Chun with slight sympathy. She wasn't sure if Zhu Chun would be able to develop a hidden weapon that was as effective as the black sphere in 5 days. Masters, please stand back. This subordinate is going to throw the arrow burst rat now. What an elegant name. Zhu Chun thought to himself. It really is cheap. That's how Yi Junqing understood it. However, when everyone saw the power of the arrow burst rat, they were all stunned. After a series of explosions, that thick cloud of smoke pressed down like a huge cloud. It was so shocking that everyone was speechless. Just as everyone was jumping in joy, the thick fog gradually dissipated. The scene that everyone had been waiting for didn't appear as they had expected. All they saw was a deflated arrow burst rat lying in that palm-sized hole in the ground. The thunder is loud, but the rain is small. Ben Lei shook his head and turned to leave. Rats have always had the ability to dig holes. This one of yours clearly isn't up to standard. Feng Lin spoke on behalf of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Then the 4 of them shook their heads and turned to leave. This prince has nothing to say to this rat, but this prince has to remind you that there are only 5 days left. Yi Junqing looked towards Zhu Chun coldly. His voice was so deep that it made people want to cry. He shook his head and turned to leave. Your Highness, this subordinate isn't done yet. It wasn't until Yao Moan walked in front of Zhu Chun that he found an opening to explain. Of course you aren't done. The one that's done is just this rat. Yao Moan was a bit disappointed. After all, she had high hopes for Zhu Chun. It really isn't done yet. Aya, don't go. Don't go. If you don't believe me, Zhu Chun will show you. When Zhu Chun saw that Ben Lei, who had left first, was about to leave, Zhu Chun didn't care anymore. He immediately pulled Yao Moan and ran in the direction everyone had left in. Zhu Chun, what are you doing? When he saw how Zhu Chun was pulling Yao Moan's hand without any misgivings, Yi Junqing was enraged. This was called insubordination, understand? Men and women shouldn't touch each other, understand? Zhu Chen's actions drew everyone's attention. Even Yin Shui, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared and charged towards Zhu Chun. Just as Yin Shui was about to grab Zhu Chen's collar, Zhu Chun suddenly pressed the button in his hand. Another rumbling sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Immediately after, scorched earth began to fall from the sky. The sky was dark and the air seemed to be on fire, so hot that it was hard to breathe. At this time, Zhu Chun, who had been using Yao Moen as a shield, had been burned in quite a few places on his back. The one with the lightest injuries was Bin Lei, who had been the first to leave. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that had been protecting Yi Junqing during the explosion were also injured to varying degrees. In Shui was slightly better off, only her clothes had been burned. However, this result caused everyone to be flabbergasted. The palm-sized hole that the shriveled rat had originally been lying in was now big enough to hold more than 3 water buffaloes. There was even a flame burning inside. When everyone saw this, they applauded in shock. Bin Lei's eyes were even brimming with tears. "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Hurry and put me down." Bin Lei picked up Ju Qin excitedly, but he didn't expect to touch the wound on his back. "If it hurts, then let it hurt. Let it hurt and be happy." "Ju Qin, good job," cheered Bin Lei. "This is the success?" Yi Junqing was extremely excited when he saw this scene. His heart that had been hanging in his chest finally relaxed. It's a success. We don't have to worry about Ice Soul's black ball anymore." Yao Moen nodded slightly with tears in her eyes. After they returned to the Yao residence, Ju Qin finally explained why his arrow explosion rat had first released a thick fog before exploding. This subordinate feels that Ice Soul's black ball has a very big flaw. If the person who pressed the mechanism didn't run fast enough or didn't throw it far enough, it's very likely that they would injure themselves. However, the arrow explosion rat is different. It allows the user to freely press the mechanism and control the time. As for that smoke from before, this subordinate can mix in all sorts of drugs, chili powder, and all sorts of other things that can drive people crazy. If the enemy puts up a desperate resistance, then it won't be too late for us to activate the mechanism. This subordinate feels that if they can surrender, then they won't be killed. Ju Qin's words touched Yi Junqing's heartstrings. They were all soldiers of Great Chu, so unless he had no other choice, he really didn't want to meet them on the battlefield. Chapter 323. The appearance of the arrow explosive rat caused Ju Qin to instantly become the most popular person in Mongyuan. Because of this, Yi Junqing made him the assistant general. His responsibility was to research and develop all kinds of weapons that could be used against the enemy. In Yi Junqing's opinion, if a person in this position had a benevolent heart, it would be a blessing for a general. Ju Qin clearly did. On the second day after the threat of the Hail Soul Black Sphere was removed, Yao Moen received news that Chu Mabe had withdrawn his army. Perhaps Chu Mabe knows the power of the arrow explosion rat, so he doesn't dare to provoke us anymore. Bin Lei's smug expression made Yao Moen feel rather disapproving. The so-called showing off when one gets too cocky was a perfect example of Bin Lei's current state. How can you be so sure that Chu Mabe doesn't have a stronger weapon? Even if you didn't, you should know the origin of the arrow explosion rat. If we hadn't stolen the Ice Spirit's black ball, we wouldn't have been inspired like this. There's a saying that there is no best, only better. Arrow explosion rats are the same. There's no strongest, only stronger, said Yao Moen solemnly, her brows knitted together. You don't think that Chu Mabe would retreat for no reason? Asked Yi Junqing doubtfully when he saw Yao Moen's serious expression. Based on Moen's understanding of this person, he wouldn't do anything that harms others without benefiting himself, even if you beat him to death. Chu Mabe's retreat this time isn't a good sign. Yao Moen's voice was filled with unconcealable anxiety. You know Chu Mabe very well? This was the first time Yi Junqing had noticed Yao Moen's expression when she mentioned Chu Mabe. That expression was very worthy of his scrutiny. In any case, he's not a good person. Bin Lei, pass down the order. Whether it's the barracks or Yao residence, everyone has to be on high alert. Yao Moen couldn't guess Chu Mabe's motive for retreating, so the only thing she could do now was to be cautious. Just as Yao Moen expected, on the third day after Chu Mabe withdrew his army, all of Mongyuan was instantly engulfed in rumors. The common people on the streets were all saying that Chu Mabe had withdrawn his army because Yi Junqing had promised to make Mongyuan part of Shu's territory after the war. The rumors were spread in a very logical manner, as if the common people had personally attended the negotiations. Rumors are fiercer than tigers. Now that this rumor has reached the Chu border, it is very disadvantageous to me. In the main hall of the Yao residence, Yi Junqing clenched his fists and frowned. The moment he heard the rumors, he finally understood why Yao Moen hated Chu Mabe so much. He really was hateful. What do we do now? If the rumors continue to spread like this, not only will the morale of the army be shaken, but the common people of Great Chu will also develop feelings of resistance towards Prince. Without the support of the common people, it will be difficult for us to move forward. Binlei was truly impressed by Yao Moen. As expected, her foresight was incredible. Yao Moen didn't think much of it. It wasn't that she could predict the future, it was just that she had suffered too many losses. Whoever started the trouble should untie it. Right now, we can only have Chu Mabe step out to clarify the rumors. Apart from this, we have no other choice. Yao Moen took a deep breath. If Chu Mabe died one day, she would definitely buy 100,000 taels worth of firecrackers to celebrate. Chu Mabe is willing to speak? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Whether Chu Mabe is willing to speak or not depends entirely on how much we're willing to cut. Yao Moen scratched her head. She had been too tense back then. Even if she was willing to negotiate now, that god of pestilence might not agree so easily. This subordinate has received news that Chu Mabe is currently at Golden Gate Guesthouse in Linshu Mongyuan, reported Binlei. This prince will go meet him, said Yi Junqing sternly. Prince will only be given the cold shoulder even if you go. Unless Chu Mabe is willing, he might not be willing to meet us even if he's very close. It looks like we need a lobbyist. When Yao Moen saw Yin Nansheng, who had just walked in, she was suddenly enlightened. Ahem. This alliance chief probably came at a bad time. Then I won't disturb you any longer. You guys continue chatting. Yin Nansheng understood Yao Moen the best. With just a glance, Yin Nansheng knew that if he didn't leave now, then when would he? Alliance chief wouldn't just leave us in the lurch, right? Yao Moen's voice was so gentle that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it, but when it landed in Yin Nansheng's ears, it was like a ghost that made his insides tremble. Please, this alliance chief and that Chu Mabe don't have anything going on, cough cough. Don't have any friendship? Yin Nansheng turned to look towards Yao Moen with a bitter expression. Even though it was bitter, it was the most beautiful bitter expression in the world. Alliance chief might not have any friendship with Chu Mabe, but Alliance chief definitely has a very deep friendship with Han Genie. Yao Moen hit the nail on the head. If there wasn't a middleman, Yao Moen believed that this negotiation with Chu Mabe would definitely be a complete loss. And the only person who could mediate between them was Han Genie. Yao Moen, you have to be honest. Yin Nansheng looked towards Yao Moen solemnly. He couldn't wait to hide from Han Genie, so why would he deliver himself to him? This happened suddenly. Moen also knows that when Alliance Chief sees Han Genie, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. What should we do? Right now, rumors are spreading everywhere. If we don't suppress it, the consequences will be hard to predict. Alliance Chief also doesn't want to see Prince suffer a crushing defeat because of a momentary lapse in judgment, right? Yao Moen's words made Yin Nansheng unable to find a window. This momentary lapse in judgment was to get to know you. Yin Nansheng ground his teeth in anger. Moen's thoughts just happened to be the opposite. Being able to get to know Alliance Chief is Moen's good fortune from several lifetimes. Yao Moen said with incomparable sincerity. If it was possible, Yao Moen even wanted to get to know a few more Yin Nanshengs. After all, this kind of golden master was hard to come by. Under Yao Moen's carrot and stick tactics, Yin Nansheng finally nodded. As expected, Yin Nansheng was very efficient. On the second day after Yin Nansheng left, Yao Moen received an invitation from Golden Gate. The time was set to be at 5 o'clock that day. This prince must go. After the incident at Bright Moon Gorge, Yi Junqing swore to himself that he hadn't been able to properly protect Ma Xin in this life. Now, he definitely wouldn't let Moen suffer even the slightest bit of harm. Prince's status is no longer the same as before. Unless the sky collapses, Prince cannot leave Mongyuan. Otherwise, people with ulterior motives will be able to take advantage of you. Yao Moen's expression was solemn. But, Prince, don't worry. Moen will bring Yin Shui with her. Also, with Yin Nansheng there to look after her, nothing will happen to Moen. When Yao Moen sensed the worry in Yi Juanqing's eyes, her lips curved into a relieved smile. But this prince doesn't understand. Why would Chu Mabe want you to bring Fluffy and Jewel? This is clearly a negotiation. So why are you bringing 2 cats? In the end, Yi Juanqing was still worried about Yao Moen, so he didn't give up on accompanying her. What would the Grand Crown Prince of Great Shu do to 2 cats? In any case, Moen promises you that she'll definitely return safely. How about it? Yao Moen vowed. How can this prince believe your words? Muttered Yi Juanqing. Moen doesn't feel like her words are very trustworthy either, but Moen has promised Prince before. Which one has Moen not fulfilled? Her clear eyes were like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and beautiful. Yi Juanqing froze for a moment, then nodded blankly. It wasn't until Yao Moen left that Yi Juanqing reacted. Yao Moen, which one of the things you promised this prince? A resentful voice resounded in the air above Yao residence. Yi Juanqing stood at the door with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with sorrow. Golden Gate, Imperial Residence. A loud bang broke the silence of the bedroom. What a top-notch gold-plated dragon and phoenix lampshade. It's not easy to earn money these days. Crown Prince has to prioritize the suffering of the common people. Han Genie, dressed in black, dodged the lampshade that Chu Mabe threw at him. His eyes were filled with regret on his bronze face. It's true that earning money isn't easy, but stealing money isn't that hard. Also, if your heart ached, why didn't you accept it earlier? It can't be that your hands and feet are crippled, right? Chu Mabe sat upright on the couch as he looked towards Han Genie coldly. Chapter 324. Regarding Bright Moon Gorge, it was this sovereign who didn't fulfill his promise. At worst, this sovereign will grant you another wish. This time, no matter what you ask for, this sovereign will definitely not go back on his word. Han Genie vowed solemnly. Mo Bei has heard this no less than 10 times. If I knew you were such a shameless fellow, Mo Bei wouldn't have saved you back then. Chu Mabe also started to bring up the past more than 10 times. Aya, I've already saved you. Are you going to throw this sovereign back into the well? Also, don't tell this sovereign that you don't want to negotiate with Yao Moen. Otherwise, would you have agreed as soon as Yin Nanqing brought it up? Said Han Genie resentfully. Mo Bei admits that he doesn't have the ability to throw you back into the well, but if sovereign falls into the well again, do you think Mo Bei will save you? Chu Mabe continued to curse. This sovereign does want to, but unfortunately, there's only one celestial point. This sovereign has already ordered people to level it. Han Genie's words seemed to contain some regret. As expected, Yao Moen isn't ordinary. She was actually able to convince even you. However, with Yao Moen's willowy appearance, she definitely didn't use a honey trap, said Chu Mabe indifferently. An indescribable light flashed through his eyes. Yao Moen isn't considered ugly. She's much better than a willowy appearance. Han Genie had only just opened his mouth when he knew that he had fallen into Chu Mabe's trap. All right, you Han Genie who only cares about the opposite sex. You've taken a fancy to Yao Moen? I hate you. Chu Mabe was furious. Ever since he met Han Genie, he had never praised anyone else for being beautiful except himself. Aya, what are you jealous for? At worst, this sovereign will just praise you a bit? Han Genie raised his brows and looked towards Chu Mabe. However, when he saw Chu Mabe's arms crossed and glaring at him, Han Genie didn't hesitate to pour out all the beautiful words in his head. After praising for a whole 2 hours, he was finally chased out of the bedroom by Chu Mabe. After Han Genie came out, he wiped his sweat in the hallway. He just happened to see Yin Nanqing clutching his chest and retching with all his might. Are you all right? Han Genie walked up with good intentions. You and Chu Mabe definitely have an affair, said Yin Nanqing as he retched. You heard everything? Han Genie's expression gradually changed. Do you believe that Chu Mabe is vomiting even harder than I am right now? Yin Nanqing said firmly, his face solemn. Looks like I have no choice but to silence them. Han Genie's eyes narrowed into slits, but he didn't expect Yin Nanqing to suddenly stand up. The smirk on his face made Han Genie's hair stand on end. You dare? If you dare to make a move, This union master will make this matter public. Nansheng wasn't the only one who heard these words just now. When he saw Han Jini's face turn from green to green, Yin Nansheng was truly grateful to Yao Mo and Ah. Fortunately, he came. Just as Han Jini was about to speak, the sound of vomiting came from Chu Mabei's room. Chu Maxin was the happiest about Yao Moen's arrival. At this moment, Chu Maxin was waiting at the door. When he saw the palanquin from afar, he went to welcome it. Yao Moen, you're here. When she heard Chu Maxin's voice, Yao Moen got off the palanquin. When she lifted the curtains, she was shocked to see a handsome face appear in front of her. Of course I'm here. Did you miss me? Yao Moen's smile came from the bottom of her heart. Her hand carelessly rested on Chu Maxin's shoulder. You've grown taller again. When do you think we'll meet again? I'll have you make a few clothes for this prince. Look, the clothes you made last time were too small. Chu Maxin pouted and fiddled with his sleeves. They really were a lot smaller. Ha! Do you think Moen is a wet nurse who serves you? Yao Moen found it a bit funny. It was clearly him who had grown taller, yet he was blaming her. This brat's ability to say one thing but mean another was getting better and better. Isn't that so? Chu Maxin countered with a question in a deadpan manner. What he got in return was a bout of stir-fried chestnuts. When the two of them walked into the main hall while fighting, an enormous creature suddenly charged over. Yao Moen was shocked, but Yin Shui was already standing in front of her. However, the enormous creature wasn't charging at Yao Moen, but Fluffy and Jewel, who were in Ting Yu's arms. Close the door. Don't let Empress Chu's pets get lost. Chu Mabei crossed his arms and spoke lightly. Little Ha, hurry and come back. When he saw the husky chasing Fluffy and Jewel all over the place, Chu Maxin became a bit anxious. How could he have forgotten about Imperial older brother's bad intentions? Imperial younger brother, can you stop the cat from chasing the mice? Chu Mabei, who was watching excitedly from the side, said resentfully. The meaning behind his words was that it was only right and proper for a dog to chase a cat. When Yao Moen saw Fluffy and Jewel frantically running for their lives, her heart ached to the extreme. When had her darlings ever been bullied like this? Meanwhile, Han Jini and Yin Nansheng, who were also sitting in the room, stood in a sufficiently safe corner and watched this cat and dog fight with great interest. Yin Shui. Yao Moen was furious. Yin Shtong. When Yao Moen called out Yin Shui, Chu Mabei also called out Yin Xiong without hesitation. The enormous main hall could accommodate 1 dog, 2 cats, and 8 people at the same time. It was easy to imagine how cramped it was. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, a qualitative change suddenly occurred in the cat and dog fight. Fluffy and Jewel each occupied a high ground, and their expressions changed from their initial panic to one of contentment. What made Yao Moen even more proud was that these two cats would occasionally wave their claws and leave bright red claw marks on Little Ha's nose. Oh woo, oh woo, Little Ha was in pain. Yao Moen, Little Ha is very pitiful. Chu Maxin looked at Little Ha with slight heartache. It can't be helped, it asked for it. Yao Moen shrugged and mimicked Chu Maxin's tone, but her eyes subconsciously glanced towards Chu Mabei, whose face had already darkened. Little Ha, come back. When Chu Mabei saw that Little Ha wouldn't be able to gain any advantage, he sternly called him back. When Little Ha heard this, he naturally didn't continue fighting and immediately ran back to Chu Mabei's side. Meanwhile, Fluffy and Jewel jumped down from the high ground like victorious generals and swaggered over to Yao Moen's jade feet. They proudly rubbed themselves against them a few times before Tingyu carried them back. Yao Moen, even the cats you raise are so crafty. Chu Mabei slowly sat down and looked at Yao Moen in an unfriendly manner. Your Highness Crown Prince is exaggerating. Everyone here can testify that this consort's cats were only trying to protect themselves. Yao Moen had won the first battle, so she felt much more confident. Her clear eyes looked straight at Chu Mabei. When Yao Moen said this, everyone looked at Little Ha's bloody nose and fell silent. Let's get back to the main topic. A certain servant said that you wished to meet with this crown prince to discuss in detail the matter of you drugging this crown prince. When he said this, Chu Mabei suddenly felt his stomach churn and his teeth feel extremely uncomfortable. That's what a certain servant said. But from what this consort knows, it's to discuss in detail the matter of Mingshui Gorge. Yao Moen retorted. At the side, Han Jini was enraged. I have a name. Who is a certain servant? Also, I didn't say anything. What matter of Mingshui Gorge? This crown prince doesn't remember. Chu Mabe refused to admit it. If it wasn't for the matter of Mingshui Gorge, would crown prince have a toothache? Machina, your clothes are really too small. Yao Moen purposely pulled Chu Machine over and looked towards Chu Mabe meaningfully. Chu Mabe naturally saw through this kind of blatant threat. You guys were chatting nicely, so why did you mention this prince's clothes? Oh right, when did Imperial older brother have a toothache? Chu Machine looked towards Yao Moen, then glanced at Chu Mabe. At the time, he was so heavily injured that he couldn't get out of bed, so he naturally didn't know about that exciting past. Cough cough. Speak. What do you want this crown prince to do? Chu Mabe looked towards Yao Moen and spoke seriously. I hope that your highness crown prince can appear in Mongyuan and dispel the rumors. Yao Moen spoke directly. What rumors? Chu Mabe had expected that Yao Moen would come to beg him, so he laughed. Chapter 325. Although Moen is certain that your highness knows the truth the best, I don't mind telling you the contents of those rumors. The rumor is that your highness the crown prince suddenly withdrew the Jinmin army because you received Yi Juanqing's promise to hand over Mongyuan to your highness the crown prince after you succeed. Yao Moen's gaze was sharp as she enunciated every word clearly. Aren't the commoners of Mongyuan a bit too imaginative? This crown prince was just training troops at Jinmin. Chu Mabe shook his head. When Yao Moen saw Chu Mabe's innocent expression, she really wanted to curse at him. Did he need to go so far to train troops? Was there a need? Although your highness the crown prince didn't mean it, you've still brought trouble to this consort and the esteemed prince. So Moen hopes that your highness the crown prince can deign to come to Mongyuan and show your face in front of the common people of Mongyuan. Yao Moen forcefully suppressed her anger and spoke in a gentle voice. What do you mean by show my face? Chu Mabe looked towards Yao Moen with interest and smiled mischievously. It means that this consort would like to invite your highness to personally appear in Mongyuan to refute the rumors, explained Yao Moen patiently. This crown prince doesn't have that obligation. Chu Mabe crossed his slender legs and shrugged. He spread his arms with a playful expression. This consort naturally won't let your highness make this trip in vain. As long as your highness agrees, this consort is willing to give 500,000 taels of gold as thanks. Yao Moen threw a stone to test the waters. 500,000 taels? Do you think this crown prince lacks money that I would lower myself for a mere 500,000 taels? Chu Mabe clearly wasn't interested in money. Then what must your highness do for Moen to be willing to help? Yao Moen's attitude was still good and her smile was still bright, but her heart wasn't calm. Ahem. On account of the fact that Supreme Lord Han and the chief of the Wulin Alliance have stepped forward to mediate, Mobe will not embarrass the Chu Empress. However, I do have a condition. If the Chu Empress is willing to return the 2 silk scrolls signed by this crown prince to this crown prince, and then give the Yao Manifest Company's iron mine in the secluded mountains to Great Shu, this matter is not without discussion. Yao Moen knew that Chu Mabe would ask for an exorbitant price, but she didn't expect him to ask so much. The contents of the 2 silk scrolls were about the ownership of Mongyuan and the need for an army of 100,000. If they were returned to Chu Mabe, then Mongyuan would become ownerless and Chu Mabe would have to send an army again. As for the army of 100,000, it was an unexpected gain, so Yao Moen didn't mind. However, there was a sizable amount of iron ore in Serene Mountain, so she definitely couldn't give it up. Your face is really valuable. At the side, Yin Nanxing glanced resentfully at Han Jini. How much is your face worth? Han Jini retorted disapprovingly. I have nothing to do with him. You're asking for a beating. In order to avoid embarrassment, Han Jini and Yin Nanxing found an excuse to leave the main hall. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Chu Machine, who was sitting next to Yao Moen, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Brother, aren't you being a little harsh? Chu Machine felt very helpless about his position, but even so, He still wanted to stand on Yao Mowen's side. At such a young age, what do you know about being harsh? Bring little Ha out. Chu Ma Bei knew that with his younger brother present, some words were hard to say. Chu Ma Xin naturally didn't want to. Fortunately, Yao Mowen had the same thoughts. After all, some words that weren't suitable for children weren't easy for Chu Ma Xin to hear. Thus, after Chu Ma Xin unwillingly brought little Ha out, an intense battle of words began in the room. In the end, the two of them no longer cared about their status or image. From their words, it was impossible to tell that one of them was the crown prince of Shu and the other was the empress of Chu. Chu Ma Bei, this matter isn't over. Accompanied by Yao Mowen's hoarse roar, the door to the main hall was kicked open. Immediately after, Yao Mowen stormed out with a face full of anger. If it's not over, then it's not over. Do you think this crown prince is scared of you? Inside the room, Chu Ma Bei didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. His volume didn't lose to Yao Mowen's. How did this matter go? Seeing Yao Mowen walk out with a face full of black lines, the fearless Yin Nanxing walked up and asked cautiously, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that it's not over?" Yao Mowen roared, "What are you yelling at me for? It's not like I offended you." Yin Nanxing looked towards Yao Mowen with a wronged expression. "Despicable," Han Jini commented from the side. Thus, the two continued to fight. Although Yao Mowen was angry, she didn't leave Golden Gate Guest House. If this matter wasn't resolved, she wouldn't go back no matter what. However, she sent Lu Sha back to report that she was safe. That night, Yao Mowen held her forehead as she sat by the table. Her emotions were a mess. Chu Ma Bei's conditions were too harsh, but he just happened to be unwilling to yield even a single step. This made Yao Mowen feel extremely troubled. "Nyang Nyang, drink a cup of tea?" Tingyu placed the freshly brewed Longjing tea on the table and poured a cup for Yao Mowen. "You even dare to brew tea here?" Up until now, Chu Ma Bei's image in Yao Mowen's heart had already reached infinitely negative. "Nyang Nyang, don't worry. This servant brought these tea leaves from Mong Yuan, and the water was obtained from little austere prince's room. This servant has also tested it, and there's no problem." The longer Tingyu stayed with Yao Mowen, the more Yao Mowen's preferences were gradually affecting Tingyu. Towards Chu Ma Bei, Tingyu felt endless disdain. "You've put in a lot of effort." Yao Mowen accepted the teacup with a sigh, but she wasn't in the mood to taste the tea. "Nyang Nyang, the crown prince of Shu is so stubborn. This servant feels that it'll be very difficult for us to persuade him." Tingyu looked towards Yao Mowen worriedly. Whenever she thought about how Chu Ma Bei's words had been so fierce that he had sworn a poison oath, Tingyu knew that unless she gave in, it would be very difficult for this negotiation to continue. "Killing him really isn't enough to satisfy my hatred. Let this consort think about it. Perhaps there's another way." How could Yao Mowen not know the severity of this matter? However, she couldn't just leave like this. Tingyu knew that her master needed peace and quiet, so she quietly withdrew. The second Tingyu left the room, Inshui floated down like a ghost. "Nyang Nyang, austere prince has arrived," reported Inshui truthfully. Chu Ma Xin understood. "You can withdraw first." As Yao Mowen waved her hand, Chu Ma Xin had already climbed in through the window. "Why aren't you using the door?" "Sure." When Yao Mowen saw Chu Ma Xin look back mysteriously, she only found it funny. In reality, it wasn't that Yao Mowen didn't have any other methods to deal with the rumors. It was just that she didn't want to associate the word conspiracy with Chu Ma Xin. "Be a bit quieter. Imperial older brother's people are all around here. If he finds out that this prince is in your room, it'll be terrible." Chu Ma Xin tiptoed over, looking extremely adorable. "Let's go," said Chu Ma Xin solemnly as he suddenly pulled Yao Mowen's hand. "Go? Where?" Yao Mowen looked towards Chu Ma Xin suspiciously. "Back to Mong Yuan. If Imperial older brother isn't going to testify for you, then forget it. This prince will testify for you." Chu Ma Xin's immature face was filled with determination and his eyes were as bright as stars. "No." After hearing Chu Ma Xin's solemn vow, Yao Mowen firmly refused. Chapter 326. She knew very well that in the eyes of the people of Mongyuan, in the eyes of all the people of the world, Chu Maxin and Chu Mabe were no different. If either of them were willing to say something, those rumors would collapse on their own. However, Yao Moen had never thought of using Chu Maxin to replace Chu Mabe. Ever since the incident at Bright Moon Gorge, Yao Moen had sworn that in this lifetime, she would never use Chu Maxin for anything again. This was because to her, Chu Maxin was the same as Zhong'er. Which mother in the world would want to use their own son? Yao Moen, are you stupid? This prince will go as well. At that time, this prince will just say that it was Imperial older brother who told me to do it. They'll believe me. Chu Maxin hadn't expected that Yao Moen would refuse and immediately panicked. That won't do. You don't need to worry about this matter. This consort naturally has a way to deal with him. Yao Moen let go of Chu Maxin's hand and firmly refused. You have a way? This prince can't tell. If you don't leave, this prince will go find Yi Junqing myself. This prince knows him anyway. Chu Maxin harumphed and turned to leave. Would Chu Mabe allow you to leave the guest house? Yao Moen lifted her brows in disapproval. He's sleeping soundly right now. He doesn't care about me. As soon as Chu Maxin said this, he reflexively covered his mouth with his hands and looked around furtively. Sleeping soundly. You couldn't have. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maxin in realization. She was inexplicably moved. Chu Maxin had actually drugged Chu Mabe for her? Sure. Don't you know that walls have ears? Chu Maxin hurriedly ran back to Yao Moen's side and snorted. Don't worry, In Shui is outside. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation. How dare you? If Chu Mabe wakes up, he definitely won't forgive you, said Yao Moen seriously as she pulled Chu Maxin over. By the time he wakes up, it'll be 3 days later. By then, you'll have finished what you wanted to do. Also, he's my imperial older brother, so he can't take my life, right? Said Chu Maxin calmly. Yao Moen's heart ached inexplicably. She subconsciously stroked Chu Maxin's forehead as her eyes glistened. You don't need to be so touched. This king has a condition. Once this matter is over, you have to make at least 10 robes for this king. Chu Maxin's arrogance when talking about conditions was exactly the same as Chu Mabe's. However, Yao Moen just couldn't bring herself to hate him. Instead, her heart ached. In Shui. Yao Moen slowly got up, her beautiful eyes shining with a gentle light. At this moment, In Shui had already appeared behind Chu Maxin. That's right, we can't leave through the door. Having Shui take you through the window. The 3 of us will leave first. Just as Chu Maxin was speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Immediately afterwards, he fainted with a stunned expression. Master, actually, what the young prince said isn't necessarily a bad idea. In Shui held Chu Maxin in her arms, afraid that he would fall. For the sake of revenge, this consort is willing to do anything by fair means or foul. However, the prerequisite is that those people have a reason for this consort to do so. Chu Maxin doesn't. Yao Moen's deep eyes focused on Chu Maxin's handsome face as her lips curved into a warm smile. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will send the young prince back right away. In Shui nodded, then wrapped her arms around Chu Maxin and left the room. Just as Chu Maxin had said, Chu Mabe only woke up after 3 days. The first thing he did when he woke up was to tie Chu Maxin up and drag him into his room. At this time, Yao Moen, who had rushed over after hearing the news, was standing outside in a deadlock with Huangfu Juanxiu. Empress Chu, please don't make things difficult for Juanxiu anymore. The Crown Prince has ordered that unless the Crown Prince gives the order, no one is allowed to enter. Behind Huangfu Juanxiu, Yin Xiong and the soul-severing trio dreams were standing at the door. What did Chu Maxin do? Why did Chu Mabe tie him up? Yao Moen probed. This is Great Shu's internal affairs. Empress Chu seems to be interfering too much. Huangfu Juanxiu naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Chu Mabe, if you dare to touch a single hair on Chu Maxin's head, this consort won't let you off. Yao Moen knew that it was hopeless to force her way in, so she just stood at the door and shouted. There was still no movement in the room. Yao Moen rubbed her palms together anxiously and paced left and right. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and charged forward. Just as Huangfu Juanxiu was in a dilemma, the door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Chu Maxin walked out with his head hung low like a frosted eggplant. Maxin, are you all right? Yao Moen couldn't care less about her own status and immediately charged forward. She grabbed Chu Maxin's shoulders with unconcealable urgency in her eyes. My ears hurt. Chu Maxin rubbed his ears as he looked at Yao Moen anxiously. Chu Mabe, you inhumane beast. How dare you be so heavy-handed? He's your biological younger brother. Yao Moen shouted herself hoarse as she glared at Chu Mabe, who was sitting in the room. It's not imperial older brother. It's just that you're too noisy and my ears can't take it anymore. Chu Maxin's words caused Yao Moen's forehead to instantly break out in a cold sweat. Everyone in the courtyard fell silent. Tingyu buried her face in her chest. This was too embarrassing that night. Chu Mabe entered Yao Moen's room for the first time. He only stayed for the time it took to make a cup of tea before coming out. In the end, Chu Mabe gave up on the silk contract that stated Yao Manifest Company's ownership of the iron mines and Mongyuan. He only destroyed the other silk contract that he had signed. As for the matter of testifying, Chu Mabe didn't personally go to Mongyuan. Instead, he sent Huangfu Juanxiu to do it. As the most miserable minister in history, Huangfu Juanxiu hung the silk scroll that stated that Mongyuan belonged to Yi Junqing in front of his chest and paraded it through the most prosperous streets of Mongyuan for 3 days before Yao Moen finally let it go. From then on, everyone in the world knew that Chu Mabe had a trusted aide named Huangfu Juanxiu who had an excellent figure. Because Huangfu Juanxiu had been paraded around naked, however, what made Yao Moen depressed was that the 10 robes she had made for Chu Maxin were stopped by Chu Mabe when they were delivered to the Golden Gate and returned untouched. Maxin is this crown prince's weak spot, as well as this crown prince's reverse scale. Yao Moen, this is the last time this crown prince will allow you to use Maxin's trust in you. This crown prince agrees to compromise, but from now on, this crown prince will never let you see Maxin again, not even once. At that time, Chu Mabe's words were still ringing in Yao Moen's ears. Yao Moen gently stroked the robes on the table, her eyes filled with bitterness. Perhaps Chu Mabe would never believe that Chu Maxin was also her weak spot, as well as her reverse scale. Not seeing him was fine. Chu Maxin needed an older brother like Chu Mabe more than he needed himself. Just as Yao Moen was feeling sentimental, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the roof. Yao Moen was startled and immediately got up to walk out of the room. She saw Yin Shui fighting with a black-robed man, and Yin Shui was clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Yao Manor. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Lu Sha, and Yin Nanxing practically flew over at the same time and surrounded the black-robed man. Ice Soul, you must be so arrogant that you treat us like heir to dare to barge into Mongyuan alone, right? Yin Nanxing knew that Ice Soul's martial arts were about the same as his, but if Yin Shui, Lu Sha, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were added to the mix, then Ice Soul would be courting death. Your Majesty, don't be afraid. Ice Soul will definitely send you back to His Majesty's side. Ice Soul ignored Yin Nanxing and shot his gaze towards the stunned Yao Moen on the ground. Your Majesty, Wanner wants to see His Majesty. They won't let me. Hurry and save me. Yao Moen wiped away her tears without hesitation and rushed towards Ice Soul. Unfortunately, he was on the roof, so Yao Moen could only stare anxiously. However, that stupid and pitiful look she put on was extremely lifelike, causing everyone to frantically wipe away their sweat. Chapter 327. Right at this time, Ju Chen rushed over with the arrow explosion rat in his hands. Get out of the way, shouted Ju Chen. Ju Chen roared. When everyone saw the item in Ju Chen's hand, they immediately scattered in all directions at lightning speed. Ice Soul was shocked when she saw a gray-skinned rat flying towards her. Although she didn't know what was going on, she still retreated as quickly as she could. After a loud explosion, smoke and sparks flew everywhere. Everyone choked and coughed. When the smoke dissipated, Ice Soul had already disappeared. Ju Chen, what are you showing off for? Not only did he not die from the explosion, but his strength was also exposed. Now, it will be impossible to beat them with a surprise attack. Binlei, who had rushed over later, complained. It wasn't my idea. Ju Chan felt wronged and subconsciously glanced at Yi Junqing, who was walking over. Binlei naturally understood what Ju Chen meant and shut his mouth. It was better to avoid trouble. Letting Ice Soul know about the existence of the arrow explosion rat was to make him use the black ball carefully. After all, this kind of weapon is too powerful. Too many people will die tragically on the battlefield. After fighting on the battlefield for so many years, although Yi Junqing didn't care much about life and death, he cared a lot about the lives of his subordinates. A general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. Yi Junqing had never thought about using the lives of his soldiers to create his legend. You have good intentions, but unfortunately, Ice Soul might not be able to understand. Yao Moen put away the silly expression on her face, and her eyes became calm. Recently, Yi Junqing's mood had been very bad. So bad that he didn't react to a few of her insults. Although Yi Junqing didn't say it, Yao Moen could guess that he was still hesitating. For the sake of his own personal grudge, he couldn't bear to drag these innocent people in and cause internal strife in Great Chu. That night, Yi Junqing was drinking alone under the moonlight when Yao Moen arrived. If it was Ma Xin, would she support this prince's actions? Yi Junqing didn't turn around, but he knew who had come. Yi Junqing had already memorized that faint fragrance. He couldn't forget it no matter how hard he tried. Trust Moen. In this world, there's no one more than eldest sister who wants to see you lead an army to the north and slaughter that animal Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen walked around the corridor and sat down next to Yi Junqing. She looked up at the stars in the sky. She believed that among the millions of stars, there would definitely be one that belonged to her Zhong'er. So for Ma Xin's sake, this prince has to go to war no matter what. Yi Junqing lifted the flask and took a large gulp. It's not just for eldest sister, it's also for the common people of Great Chu. Ever since Yi Hongyi ascended to the throne, even with eldest sister's support, the people of Great Chu and the strength of the nation have never been as good as the late emperor's heyday. Yi Hongyi isn't the most suitable candidate for his majesty. After eldest sister died, many of Yi Hongyi's methods have caused the common people to complain incessantly, especially in order to fill up the national treasury. He actually increased taxes by 30%. How many people are eating grass to pass their days? The tragedy of cannibalism is not unheard of. Yao Moen knew what Yi Junqing was hesitating about. She couldn't let Yi Junqing feel the slightest bit uncertain. So this prince isn't being selfish by sending troops? Yi Junqing turned to look towards Yao Moen. Yao Moen didn't reply. She only looked up at the stars in the sky with a calm expression. Right now, the people were plunged into misery and suffering for the sake of his future prosperity and peace. She believed that Yi Junqing would understand. 2 months after Yi Junqing raised the flag, war finally broke out between Mongyuan and Ji Province. Everyone's eyes were focused on this battle. Just as Yao Moen had said, Yi Junqing had declared that if Ice Soul didn't use the black bead, they wouldn't use the arrow-exploding rats on the battlefield. However, Ice Soul didn't reply, so this battle was exceptionally fierce. Fortunately, Zhu Qin's arrow-exploding rats were more exquisite than the black bead, so they had a great advantage on the battlefield. That was why Yi Junqing's army didn't suffer too many losses. On the other hand, Chao Kuan's army had no choice but to retreat from Ji Province. Yi Junqing followed up on his victory and seized 5 prefectures around Ji Province in a row, causing his reputation to soar. 5 prefectures, adding on Ji Province and Mongyuan, Yi Junqing now controlled 7 cities. In this battle, old General Huan Hong had taken the field. Whether it was in terms of battle tactics or tactics, he had grasped them perfectly and won over the hearts of the army. Yu Qing had also taken measures to pacify the hearts of the people in the 7 prefectures so that Yi Junqing wouldn't have to worry about the future. As of now, the general residence was located in the capital of Ji Province. After the celebratory feast, Yi Junqing dismissed everyone and entered Yao Moen's room. Perhaps because she had waited for too long, Yao Moen had fallen asleep on the table. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had fallen asleep, He took off his clothes and was just about to put them on her when Yao Moen suddenly got up and rubbed her eyes to look towards him. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" asked Yao Moen casually. Yi Junqing had drunk too much, so for some reason, he actually replied, "Sleep? Sleep." Yi Junqing suddenly wanted to slap himself. Would it kill him to speak the truth? At this time, a voice in his heart cursed silently. "This is the truth, ah? Prince is willing to sleep with Moen now? You don't miss eldest sister anymore?" Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing had made a slip of the tongue, but she was still thinking of ways to tease him. "This is your room, ah?" Yi Junqing suddenly had an idea and looked towards Yao Moen. His expression was very realistic, as if he really had walked into the wrong room. Cough, cough. "It's a bit cold." Yao Moen coughed dryly and got goosebumps. "If you're cold, then put it on." "I'm sorry." Yi Junqing finally managed to find a chance to put the clothes on Yao Moen. When he sat down, he suddenly said these 3 words. "Sorry? Prince went to a brothel?" Yao Moen tilted her head and looked towards Yi Junqing seriously with her clear eyes. "Yao Moen." Yi Junqing was furious. "That's not it. Then how did Prince do wrong to me?" Yao Moen continued to smile. She was truly happy. This battle had been exceptionally brilliant. Everyone said that the first step was the hardest to take, but as long as this step was steady, everything else would follow naturally. If it wasn't for you plotting for this prince step by step, this prince wouldn't be able to stand in the Ji province's inn and drink wine with all my brothers today. During the banquet, this prince toasted every single soldier, even Bin Lei. But this prince wanted to toast you the most. You just had to be by this prince's side as the Empress of Great Chu. Every time there were unfamiliar faces, you had to pretend to be stupid. In reality, this prince feels that you don't have to. How about this? Tomorrow, this prince will announce to the world. Before Yi Junqing could finish, Yao Moen interrupted him. Announce to the world what? Announce to the world that the Empress of Great Chu, Yao Moen, isn't stupid at all. Not only is she not stupid, she's extremely intelligent. Ha! What does Prince think the consequences of doing this will be? Yao Moen was happy that Yi Junqing had these thoughts, but she couldn't let Yi Junqing have these thoughts again. What consequences could there be? Yi Junqing was unconcerned. Once this matter is announced to the world, it will definitely be said that Prince and Moen are in cahoots, conspiring to steal Great Chu's country. In reality, the will of the people is a very mysterious thing. The slightest carelessness can cause it to be blown away by the wind. So Prince can't lose the will of the people, not even a little bit. Yao Moen's expression was solemn and her voice was steady. As you say, this matter can never be announced to the world? Yi Junqing shot to his feet. His clear eyes were filled with anger. What does it matter? Asked Yao Moen indifferently. Of course it matters. Could it be that you want to live the rest of your life like this? Yi Junqing had always thought that with Yao Moen's incomparable wisdom, she would definitely leave a way out for herself. Moreover, her way out would definitely be the brightest and most spacious. However, from the looks of it now, she didn't seem to have any such plans. That's right. Yao Moen nodded. She didn't feel that this was bad. No, said Yi Junqing harshly. There was no room for negotiation in his words. Chapter 328. Does it have anything to do with Prince? Besides, Moen has already lived in this state for more than 20 years. Living another 20 years isn't a big deal. Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing was doing this for her own good, but she had no regrets. She had already planned out the ending for herself when they first started playing chess. If this prince says no, then no. Yi Junqing was inexplicably furious, but his eyes were still blazing with anger. Prince, please leave. This consort is tired. Yao Moen didn't want to waste her breath. She knew that Yi Junqing didn't want to make things difficult for her, but things like making things difficult depended on the person in question. Compared to her previous life, Yao Moen felt that even if she had to pretend to be stupid for the rest of her life, she would still be happy. At the very least, she had helped a man who truly loved her. That was enough, wasn't it? This prince isn't leaving. Yi Junqing frowned coldly, his eyes blazing. It's fine if you don't leave. Then let's sleep together. Yao Moen suddenly smiled, her eyes filled with charm. Yao Moen, this prince is talking about serious matters. Yi Juanqing's expression was dark and his voice was helpless. In front of Yao Moen, it seemed like he would never be able to grasp the initiative. However, this time, Yi Juanqing wanted to persist. Yao Moen had sacrificed too much for him, so he felt like he should do something for her. Moen is also talking about serious matters. Prince, don't be anxious. Once Moen is done undressing, I'll immediately serve Prince. Yao Moen's brows arched upwards, and the stars in her eyes caused Yi Juanqing's blood to boil. When Yao Moen finished removing her outer clothes and untying her inner clothes, Yi Juanqing couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned around and left the room. Why did he leave just like that? In Shui, do you believe that this consort wants him to stay? As Yao Moen watched Yi Juanqing slam the door and leave, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. In this life, she didn't want to hold his hand or grow old together with him. She just wanted to have a moment of freedom and not let down her lover. This subordinate also wants Prince to stay. In Shui's voice drifted through the empty room. It sounded very awkward no matter how one listened to it. Ahem. If he really does stay, do you know what to do? Yao Moen finally blushed. This subordinate understands, said In Shui firmly. However, the second half of the sentence was stuck in his throat and didn't come out. This subordinate will definitely not leave her side. In the Battle of Ji Province, Yi Juanqing was invincible and won a complete victory. On the other hand, Chao Kuan's army, who had withdrawn from Ji Province, retreated to Guangning and did not make any moves for the time being. Yi Juanqing wasn't in a hurry to fight either, so after the battle in Ji Province, the two sides remained in a stalemate. For the time being, neither side had any intentions of fighting. Imperial study of the Chu Palace. As he looked at the memorial in his hands, Yi Hongyi's black eyes burned with fury. He tightened his grip on the memorial, and it instantly split in the middle. Preposterous. An army of 600,000 actually couldn't even take down a tiny monument? What is Chao Kuan doing? Yi Hongyi flung the memorial aside, his anger soaring to the heavens. This subordinate heard that the esteemed prince, Renegade Yi Juanqing, won the first battle because they developed a weapon similar to the Iron Blood Army called the Arrow Explosion Rat. Furthermore, it's even more powerful. This is something that Master Ice Spirit did not expect. I believe that with this lesson, Ice Spirit will not dare to underestimate the enemy. This subordinate believes in the strength of the Iron Blood Army. Qing Long swore. Ice Spirit, if we lose another battle, we will definitely give him the death penalty. Yi Hongyi's voice was cold and his eyes were dark. Yi Hongyi had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered back then. Your Majesty. Qing Long looked towards Yi Hongyi worriedly. He originally wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. We know that you have some friends in the martial world. We have something to tell you. Yi Hongyi restrained the coldness in his eyes. Your Majesty, please instruct me. Qing Long cupped his hands and accepted the order. Our Empress is still in the enemy camp. No matter what method we use, we want you to bring Waner back. Yi Hongyi's voice was pleading and his eyes were filled with anticipation. He missed Yao Moen too much. He thought about how he would go to Guan Osprey Palace every night and get drunk. Every night, he would hug Yao Moen's blanket before he could fall asleep. In his dreams, he would hug Yao Moen until dawn. Yi Hongyi had never been lovesick before, but now that he was, he realized how bitter it was. Ever since Yao Moen had been captured, he finally realized that he was a sentimental person. Your subordinate obeys, Azure Dragon replied indifferently. Disappointment flashed across his eyes as he lowered his eyelids. Ji Province couldn't compare to Mongyuan. Yao Moen spent most of her time in the guest house to prevent Yi Hongyi's spies from finding any clues. Adding on the fact that there wasn't any battle going on, Yao Moen had a rare moment of leisure. Thus, she began to sew clothes in her room. Nyang Nyang, you're making clothes for austere prince, right? This servant feels that it's best if you don't do it. Even if you do, Chu Mabe won't let these clothes fall into austere prince's hands. Ting Yu only needed to glance at the size of the clothes to know who Nyang Nyang's thoughts were on. There will always be a way. It's almost winter. Ben Gong needs to prepare a few winter clothes for Ma Xin. As Yao Moen spoke, she bit through the silk thread. You're only thinking about austere prince. Prince also doesn't have winter clothes. This servant feels that Nyang Nyang is almost treating austere prince as your son. Ting Yu arranged the ball of thread on the table as she said this from the bottom of her heart. Yao Moen's heart inexplicably tightened. That familiar yet strange form of address caused her heart to tremble slightly. Zhou, how good would it be if you were still alive? This servant deserves to die. This servant said the wrong thing. When Ting Yu sensed that Yao Moen's expression was strange, she immediately put down the ball of thread and cautiously stood to the side. How come Prince doesn't have winter clothes? This consort heard that Yu Funing made 5 sets of robes and even used golden silk to weave a heart-protecting armor. She truly put in a lot of effort. There's also Huan Kaier. I heard that she also made a few cotton robes made of top-quality cotton. With so many people thinking of him, why would this consort worry? Yao Moen swore that she was only stating the truth, but when Ting Yu heard these words, she couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Nyang Nyang, this servant has something that I shouldn't say. Actually, before Ting Yu could speak, Yao Moen's eyes suddenly brightened. Ting Yu followed Yao Moen's gaze and saw that Yi Junqing was standing at the door. This servant pays her respects to Prince. When Ting Yu saw that it was Yi Junqing, she immediately saluted him. However, Yi Junqing didn't enter and instead turned to look at the person behind him. Yao Moen abruptly stood up and her clear eyes instantly lit up. She had always felt that after what Chu Mabe had said, if she saw Chu Maxin again, she would definitely have to go through a series of twists and turns. She hadn't expected to see Chu Maxin here and now. Are you making clothes for this prince? Chu Maxin deliberately kept a straight face, but his eyes were full of vigor. Of course I'm making them for little prince. If there comes a day when Moen can no longer be the Chu Empress, then it'd be good to just go to little prince's side to make a living. Yao Moen lovingly patted Chu Maxin's head, her voice exceptionally gentle. Then you still have to practice, said Chu Maxin seriously as he picked up the clothes on the table. This caused Yao Moen's expression to turn dark. Shu subject Huangfu Juanxiu kowtows in salute to Chu Empress. Perhaps it was because Chu Maxin was too excited that Yao Moen actually forgot about Huangfu Juanxiu, who had come in with Yi Junqing. Chapter 329. It's rare that you're willing to see this consort. This consort had thought that you wouldn't want to see this consort ever again because of what happened in Mangya. The moment Yao Moen saw Huangfu Juanxiu, she was startled and felt an indescribable sense of unease. Your Highness is exaggerating. Juanxiu respects your Highness very much. Huangfu Juanxiu lied. He truly despised Yao Moen to the bone. Huangfu Juanxiu had never seen a woman who would force a man to take off his clothes in such a righteous manner. Moen, this is the first time austere prince has arrived at Ji Province's guest house. This prince will take him to choose his own room. There's also one more thing. This prince has already ordered the kitchen to prepare dinner to welcome austere prince. Yi Junqing seized the opportunity to speak before leaving with Chu Maxin. Yao Moen only ordered Ting Yu to withdraw when Yi Junqing and Chu Maxin were out of her sight. Then she closed the door. Tell me what happened. Yao Moen looked at Huangfu Juanxiu solemnly with a serious expression. However, Huangfu Juanxiu didn't say anything and just knelt in front of her. What exactly happened? Yao Moen knew that things were bad when she saw Huangfu Juanxiu's attitude. Juanxiu, your Highness, please save austere prince. As Huangfu Juanxiu said this, he abruptly banged his head on the ground. The sound matched his current state of mind. What do you mean? Asked Yao Moen coldly with a frown. This matter starts from when your Highness entered Jinmin guest house. On that day, austere prince actually secretly drugged the crown prince in order to help your Highness. Does your Highness know about this? Huangfu Juanxiu looked towards Yao Moen with a solemn expression. Stand up and speak. That's right, this consort knows about this matter. However, this consort didn't take Maxin away and even sent him back to his room. This shouldn't be considered defecting, right? Yao Moen objected. That's not the problem. The problem is that austere prince actually drugged the crown prince. Huang Fu Juanxiu's tone was deep and his brows were tightly knitted. Chu Mabe wouldn't be that petty, right? That was a knockout drug, not a crane's crown. The person who drugged him was Chu Mabe, not me, retorted Yao Moen angrily. She understood what Huang Fu Juanxiu was implying. They hadn't seen Chu Mabe punish Chu Maxin back then, but they hadn't expected him to be someone who would settle scores after the fall. Your Highness has misunderstood. It's not the Crown Prince, it's His Majesty. When he mentioned the word, His Majesty, Huang Fu Juanxiu's expression became extremely conflicted. King Shu? What do you mean? Yao Moen was startled as she asked suspiciously, I don't know how His Majesty managed to get hold of this news. In a fit of rage, he actually sent 30 Imperial City guards to capture little austere prince and bring him back for interrogation, replied Huang Fu Juanxiu truthfully. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Even if King Shu captures Maxin, he'll just be locked up for a few days. What else can he do? Yao Moen felt that the situation wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Your Highness, you might not know this, but because little austere prince broke Her Majesty's belongings, His Majesty locked him up in prison and gave him 100 lashes. Little austere prince was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for His Highness the Crown Prince using his life to persuade His Majesty, little austere prince would have already died in prison. This time, His Majesty sent Imperial City guards and personally decreed that if little austere prince resisted arrest, he would have been killed. Huang Fu Juanxiu's voice was sorrowful, but his words were clear. Every word that landed on Yao Moen's heart felt like a thorn that stabbed into it, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. King Shu wants to kill Chu Maxin? Why? Yao Moen's voice was a little hoarse and her eyes misted up. She was thinking about her Zhong'er. Juanxiu shouldn't have said anything about the imperial family's matters, but for little austere prince, Juanxiu is willing to tell the truth. I trust that Your Highness knows how Empress Shu died, said Huang Fu Juanxiu straightforwardly. Because of a difficult birth? But that was an accident. No one expected something like that to happen. Yao Moen suddenly recalled Chu Maxin's self-blame and came to a realization. Even if it was an accident, it was indeed because of little austere prince's birth that Her Majesty passed away. Everyone knows that His Majesty loved Empress dearly. If it wasn't for the fact that Empress was virtuous and virtuous, His Majesty wouldn't have taken in concubines. Ever since Empress passed away, His Majesty would occasionally enter the palaces of other concubines. However, other than Empress, His Majesty didn't allow any of the concubines to give birth to their own children. Currently, His Majesty only has 2 princes, the Crown Prince and Little Austere Prince, but in reality, His Majesty has placed all of his attention on the Crown Prince. As for Little Austere Prince, His Majesty hasn't even looked him in the eye. Now that Little Austere Prince has actually drugged the Crown Prince, this has already crossed His Majesty's bottom line. This time, His Majesty has steeled his heart. If His Majesty hadn't killed those 30 Imperial City guards, Little Austere Prince would already be dead, said Huang Fu Juanxiu sorrowfully, his voice incredibly hoarse. Preposterous. That old bastard Chu, she actually dares to treat Maxin like this. This consort thinks that he's really tired of living. Yao Moen shot up, her eyes glinting coldly as she slammed her clenched fist on the table. When Huang Fu Juanxiu saw Yao Moen like this, he reflexively cleared his throat. If they really met, who knew who would be the one tired of living? Juanxiu has already explained the ins and outs of the matter very clearly. If Your Highness is willing to save little austere prince, Juanxiu would be endlessly grateful. However, if Your Highness is truly willing to let little austere prince stay, then that would be opposing the King of Shu. Even if Juanxiu doesn't say it, Your Highness should be able to guess the consequences. So, Juanxiu won't force Your Highness. If Your Highness has no intention of getting involved in this mess, Huang Fu Juanxiu's voice gradually became softer. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the last resort, he wouldn't have come to Yao Moen for help. What nonsense are you spouting? Maxin will stay by this consort's side. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on his head, this consort will take their head. Chu Shi will do the same. Yao Moen's gaze was stern, and her voice was powerful. In that case, Juanxiu thanks Your Highness. When Huangfu Juanxiu heard this, he immediately kowtowed to Yao Moen 3 more times. Ma Xin naturally doesn't know about this matter, but this consort feels that this might not necessarily be Chu Mabei's intention. Yao Moen took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. She definitely didn't regret saving Chu Ma Xin, but she had to understand Chu Mabei's intentions. As expected, Your Highness is wise. Juanxiu really didn't discuss this with His Highness the Crown Prince, said Huangfu Juanxiu. So you might not really feel bad for Ma Xin. You're just afraid that because of Ma Xin, Chu Mabei would directly clash with the King of Shu. In the end, the one you've been protecting has always been Chu Mabei. Yao Moen's heart ached more and more for Chu Ma Xin. Who in this world would truly care about such a stubborn and strong child? Juanxiu doesn't deny what Your Highness has said. In front of Yao Moen, Huangfu Juanxiu felt that telling the truth was a wise choice. It's good that you admitted it, otherwise this consort. You can go back. Ma Xin has this consort's protection, so no one can touch him. Yao Moen's words made Huangfu Juanxiu shudder. Many thanks. Huangfu Juanxiu bowed deeply towards Yao Moen. Regardless of whether Yao Moen believed him or not, he truly didn't want to see anything happen to Chu Ma Xin. After Huangfu Juanxiu left, Yao Moen first went to find Chu Ma Xin and toured the entire guest house with him. Then they had a delicious meal, and it wasn't until Chu Ma Xin fell asleep that she left his room. Inside the pavilion, Yi Junqing was leaning against the railing. Just his back view alone was already dazzling. The current Yi Junqing had regained his former elegance, and any casual movement of his could topple all living things. You're still up so late? Are you cold? Moen, can you get a robe for Prince? Yao Moen fawned over him with a fawning smile. At this point, there were some things that could no longer be decided with just a nod from her. Do you have something to ask this prince of? Ever since the incident of walking into the wrong room, Yi Junqing had been sulking, so Yao Moen decided to just ignore him. The two of them hadn't had a proper conversation for a few days now. Chapter 330. Look at what Prince is saying. With Prince's relationship with Moen, is there a need to beg? Moen just has to say it, and Prince will definitely agree. Yao Moen wasn't confident that Yi Junqing would agree to protect Chu Ma Xin, but even if it didn't work out, she definitely wouldn't give up on Chu Ma Xin. Protecting Chu Ma Xin means becoming enemies with Great Shu. Do you think it's worth it to do this in this situation? Also, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Chu Shi might not do anything to Chu Ma Xin. Yao Moen didn't expect Yi Junqing's words. She had thought that Huangfu Juanxiu had only told her. If it's true that even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, then how did Zhong'er die? There aren't many people in this world that Moen would risk her life to protect, but Ma Xin is one of them. Yao Moen's smile gradually faded, and she looked straight at Yi Junqing. Since Yi Junqing knew the stakes, there was no need for her to waste her breath. You've already decided on this matter, so this prince has nothing else to say. If Chu Shi wants to capture Ma Xin from Ji province, this prince will have to die. His gentle voice was firm and resolute. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing in surprise and didn't know how to react. She had thought that she would have to use her tongue to convince Yi Junqing to agree. Ahem. Prince means, you agree to keep Ma Xin? Yao Moen pricked up her ears to make sure she hadn't heard wrong. But there's a condition. Yi Junqing nodded and said seriously. The condition is fine, but it can't be too excessive, said Yao Moen angrily. She was sure that Yi Junqing was trying to persuade her not to play dumb. This prince doesn't have any more winter clothes. However many clothes you make for Chu Ma Xin, you have to make the same amount for this prince, said Yi Junqing seriously. That's your condition? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing in confusion. She suddenly felt like she'd gotten a great bargain. You're not willing? Countered Yi Junqing coldly. Moen is naturally willing. I'm just afraid that Prince won't have enough winter clothes to wear. Yao Moen counted. Including the ones Yu Funing and Huan Kaier had sent over, there were about 20 of them. That's this prince's problem. Just tell me, are you going to do it or not? Yi Junqing was getting a little impatient. I'll do it, of course I'll do it. Yao Moen didn't bother counting and nodded. Seeing this, Yi Junqing's expression finally relaxed. Whether it's Yufuning or Huankaier, he wouldn't wear the clothes they made, he told himself. Meanwhile, when Huangfu Juanxiu returned to Golden Gate Guest House, before he could even sit down properly, In Xiong dragged him over to Chu Ma Bei. Where did you go? Where's Ma Xin? Dressed in purple, Chu Ma Bei had to be covered in dust from the journey, which was why his hair was so messy. At this moment, Chu Ma Bei was sitting upright in front of Huangfu Juanxiu as he asked solemnly, His Highness the Crown Prince wants to see the Wintry King? Austere monarch has already fallen asleep. Huangfu Juanxiu looked towards Chu Ma Bei in realization. He wanted to stall for as long as he could. Wake up. It's not good to stay here for long. Chu Ma Bei's handsome face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. His voice was cold and impatient. It's not good to shout, right? Young austere king just fell asleep, said Huangfu Juanxiu hesitantly. Imperial father has already sent 5 groups of assassins. Golden Gate is no longer safe. Chu Ma Bei stated the severity of the situation. But if we wake up austere king so late at night, he'll definitely be suspicious. Huangfu Juanxiu persisted. What are you blabbering about? Hurry up and wake him up. This crown prince has his reasons. Chu Ma Bei waved his hand in frustration, but Huangfu Juanxiu didn't move at all. Your Highness, this subject has already arranged for austere king to stay elsewhere for the sake of safety, said Huangfu Juanxiu pretentiously. No matter where, go and wake him up right now. Chu Ma Bei really wanted to get up and beat Huangfu Juanxiu up. Did he not understand what he was saying? The 5 groups of assassins were divided into east, west, south, north, and center. Each group had 3 people, and their martial arts were all unfathomable. They were Imperial Father's trump cards, and he usually never used them. This subject obeys. Huangfu Juanxiu humbly turned around, but when he reached the door, he turned back to look at Chu Ma Bei. This subject feels that Ji Province might not open its gates at this time, said Huangfu Juanxiu awkwardly. What does whether Ji Province opens its gates or not have to do with you waking Ma Xin up? Huangfu Juanxiu, are you dreaming? Roared Chu Ma Bei angrily. Your Highness, if Ji Province doesn't open its gates, this subject won't be able to enter, and if I can't enter, I won't be able to enter Ji Province's guest house. Naturally, I won't be able to wake austere king up. Huangfu Juanxiu beat around the bush and told the truth, hoping that Chu Ma Bei wouldn't react so quickly. However, Chu Ma Bei wasn't someone who was easily fooled, so he immediately slammed the table and stood up. Huangfu Juanxiu, what did you say? Ma Xin is in Ji Province's guest house? Yao Moen kidnapped him? In Xiong, soul-severing 3 dreams. Chu Ma Bei grew anxious and flung his sleeves to leave, but Huangfu Juanxiu stopped him. Your Highness, please calm down. This wasn't Empress Chu's idea. It was Juanxiu who brought austere king into Ji Province and personally handed him over to Empress Chu. Huangfu Juanxiu clenched his teeth. If he died, then so be it. What did you say? Chu Ma Bei's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed and his gaze shot towards Huangfu Juanxiu like a sharp blade. Your Highness is wise. From the looks of it, other than Yao Moen, no one else can save austere king, said Huangfu Juanxiu mournfully as he knelt on the ground. Bullshit. Ma Xin has this crown prince protecting him, so when was it Yao Moen's turn to make a move? Huangfu Juanxiu, how audacious of you. You should know this crown prince's taboo. Chu Ma Bei narrowed his eyes angrily and clenched his fists. This subject dares to use my life to guarantee that Yao Moen will definitely do her best to protect austere king. If anything happens to austere king, this subject is willing to use my life as an apology. When Huangfu Juanxiu sensed that destructive pressure, he immediately swore. He believed that if he hadn't said those words, he could have become cannon fodder under Chu Ma Bei's wrath at any moment. In this world, no one cares about Ma Xin more than this crown prince. Guards. Chu Ma Bei really wanted to slap him, but he knew that if he really did that, he would definitely regret it afterwards, so he endured it. However, he definitely wouldn't allow Chu Ma Xin to stay by that demoness Yao Moen's side. Your Highness. Forgive this subject for speaking bluntly, but His Majesty has made up his mind this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 5 assassins. Even if your highness has remarkable abilities and has countless experts under your command, if you had confidence, you wouldn't have rushed to the Golden Gates. Since your highness isn't sure, why not let Yao Moen try? One more person means one more hope. Also, Juanxiu felt that Empress Chu was truly good to austere king. Huangfu Juanxiu also threw caution to the wind and immediately stood up to block the door. It's precisely because Imperial Father has made his move that this crown prince can't let Ma Xin leave this crown prince's sight. Huangfu Juanxiu, you should know what this crown prince cares about. Chu Mabe had never felt so powerless before. The Imperial Father he respected the most was actually going to kill the younger brother he loved the most, and all of this was because of him. Yao Moen still has 7 cities and 1 million elite soldiers, so it's not impossible for her to protect austere king. However, Crown Prince, you're different. Now that His Majesty has taken back his military power, what can Crown Prince use to resist His Majesty? How can you bear to resist? Your Highness, please believe this subject this time. Believe Yao Moen this time. Juanxiu, please. Huangfu Juanxiu knelt on the ground in tears and kowtowed furiously. Huangfu Juanxiu's words struck the bottom of Chu Mabe's heart. Right now, he was like a dragon in shallow waters. Other than Yin Xiong, the soulless 3 dreams, and 100 or so death soldiers, he didn't have anyone else he could use. If Imperial Father really made up his mind, what were his chances of victory? Chapter 331. When did this crown prince fall to the point where I needed to rely on that witch? Chu Mabe smiled bitterly and took a few steps back, almost falling. You can't blame your highness for this. The drugging was just an excuse. His Majesty already couldn't tolerate the little austere prince. Crown Prince doesn't need to blame yourself. Huangfu Juanxiu knew what Chu Mabe was worried about, so he comforted him. Huangfu Juanxiu. Chu Mabe seemed to come back to his senses and looked coldly at the person in front of him. This subject is here. Did you not bring your brain with you? How dare you leave Ma Xin alone at Yao Moen's place? Get back immediately. If something happens to Ma Xin, you should know what to do. Chu Mabe naturally wouldn't go find Yao Moen, but there had to be someone to pass the message back and forth. Huangfu Juanxiu was the best choice. This subject will go tomorrow morning. Huangfu Juanxiu relaxed a lot when he saw that Chu Mabe had relented. At least this head could hold on for a few more days. As for how long, that would depend on whether Yao Moen was willing to work hard. Tomorrow morning? Chu Mabe lifted his brows and looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu. But the gates of Ji province are closed right now. Huangfu Juanxiu saw through Chu Mabe's intentions, but even if he went now, he would only be able to enter the city tomorrow morning. This subject will get up right now and run over without stopping. When Huangfu Juanxiu saw that Chu Mabe's eyes had darkened, he immediately cupped his hands with a resolute gaze. There aren't any extra horses in the guest house. Even if Chu Mabe approved of Huangfu Juanxiu's actions, he was still hateful for acting first and reporting later. No problem. This subject can walk. Huangfu Juanxiu vowed confidently, but he was complaining incessantly inside. Thus, Huangfu Juanxiu really walked from Jinmin to Mongyuan and then to Ji province. He only reached Ji province at noon the next day. By the time he entered the guest house, he was already half dead from exhaustion. Yao Moen wasn't too surprised by Huangfu Juanxiu's return. After all, how could someone like Chu Mabe ever truly trust anyone? How did Ma Xin sleep last night? Yao Moen asked gently as she threaded the needle. Replying, Master, little austere prince cried the entire night. Yao Moen couldn't help but frown when she heard this. There was a drop of blood on her fingertip. You cried all night? When Ben Gong left last night, he was still sleeping soundly? Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui. That's just an illusion. In fact, the little frigid king hasn't slept at all. Ever since Master left, the little frigid king wrapped himself in the brocade quilt and cried for an entire night. Yin Shui reported truthfully. What did he say? Yao Moen felt like Chu Ma Xin was talking in his sleep. No, Even the little frigid king's cries are very soft. He must be deliberately holding it in. In Shue's voice was also filled with pity. Thanks to Yao Moen, In Shue also paid special attention to this little prince. After learning everything about Chu Ma Xin, In Shue's heart ached. Looks like he knows. Chu Shi, that old fool. Watch how this empress takes care of him. Whenever Yao Moen thought about the grievances Chu Ma Xin had suffered, she couldn't help but hate this old king of Shu, who she didn't really like at the time. Right at this moment, Tingyu pushed open the door and walked in. Nyang Nyang, your lunch. Tingyu brought the meal in and slowly walked to the table. Little prince has eaten already? Asked Yao Moen worriedly. Don't worry, your highness. The little prince's appetite is very good. He finished his breakfast, and during the noon meal, this servant added an extra fried fish. The little prince didn't leave a single bit. Tingyu happily reported. Yao Moen and In Shue looked at each other in dismay. Back then, Chu Ma Xin had been drinking Guan Osprey Palace's best Longjing tea and had thought that Yao Moen was just trying to trick him with tree leaves. How could he possibly like eating these things now? Thus, Yao Moen finally believed that there was someone who could turn grief and anger into appetite. In order to prevent Chu Ma Xin from eating too much, Yao Moen had intentionally told Tingyu to reduce the amount of food Chu Ma Xin ate. Even so, Chu Ma Xin didn't complain about being hungry. It was clear that he didn't really have a good appetite. On the other hand, since Huang Fuju and Xiao had come to the guest house, Yao Moen didn't let him stay idle. She gave him all the chores of chopping firewood in the kitchen in the name of strengthening his body and training his abdominal muscles. This made Huang Fuju and Xiao so tired that his waist and legs hurt and he couldn't sleep every night. Yao Moen, this prince doesn't want to admire the flowers anymore. The flowers here aren't as pretty as the ones in Shu Palace. In the guest house's garden, Chu Ma Xin shook his leg and jumped off the stone bench. Then should we go feed the fish? Suggested Yao Moen as she looked towards Chu Ma Xin with raised brows. All right, feed the fish. Give the fish food to this prince. Before Yao Moen could react, Chu Ma Xin snatched the entire bag of fish food from her. You can't feed them too much otherwise. Yao Moen really wanted to nag a bit more, but when she thought about how sullen Chu Ma Xin was, she let him be. Chu Ma Xin poured the entire bag of fish food into the koi fish in the pond. The fish here aren't as pretty as the ones in Shu Palace. Actually, shouldn't this prince return to Shu Palace? If I don't go back, Imperial Father will miss me. His clear eyes were like the stars in the night sky, bright and dazzling. These were the purest eyes Yao Moen had ever seen. Those eyes were filled with sincerity and longing. Let's wait a few more days. Moen can't bear to part with you. Besides, the clothes aren't done yet. Once they're done, we can take them away as well. That way, Moen won't have to find someone to deliver them again. Yao Moen's heart ached when she saw Chu Ma Xin's eyes. She could feel Chu Ma Xin's love for the king of Shu. There was no need to delve too deeply into the love between father and son to know how deep it was. However, Chu Ma Xin just happened to be so hot-headed that Chu Shi's 5 assassins had already arrived in Ji province. Women really are troublesome. Then let's wait a few more days, but it can't be too long. If it's too long, Imperial Father will miss me. This prince will definitely miss me. Chu Ma Xin didn't have much confidence in his last sentence, so he repeated it again to calm down. On this side, Yao Moen quietly wiped away her tears and smiled. The king of Shu's 5 assassins weren't a problem for Yao Moen. With Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and Yin Nansheng, as well as Huang Fuju and Xiaozin Xiong and Swan Hun Sanming, the 5 assassins would just be sending themselves to their deaths. If you kill the king of Shu's people, the king of Shu won't let it go. Yi Juanqing's words were what worried Yao Moen the most. According to Huang Fuju and Xiao, the 5 assassins had followed the king of Shu for most of his life and were highly regarded by the king of Shu. If they were killed, it was very likely that the king of Shu would be enraged. There's no other choice. If the 5 assassins don't die, then Ma Xin will die. Prince wouldn't be regretting this, right? Yao Moen held up a cup of tea as she spoke in a heavy voice. This prince regrets many things, but this is the one thing that I absolutely won't regret. Yi Juanqing's expression was solemn and his voice powerful. Yao Mowen smiled slightly. She was grateful for Yi Juanqing's persistence. Even though Chu Maxin already knew the truth, if he didn't say it out loud, Yao Mowen definitely wouldn't say it first. Thus, while planning to deal with the 5 assassins, Yao Mowen would still chat with Chu Maxin about everything under the sun. However, their conversations were often completely unrelated. For example, when Yao Mowen asked Chu Maxin if the food was to his liking, Chu Maxin's reply was that the room was too small and it wasn't as good as Shu Palace. Everything was good about Shu Palace, but the old man sitting there was evil to the core. Yao Mowen truly hated Chu Shi to the core. He had such a good son, but he was actually so heartless as to kill him. Did his head get kicked by a donkey? Did a few donkeys kick him? Chapter 332. The 5 assassins arrived just as scheduled and were beheaded by Yao Mowen. 15 of them were sent to reincarnate before they could even enter Ji Province's guest house. However, just as Yi Juanqing predicted, on the 10th day after the 5 assassins were killed, the Shu army gathered at the Golden Gates and the king of Shu personally led the army. When this news reached Ji Province, everyone was distressed for quite a while, especially Huan Heng in the army. He advised Yi Juanqing several times not to fight if he could negotiate peace. Otherwise, not only would Chao Kuan's army be eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey, the king of Shu could easily destroy 7 cities with a wave of his hand. Later, Yao Mowen asked Yi Juanqing why Huan Heng felt that they had the capital to negotiate peace. Only then did Yi Juanqing tell her the truth. It turned out that in his eyes, Chu Maxin was the capital. Yao Mowen understood. It was good for them to have this kind of misunderstanding. If they knew the truth, the morale of the army would definitely be affected. That night, Chu Maxin brought wine to Yi Juanqing for the first time. "Austere Prince is looking for Juanqing?" asked Yi Juanqing as he looked at the 2 wine jugs in Chu Maxin's hands. "Accompany this prince for a drink." Chu Maxin handed one of the wine jugs to Yi Juanqing, then sat down on the railing of the pavilion. Austere Prince seems to have drunk quite a bit already. Even under the moonlight, Yi Juanqing could see that Chu Maxin's cheeks were red and his eyes were misty. "How could I? I just drank." "You're not allowed to nag like Yao Mowen. Talking to her is so boring," said Chu Maxin angrily, then took a sip. "Unfortunately, she doesn't feel the same way." Yi Juanqing pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. This prince heard that Imperial Father is going to attack Meng. Yi Juanqing had expected that Chu Maxin would be looking for him for a reason, but he hadn't expected him to return to the main topic so quickly. Is that so? Perhaps the king of Shu is just training his troops. Didn't the crown prince of Shu also come once before? Said Yi Juanqing lightly, but his heart was heavy. Imperial Father definitely thinks that you guys kidnapped this prince. That's why he's sending troops. This prince will return tomorrow. As long as this prince returns, Imperial Father will definitely withdraw his troops. Chu Maxin didn't look at Yi Juanqing and continued to drink. His childish voice was heart-wrenching. If Austere Prince returns, what will happen to Meng Yuan? Just as Yi Juanqing was at a loss for words, Yao Mowen suddenly appeared behind him. She was dressed in a plain robe that looked extremely charming under the moonlight. "You were eavesdropping on our conversation?" By the time Chu Maxin turned around, Yao Mowen had already walked over. She was also holding a purple clay wine pot. Austere Prince spoke so loudly, it would be hard for Mowen not to hear. Yao Mowen casually sat down next to Chu Maxin and blinked her beautiful eyes. "You're clearly eavesdropping, yet you're still trying to quibble," Chu Maxin muttered, but he didn't mind. "Then let's just say that Mowen was eavesdropping." Fortunately, Mowen was eavesdropping. Otherwise, how would we know that Austere Prince isn't loyal? Yao Mowen looked towards Chu Maxin resentfully. "This prince is not loyal?" Chu Maxin said disapprovingly. "Of course. Now that the king of Shu's army is bearing down on our borders, if it weren't for the fact that we have you as a hostage, the king of Shu would have attacked us a long time ago. Now that prince is saying that you want to leave. Isn't that the same as abandoning us?" Yao Mowen couldn't imagine how Chu Maxin would react when the truth was revealed to everyone. "You want to use this prince to threaten Imperial Father?" Chu Maxin looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously, a trace of darkness flashing through his eyes. That's what I was thinking. Yao Moen nodded. That won't do. This prince must return tomorrow. Chu Maxin panicked. Moen has to agree first. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maxin calmly as a strange light flashed through her eyes. Yao Moen, this prince isn't joking. This prince must return, otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Maxin felt a dull pain at the back of his neck. When he turned around, he saw that Huangfu Juanxiu was holding a stone in his hand. Chu Maxin held the back of his neck with one hand as he looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu in disbelief. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Huangfu Juanxiu hadn't expected Chu Maxin to turn around, so he had thrown the stone in his panic. At this time, Chu Maxin had already fallen into Yi Juanqing's arms, unconscious. Your Highness, can Yin Xiong do this as well? Whenever Huangfu Juanxiu recalled Chu Maxin's murderous gaze before he fainted, he felt a chill run down his spine and goosebumps rise all over his body. This consort feels that you're the most suitable. Why can't you do it? Yao Moen looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu resentfully. Since he had admitted that he didn't care that much about Chu Maxin, he knew that this would happen. Right now, Huangfu Juanxiu was suffering in silence. Who knew that Yao Moen was also someone who would settle scores after the fall? He had prided himself on not being too stupid, but now he had offended Chu Mabe, Chu Maxin, and Yao Moen. It seemed that even if this matter passed, his days wouldn't be easy. In Shui, look after Maxin. Remember, before this consort returns from the Golden Gates, you absolutely cannot let Maxin leave the room. Just as Yao Moen said this, Yin Shui and Yin Xiong appeared at the same time. Empress Chu, Yin Xiong is willing to stay behind to take care of the young prince, said Yin Xiong respectfully. In reality, ever since they had entered the Ji province guest house, Yin Xiong had been trying to find a chance to bury the hatchet with Yin Shui. Unfortunately, Yin Shui had no such intentions, so Yin Xiong wanted to use this chance to have a good talk with Yin Shui. This consort has already handed this matter over to Yin Shui. As for whether or not you need help, Yin Shui, you can decide. Yao Moen knew that Yin Shui cared about this older brother of hers, so she didn't say anything. Reporting to Master, Yin Shui's strength is enough to protect the young prince. He doesn't need any help. As Yin Shui spoke, she casually took Chu Maxin and disappeared into the night. Yin Xiong couldn't help but sigh as he looked in the direction that Yin Shui disappeared in. He knew where he had gone wrong, but he had no chance to make up for it. Once Huangfu Juanxiu and Yin Xiong left, Yi Junqing walked over to Yao Moen. You plan on going to the Golden Gates? This prince doesn't agree. Unless you bring this prince along, this prince won't let you take the risk alone. Yi Junqing's brows were as sharp as swords. When the moonlight fell on his face, it was as if it was plated with a layer of silver. He was as handsome as an immortal, as if he was a god. Moen really wants to fulfill Prince's wishes, but unfortunately, Yao Moen sighed. Unfortunately what? Asked Yi Junqing in confusion. Unfortunately, Prince has such a good senior brother. Just as Yao Moen finished speaking, Yi Junqing felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and he immediately fainted. Yao Moen, you're too mean. Behind Yi Junqing, Yin Nanxing looked towards Yao Moen with grief and indignation. Moen was just praising Alliance Master. Yao Moen's eyes were filled with innocence. If you didn't praise him, how would he know who did it? Humph. Yin Nanxing glared at Yao Moen before leaving with Yi Junqing. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh in relief after resolving two big problems. Yao Moen, did you lie? Suddenly, a black figure landed next to Yao Moen like a bat. Chapter 333. What did Exalted Lord ask? Yao Moen leisurely sat down on the railing and picked up the wine pot. She took a sip and a wave of spiciness rushed to her head. That day at Jingshuo Temple, you said that Yi Junqing and Yin Nanxing weren't your type, reminded Han Jenny solemnly. That's right, they really aren't Moen's type. Yao Moen tried hard to remember what she had said. Since they aren't your type, What does their life and death have to do with you? If Yi Junqing wants to go, then let him go, said Han Genie disapprovingly. They're clumsy. They'll only be a hindrance if they go. Yao Moen really wasn't in the mood to worry about food. Ever since she received Chu Shi's invitation in the morning, Yao Moen still hadn't thought of a better solution. They may look ugly, but they're definitely not clumsy. This time, this exalted lord will accompany you to the Golden Gates. You have to remember that you owe this exalted lord a favor. Han Genie finally realized that it was very likely that he had fallen for Yao Moen's provocation back at Jingxue Temple. Moen doesn't seem to have asked exalted lord to come along, right? Yao Moen turned to look towards Han Genie. Owing a favor could be a big or small matter. She knew this the best. You didn't. But, in any case, this exalted lord will protect your little life. You have to remember this exalted lord's kindness. Han Genie was at a loss for words. All right, I'll naturally keep it in mind. However, Moen needs to be clear about this favor. Since Chu Mabe was the one who begged Supreme Lord, then this favor should naturally be returned by him. It has nothing to do with Moen at all, said Yao Moen. How do you know it was Chu Mabe who begged this exalted lord? Han Genie looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Is it that hard to guess? With exalted lord's temper, other than Chu Mabe, who else would be able to invite a great Buddha like you? Yao Moen was very annoyed, so she just picked up the wine pot and left the hallway. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with this exalted lord's temper? This exalted lord is just like the cat you raise, very docile, replied Han Genie. Although Yao Mo didn't retort, she was silently cursing in her heart. If cats all had that kind of temper, would the tigers in this world still have a way to live? This time, Yao Moen was attending the Golden Gate banquet with the identity of Empress Chu. However, since Chu Shi had written her name on the secret letter, he presumably already knew her secret, so there was no need for Yao Moen to pretend in front of Chu Shi. The banquet was held in the main hall of the Golden Gate Inn. The food and wine were all top quality. Apart from Chu Shi and Yao Moen, only Chu Mabe was present. The first time she'd met Chu Shi was 3 years ago. At that time, she'd met him as the Empress of Chu. During that heated debate, she'd learned that Chu Shi was an extremely shrewd old man who wouldn't be easy to deal with. Empress Chu didn't even bring a maid? Over 50 years old, he was hale and hearty, healthy, and had a hearty voice. Besides the dragon robe he wore, Chu Shi looked no different from an ordinary old man on the surface. If one had to point out the difference, it would be his eyes that were as deep as an abyss, causing others to be unable to guess exactly how many schemes and plots were hidden within them. Wouldn't it be fine if you just brought the person you wanted? Yao Moen didn't have a good impression of Chu Shi, so she naturally didn't need to flatter him. When Yao Moen stopped speaking, a person had already followed behind her. When Chu Shi saw that person, he coughed reflexively. A black shadow flashed by, and the person Yao Moen brought with her was beheaded. In just an instant, that person was no longer breathing. Chu Mabe abruptly stood up and glared angrily at the black-clothed person who'd killed him. Then he turned his cold gaze towards Yao Moen. Crown Prince, why are you glaring at this consort? It's just a fake. Yao Moen didn't care about the man who looked exactly like Chu Maxin. That was just a disguise technique. Furthermore, that person was a death row criminal, so his death didn't make Yao Moen sad. What made Yao Moen sad was Chu Shi's attitude. The moment the black-clothed person had acted, Yao Moen had been staring closely at Chu Shi's expression. Other than indifference, she couldn't see a trace of heartache. He hadn't even furrowed his brows. Even if that person wasn't Chu Maxin, he had the exact same face as Chu Maxin. Even Chu Mabe had gotten up in anger and wanted to slaughter the black-clothed person, but Chu Shi had remained indifferent. Yao Moen's probing had ended. Chu Shi really wanted to kill Chu Maxin. What is the meaning of this, Empress Chu? It was clearly written in our invitation that if Empress Chu attends the banquet, you must bring that unfilial son Chu Maxin. Conversely, there's no need for Empress Chu to come. Chu Shi's voice was low and sinister. His deep eyes seemed to be covered in frost. This consort didn't go back on my words. Didn't I bring him here? Yao Moen didn't stand on ceremony. She sat down at the banquet, casually picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. The taste was like a person drinking water. But that's fake. Chu Shi looked towards Yao Moen angrily with an ominous glint in his eyes. The king of Shu didn't say that Moen had to bring the real one. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Shi innocently and sneered. Preposterous. Yao Moen, you dare to play us. Guards. As Chu Mabe's imperial father, Chu Shi's way of doing things was swift and decisive. At this moment, how could Chu Shi still care about Yao Moen's identity? He immediately summoned people to harm Yao Moen. What do you want? The king of Shu couldn't possibly be thinking of chopping off this consort's neck as well, right? Although Shu is strong, it's not strong to the point where it doesn't fear the might of the alliance of 3 countries. King of Shu, believe it or not, as long as something happens to Moen, Shu won't be able to have peace for at least 10 years. Yao Moen's temper flared up. She had already gotten angry when Chu Shi mercilessly slaughtered that person. 3 countries? Humph. We want to know which 3 countries it is. Chu Shi stroked his beard, his disdain evident in his words. There's no need to say anything about Great Chu. Although Great Chu is an internal strife, if a strong enemy is pressuring their borders, it's not necessarily impossible for them to work together, especially since this consort is someone that Yi Hongyi cares deeply about. King of Qi, Feng Yihan, owes this consort a favor, so this consort had already drafted a letter before coming. As for the contents, this consort probably doesn't need to explain. This consort has also contributed a lot to Bactria's current ruler, Di Feng, becoming the ruler of a country. Yao Moen's expression was solemn as she enunciated each word clearly. Yao Moen, you're very similar to Yao Maxin, but you're inferior to her in that you're too self-righteous. Do you believe that as long as we promise Yi Hongyi that we'll attack Yi Junqing from both sides, would he care about a woman? Perhaps King of Qi will be loyal, but he's too far away. As for Bactria, Prime Minister Zhao Shun has already started investigating the cause of honored Princess Xia Forong's sudden death. Di Feng can't even protect himself, so where would he find the time to save you? Chu Shi sat down leisurely in front of Yao Moen, his eyes filled with unconcealable ridicule. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Chu Maxin is your own son, so how could you bear to take his life? Yao Moen had to admit that Chu Shi's response left her feeling helpless. She actually didn't know that Bactria was in such a huge mess. Yi Hongyi also treats you like a treasure. It's already wrong of you to pretend to be an idiot to fool him, but now you're actually secretly colluding with Yi Junqing to rebel against Yi Hongyi's empire? Where's your conscience? Compared to us, how much more noble are you? Chu Shi's words were sharp and his eyes were cold. At least this consort still cares about love. Yao Moen retorted calmly. How do you know that we don't care about love? Chu Shi's words caused Chu Mabe, who was sitting at the side, to be unable to remain silent. If Imperial Father cares about love, then please let Maxin go. Maxin is still just a child that's already learned to drug his own imperial older brother. We don't need this kind of child. Chu Shi abruptly slapped the table, huge waves surging in his deep eyes. Even someone as imposing as Chu Mabe was infinitely weak in front of Chu Shi. Chapter 334. If you don't know how to cherish, then why did you give birth to Maxin in the first place? Yao Mo jumped up, her beautiful eyes as cold as ice. Giving birth to that bastard was the biggest mistake of Zhan's life. Chu Shi roared angrily. The biggest mistake of your life was not knowing how filial your son was. If Shu Empress's spirit was in heaven, she would definitely turn into a malicious spirit to get even with you. She left you such a good gift, but you wasted it. Shu Empress had a difficult birth. That was heaven's will. She was dead, but her son was still alive, and he was still so strong. And you, Chu Shi, what did you do? Yao Mo roared uncontrollably, her tears falling uncontrollably. The bloody scene of the cold palace reappeared, and her heart seemed to be burning on fire. Yao Mo why you? Someone, do it. Chu Shi was furious. He wanted to tear Yao Mo Wan's mouth apart and throw her out. Don't do it. Chu Ma Bei was shocked. He didn't dare to offend his father for his younger brother, but Yao Mo Wan did it. Chu Shi, you bastard. Even if Chu Ma Xin isn't your son, he was born after 10 months of Shu Empress's pregnancy. Do you love Shu Empress? Have you ever loved Shu Empress? If you love her, then how did you treat her son? Chu Shi, you sanctimonious hypocrite. You say you love Shu Empress, but you want to kill her son. You want to kill the last bloodline Shu Empress left in this world. Shu Empress is really blind. How could she fall for a beast in human skin like you? You're a beast in human skin. You. Yao Mo Wan cursed like a shrew, causing Chu Shi to fall flat on his back. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Yao Mo Wan, but he was so angry that he couldn't say anything. The main hall was in a mess. With Han Genie around, those so-called death warriors couldn't withstand a single blow. Plus, Chu Ma Bei was blocking them, so Yao Mo Wan could curse to her heart's content. When he saw that Chu Shi was about to pass out from anger, Chu Ma Bei looked towards Han Genie. Han Genie understood tacitly. Without waiting for Yao Moan to finish speaking, she had already wrapped her arms around her waist and leaped out of the main hall, leaving Jinmin guest house. Father, are you all right? Seeing that Yao Moan was safe and sound, Chu Ma Bei ran over to Chu Shi with a worried expression. Was Yao Moan still human to be able to anger the usually calm imperial father to this extent? We want to kill Yao Moan. That's true. I'm going to kill her. Chu Shi fainted in extreme indignation. Other than the mouthful of wine that Yao Moan had taken, the entire table of food was a complete mess. Yao Mo Wan still hadn't cursed enough. On the way back, she kept complaining that Han Genie had kidnapped her too early. Even when they returned to the Ji province guest house, Yao Mo Wan still occasionally cursed a few times to vent her hatred. Back so early? That's fast. Yin Nanxing walked over with a warm smile on his face. His devilishly beautiful face was indescribably beautiful, but before he could fully smile, Yao Moan brushed past him without even looking at him. I messed it up. How could I not be fast? Han Genie shrugged. Only when Yao Moan's figure faded out of sight did she move closer to Yin Nanxing. This sovereign has never admired anyone in this life, but this time, I truly admire Yao Moan. Seeing Han Genie's mysterious appearance, Yin Nanxing couldn't help but be curious, so he asked what had happened. However, he didn't expect that Han Genie would suddenly stretch out his hand. What? Yin Nanxing glanced at Han Genie's hand and asked with raised brows. 50,000 taels of gold. This sovereign didn't casually pass on the message. Due to his intense curiosity, Yin Nanxing finally cut his own flesh and obtained the first-hand information. Then, he spread it everywhere in order to recoup his losses. In the end, Yao Moan's feat at Jinmin guest house became a secret known to the entire world. Even Chu Ma Xin, who had always been under Yin Shui's watch, received the news. That's why it was said that impulsiveness was the devil. Yao Moan deeply understood the profound meaning of this phrase. After returning from Jinmin, Yao Moan had sunk into endless self-blame. This bold and unrestrained action had definitely angered Chu Shi. Even if she wanted to negotiate peace, Chu Shi might not necessarily agree. Right now, she could only seek outside help. She couldn't just watch as Great Shu sent their troops to flatten Meng. However, when it came time to ask for help, Yao Moan didn't know who to ask. It was just as Chu Shi had said, Feng Yihan would send troops, but distant waters couldn't put out a nearby fire. As for Di Feng, not only was he unable to protect himself, the state of affairs of Bactria also didn't allow him to send troops to oppose Great Shu. Just as Yao Moan felt helpless for the first time since her rebirth, it was actually Chu Ma Bei, the person she avoided the most, who had reached out a helping hand. Of course, Yao Moan interpreted this as mutual benefit. That night in the study, after Yao Moan and Yi Junqing had finalized all the arrangements, they finally let out a breath. Why would Chu Ma Bei help you? After Chu Ma Bei sent the secret letter, Yao Moan's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. For a moment, Yi Junqing felt that he was too weak. So weak that he was powerless to help even though the people he cared about were in trouble. This kind of powerlessness made him feel ashamed and uneasy. Who's helping who? Right now, It's Moen who's helping him. Once it's done, Moen has to ask him for compensation. Yao Moen rejected Yi Juanqing's words. Yao Moen. Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Moen seriously as he called out softly. What is it? After being busy the entire morning, Yao Moen finally had the time to drink some water. Have you fallen in love with Chu Mabe? Yi Juanqing had never been this serious before. His eyes shot straight towards Yao Moen. For no reason at all, his heartstrings were taut as he waited for Yao Moen's answer. PFFF, cough cough cough. I fell in love with Chu Mabe? Did water get into my brain? When Yi Juanqing saw Yao Moen's astonished expression, he suddenly smiled. The fresh leaves on his face were still steaming. The next day, under Chu Maxin's threat of death, Yao Moen finally fed Chu Maxin the antidote. Yao Moen, how could you insult my imperial father? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? The first thing Chu Maxin did after regaining his mobility was to walk around Yao Moen 7 or 8 times. He only stopped when he saw that there weren't any injuries on Yao Moen's body. That stuff is coarse and coarse. This consort doesn't like to eat it. Yao Moen smiled as she tucked a strand of Chu Maxin's hair behind his ear. It's good that you're fine. This prince is going back. Don't stop this prince this time. Imperial father has never been bullied by anyone in his entire life. So after being scolded by you like this, he's definitely sick. This prince is going to see Imperial father. Chu Maxin's expression was solemn, and there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Will you be able to come back once you leave? Moen misses you. What will you do? Yao Moen pulled Chu Maxin's hand as her eyes reddened. Chu Shi, this is your son. He clearly knows that going back will only lead to death, but the only thing he cares about is your body. This prince also misses you. Yao Moen, you're so smart. Even without this prince's protection, you'll definitely live very happily, right? For the first time, Chu Maxin didn't complain about Yao Moen's nagging. His bright eyes were filled with faint sorrow. With Maxin here, Moen will be even happier. Yao Moen looked at Chu Maxin with heartache. He was such a sensible child. He was afraid that everyone would worry, so he pretended to be relaxed even though he knew the truth. Now that he knew that there was no turning back, he was still worried about whether he would be happy or not. T.H., don't think that this prince doesn't know. With Yi Juanqing here, who else do you need? Forget about you. This prince is leaving. Chu Maxin abruptly pushed away Yao Moen's hand and abruptly turned his head away. Even though he hid it very well, Yao Moen still saw him wiping away his tears. Yao Moen didn't expose him and allowed Chu Maxin and Huangfu Juanxiu to leave Ji Province's guest house. On the way, Chu Maxin would occasionally find opportunities to teach Huangfu Juanxiu a lesson. Huangfu Juanxiu was speechless and could only endure it. Who asked him to throw a rock at him back then? Chapter 335. This prince won't bicker with you about smashing this prince. But remember this, if you dare to betray imperial older brother, this prince won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. Just as Chu Maxin was pointing at Huangfu Juanxiu's nose and cursing him, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. Imperial father. That's Imperial father's golden palanquin. Chu Maxin really wanted to rush up, but he stopped. He didn't know whether he should or not, and he wasn't sure if the person in the palanquin would get even angrier when they saw him, or if the person in the palanquin would prefer to see him lying on the ground. In reality, Chu Maxin knew that his imperial father was going to kill him as soon as he returned to Shu capital. He wasn't afraid of death and had never thought of running away. However, he only wanted to see Yao Moen. He felt that even if he died after seeing Yao Moen, he would be at ease. Now, the time had come. Sun Maxin kowtows in salute to Father Emperor. Chu Maxin took a deep breath, then walked up to the golden palanquin step by step. His eyes were filled with determination. Since his existence made his imperial father uneasy, then it was better for him to die. His imperial father would be at ease, and he would be able to see his mother again. The leader waved his hand, and the palanquin slowly came to a stop. Chu Maxin didn't care who was accompanying him, and immediately knelt in front of the palanquin. Machine knows that I have sinned. I should have been executed in Shu-Du City. Now that father has chased me all the way to the Golden Gate, I am unfilial. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I am willing to commit suicide as an apology. Chu Machine's voice was clear and bright, and he slowly raised his head. He wanted to see his father for the last time, the man he worshipped like a god. Even if it was just one glance, it would be good. But there was no movement from the sedan chair, not even a response. Chu Machine's heart ached as tears began to fall from his eyes. Imperial Father, I'm sorry, your son. Your son is just like Imperial Father. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about Mother Empress. This time, I only hope that Imperial Father can forgive your son for being born into this world. Chu Machine choked with sobs as he casually pulled out his sword from his waist. There was still no movement from the sedan chair. Chu Machine despaired and finally closed his eyes. Little Frost King, that's not right. The boots they are wearing are not right. These people are not the Imperial Guards of the Shu Kingdom. Just as Chu Machine was about to commit suicide, Huang Fu Juanxiu suddenly shouted. Right after, a dart whooshed past Chu Machine's ear and stabbed into Huang Fu Juanxiu's shoulder. Ouch! They were assassins. Frost Prince, be careful. Huang Fu Juanxiu grimaced in pain and sprawled on the ground, afraid that he would become a target again. However, he didn't realize that lying down would make it easier for him to get hit. The next dozen or so darts shot towards Huang Fu Juanxiu as if they had eyes of their own. Huang Fu Juanxiu was a scholar, so he naturally had no way of escaping. He was stabbed full of holes and lay there, bleeding profusely. Huang Fu Juanxiu. Preposterous. This king will fight it out with you. The moment Chu Machine saw Huang Fu Juanxiu being hit by several darts and dying a horrible death, his eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly leaped up and stabbed his sword at the man dressed as a general. Seeing Chu Machine attack, the group behind the sedan chair suddenly pulled out their weapons and charged forward ferociously, surrounding Chu Machine. Blades flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The entire forest reeked of blood. Chu Machine charged madly towards the golden sedan chair. While dodging the enemy's attacks, he lifted the curtains and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Father? How did you, The intense shock made Chu Machine forget about the danger he was in. A dart flew out from his left arm and blood sprayed onto Chu Shi's face. It was scalding hot and painful, but he couldn't find the source of the pain. Woo! Inside the golden sedan chair, Chu Shi was tied up with hemp rope as thick as a finger and his mouth was stuffed with a handkerchief. He didn't even know what had happened. He had just woken up. Since you found out, that's fine too. Brothers, kill them. An eerie voice roared out from the leader of the generals. Everyone's eyes had long since turned bloodshot. Blades and sharp swords swept towards Chu Machine like a hurricane. You bastards! You actually dared to tie up my father. See if this little king doesn't slaughter you all. Chu Machine suddenly turned around and stood in front of the sedan chair like a boulder. He used his frail body to block the sedan chair, and the long sword in his hand spun like a silver dragon, blocking all attacks that could threaten Chu Shi. While everyone was busy fighting, darts would occasionally fly over from the distance. Chu Machine didn't even hesitate when he saw the blades flying towards Chu Shi and the darts flying towards him. He raised his sword to block the blades, allowing Chu Shi to be safe. However, Chu Machine's right shoulder was bleeding profusely. Woo! Woo! Inside the sedan chair, Chu Shi struggled with all his might to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, his body kept getting tighter and tighter like a rice dumpling. Kill him. The leading general didn't even get off his horse. His cold eyes glowed with a dark green light. When his subordinates saw that Chu Machine had been hit by the darts, they felt more and more confident and attacked wave after wave. In front of the sedan chair, Chu Machine's long sword flashed with a cold light as he wildly blocked the weapons flying towards Chu Shi. His body was covered in over a dozen wounds, and blood dyed his robes red. Chu Machine's vision was already starting to double. He knew that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Chu Machine, leave. Inside the sedan chair, Chu Shi spat out an embroidered handkerchief and roared. There was no response. Chu Maxin stood in front of Chu Shi as if he hadn't heard anything. The long sword in his hand gradually lost its aim. Did you hear me? We told you to leave. Chu Shi roared when he saw that Chu Maxin was covered in blood and his body was swaying uncontrollably. He clearly wasn't injured, but a certain part of his body was hurting. However, he still couldn't find the source of the pain. There was still no response. Chu Maxin continued to stand in front of the sedan chair like a rock, brandishing his long sword as his gaze gradually lost focus. Suddenly, over a dozen flying darts shot towards the sedan chair like silver dragons. At this moment, Chu Maxin no longer had the strength to block them. He tossed his long sword aside and retreated to the sedan chair. He stretched out his arms and blocked the sedan chair's entrance. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen flying darts simultaneously pierced Chu Maxin's body. His body, which was like a mountain, gradually slid to the ground in front of the sedan chair. Don't. Exiner. Chu Shi finally found the source of the pain. It was his heart. His heart was in so much pain that it felt like it was being bitten by thousands of venomous snakes. Chu Shi cried bitterly when he saw Chu Maxin's blood-covered body. Not so long ago, he had longed for Chu Maxin to die. He had even wished that Chu Maxin had never been born into this world. He had thought that as long as Chu Maxin died, he would be free. But it turned out that wasn't the case. This child had always been in his heart. He just hadn't been willing to admit it. Untie him. The man on the horse ordered coldly. The lackeys naturally had no fear towards an old man with one foot in the grave. They immediately untied Chu Shi. Exiner. Chu Shi stumbled over to Chu Maxin's side and pulled him into his embrace. His tears blurred his vision, but his face was still as clear as ever. Exiner, open your eyes. Imperial Father orders you to open your eyes. Exiner. I'm sorry. Imperial Father was wrong. Can you forgive Imperial Father? Can you open your eyes? Chu Shi's old tears streamed down his face as he pulled Chu Maxin into his embrace. But no matter how much he begged, the person in his embrace didn't respond at all. Over there. Hurry and attack. Not far away, Bin Lei led a group of people and charged over. The lackeys panicked for a moment and began to fight with them. Exiner. I'm sorry. The sound of swords and knives gradually faded away. Chu Shi suddenly heard Chu Maxin's voice in his ears. Imperial Father, Exiner killed a cheetah today. Imperial Father, Exiner killed a fierce tiger today. Imperial Father, Exiner can go to Imperial Mother's room. Imperial Father, if you don't like Exiner, then Exiner should move out of the Imperial Palace. Imperial Father, Exiner. Chapter 336. Exiner is so amazing. To be able to catch a cheetah at such a young age? When Imperial Father was your age, he could only catch a small deer. Exiner wants to go to Imperial Mother's room? How could Imperial Father not like Exiner? You're also Imperial Father's son. That's right, you're also Imperial Father's son. You just found out that he's also your son? It's too late. Maxin is already dead. Chu Shi, this is the result you wanted? All right, your wish has been fulfilled. The sounds of swords and knives suddenly disappeared. Yao Moen had already appeared in front of Chu Shi with tears in her eyes. Sorry, Imperial Father harmed you. Chu Shi hugged Chu Maxin tightly as his body trembled. His hoarse voice was filled with endless remorse and despair. It was you who harmed him. If it wasn't to save you, Maxin wouldn't have died. With his martial arts, even if he couldn't beat you, he would be more than enough to escape. But he just had to be stubborn and lose his life for a father like you. Maxin, was it worth it to do this? You foolish child. Yao Moen was sobbing uncontrollably as her icy eyes blurred her vision. It wasn't worth it. Maxin, it wasn't worth it to do this. Imperial Father isn't worthy of you doing this. Isn't worthy? Maxin, Shi was already feeling extremely guilty and remorseful. So with Yao Moen's heart-wrenching words, he cried out in pain. He hugged Ma Xin and howled towards the sky before fainting. Cough, cough. That's enough. Be careful of the king of Shu, settling the score later. At some point, Yi Junqing had already appeared behind Yao Moen and warned her sincerely. Getting old is getting old. He really can't handle the torment. He fainted after just a few sentences. Luckily, this consort had prepared for so long. He got off lightly. Yao Moen ignored Yi Junqing's shock and glared at Shi before turning to leave. Luckily, the king of Shu fainted early. Yin Nanxing sighed. At this time, Yi Junqing had already ordered for Ma Xin and Huang Fujuanxiu to be carried back to Ji Province's guest house. Shi was also escorted back to Golden Gate Guest House by Ma Bei. 3 days later, when Ma Xin woke up from his daze, his entire body was sore and numb. You're awake? In these 3 days, Yao Moen practically never left Ma Xin's bedside. Every time she thought of Ma Xin collapsing covered in blood, Yao Moen's heart ached so much that it felt like someone had stabbed several holes in him with a sharp weapon. Imperial Father. How is Imperial Father? Ma Xin suddenly stood up and gripped Yao Moen tightly. His eyes were filled with panic. What father, Emperor? I don't know what you ate, but you actually slept for 3 days and 3 nights. This consort stayed by your bedside the entire time. You heartless little thing. When you wake up, call for Imperial Father. Yao Moen angrily shook off Ma Xin's hand and angrily walked over to the table to pour a cup of water for him. Slept for 3 days and 3 nights? Didn't this king return to Golden Gate? Ma Xin looked towards Yao Moen in confusion, then lowered his eyes to look at his chest and arms. There weren't any injuries at all. Was he dreaming? Could it be that the scene in front of the golden palanquin was fake? Ma Xin rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. It had to be fake, right? Imperial Father had countless experts by his side, so how could he have been kidnapped? Ma Xin smiled bitterly. With Yin Shui guarding you, you can't even leave this door. So what's the point of returning to Golden Gate? Drink some water. Yao Moen handed the water to Ma Xin as pain flashed through her eyes. This prince wants to return to Golden Gate. Ma Xin accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Then he looked towards Yao Moen seriously. This time, you have no choice but to return. Golden Gate sent news that if we don't let you go, King Shu might launch a large-scale attack on Mongyuan. It seems that you're really important to King Shu. Ma Xin, Big Sister Moen has something to ask of you? Yao Moen's solemn expression changed to a smile as she looked towards Ma Xin. What do you want to ask this prince for? Ma Xin didn't probe further into Yao Moen's evaluation of his position in Imperial Father's heart. When you return, can you put in a few good words for Moen in front of King Shu? Yao Moen blinked with a smile. Don't worry, this prince will naturally have a way to make Imperial Father withdraw his troops. So you agree to let this prince return to Golden Gate? Ma Xin lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Now it looks like Moen doesn't have any other path to take. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. If it was possible, she would rather keep Ma Xin by her side. But she knew what Ma Xin needed more. In the kitchen, Huang Fujuanxiu pointed at Bin Lei's nose and cursed loudly. What's with those 2 rolling things on your face? Can't you see that I'm already lying on the ground? Why did you throw a dart at me? Why? Huang Fujuanxiu was filled with hatred. Back then, they had agreed that as long as he fell to the ground, he would be considered dead. So after that one dart, Huang Fujuanxiu had tactfully died on the spot. However, he hadn't expected that he would have to suffer so much after his death. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Bin Lei had an innocent expression on his face. In reality, Bin Lei was very sympathetic towards Huang Fujuanxiu's predicament. Even though those darts were fake, there was medicine on them. So every time they hit a person, it was as if they were real. On top of that, Huang Fujuanxiu was already a dead man. So he naturally couldn't struggle. It could be seen that his endurance skills were quite impressive. Who did I offend? Tell me, who did I offend? Huang Fu Juanxiu was currently in a fit of anger, so he couldn't react that quickly. Offended. Master. Ben Lei was just about to speak when he saw Yao Moen walk in from outside. Master? You're talking about Yao Moen? I should have known it was her. Only women and petty people are hard to raise, so the ancients didn't lie to me. Actually, what did I do wrong? I was just speaking the truth. Did she have to mess with me like that? Women will always be women. Their hearts are even smaller than a needle's hole. They can't do anything big. Huang Fu Juanxiu was only concerned with venting his anger and didn't notice that Ben Lei was winking at him. Ahem, that's enough. She's still master after all. When Ben Lei saw that Yao Moen was silent but had a smile on her lips, he started to worry deeply for Huang Fu Juanxiu. She's your master, not my master. If you're scared of her, that's your business. I'm not scared. Don't let it happen again. Otherwise, this subordinate kowtows in salute to master. Ben Lei didn't want to see the tragedy repeat itself, so when Huang Fu Juanxiu was about to say something harsh, he suddenly bent down and bowed to Yao Moen behind him. When Huang Fu Juanxiu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned around and saw Yao Moen standing behind him with a light smile on her face. Otherwise, what? Yao Moen looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu with great interest, the smile on her face becoming even more alluring. How come Empress Chu doesn't make a sound when she walks? Huang Fu Juanxiu laughed dryly as he felt a cold breeze on the back of his neck. How could Moen disturb Lord Huang Fu's long speech? If it wasn't for Ben Lei dampening Lord Huang Fu's mood, this consort believes that Lord Huang Fu's following speech would definitely be very interesting. But it doesn't matter. Lord Huang Fu can continue. Yao Moen walked into the kitchen with a swaying gait, her charming eyes looking towards Huang Fu Juanxiu, causing goosebumps to break out all over Huang Fu Juanxiu's body. Chapter 337. Cough cough. Perhaps frigid prince has woken up. Juanxiu will go take care of him right now. Huang Fu Juanxiu didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately found an excuse to run out. When he crossed the threshold, he even dropped one of his shoes. Even so, Huang Fu Juanxiu didn't dare to stop to pick it up. Master. Ben Lei looked at Huang Fu Juanxiu's departing figure with great sympathy before his gaze landed on Yao Moen. Prepare some laxatives. Yao Moen was indeed very vengeful. Yes, Ben Lei also wanted to leave this troublesome place, but just as he was about to take a step, Yao Moen called him back. Forget it, this consort will have Shui personally prepare it for him. As for you, are you just going to listen to Huang Fu Juanxiu belittle this consort like this and ignore him? Yao Moen looked towards Ben Lei meaningfully. Ben Lei was speechless. This was what it meant to get shot while lying down. Thus, Ben Lei was punished by Yao Moen to clean the latrines for a month. Huang Fu Juanxiu had been extremely careful, but he still couldn't escape Yao Moen's vicious hands. Inside the forest, Chu Machine shouted impatiently towards a corner. It hasn't even been 2 hours since we came out, and you've already defecated 20 times. This prince isn't going to wait for you anymore. Chu Machine was already in a heavy mood, and after being tormented by Huang Fu Juanxiu like this, his temper naturally worsened. I'm back. Prince, don't be in such a hurry, Huang Fu Juanxiu ran over with a pale face, but before he could say anything, he turned and ran back. When other people eat, you eat too. I've never seen anyone with a straighter intestine than yours. This prince is leaving first. You can stay here and defecate as much as you want. Chu Machine stomped his feet angrily and decided to leave first. At Jinmin guest house, Chu Shi was supported out of the room by Chu Mabe with Bailey Howren following behind them. Father seems to be in better spirits today. Chu Mabe's voice carried a hint of heartache. It had only been 3 days, but Chu Shi had become haggard and there were more white hairs on his temples. How many days have Zhen been lying in bed? Asked Chu Shi calmly with a slight frown as he slowly walked over. 3 or 4 days. It's all this son's fault for not making proper arrangements. I clearly knew that Imperial Father was allergic to goji berries, Yet I forgot to remind the chef, causing Imperial Father to remain unconscious for a few days. This son is guilty. As Chu Mabe spoke, he wanted to kneel down, but Chu Shi helped him up. We didn't say that we were going to punish you. Chu Shi gripped Chu Mabe's hand tightly. His bright eyes shone with a strong father-son bond. Seeing everything in front of him, Chu Mashin's tears almost fell from his eyes. This was the kind of gaze he had yearned for 15 years. 15 years. He had worked so hard just to get his father to look at him, even if it was just a glance. But in these 15 years, his father only had his brother in his eyes. It was as if he was transparent. Sometimes, even he himself wasn't sure if he had ever existed in his father's eyes. Mo Xian? Mashin, why are you back? The moment he saw Chu Mashin, Chu Mabe's gaze turned cold. He immediately let go of Chu Shi's hand and stood in front of Chu Mashin. Father. Chu Mabe wanted to say something, but Chu Mashin stopped him. Imperial brother, Mashin wishes to speak with Imperial Father alone. Chu Mashin's clear eyes shone like stars. Faced with those eyes, Chu Mabe had no reason to refuse, but he was still worried. You can leave. Chu Shi looked straight at Chu Mabe and said indifferently, You can leave. Chu Mabe was speechless. Although he was unwilling, he still brought Bailey Howren out of their line of sight. This son, Chu Mashin, kowtows in salute to Imperial Father. This son knows that his crimes are unforgivable, and his death is not to be regretted. However, before I die, I would like to boldly ask Imperial Father for one thing. Chu Mashin knelt on the ground. He didn't dare raise his eyes. He didn't want to see the disgust and coldness in Chu Shi's eyes. That would make him wish he was dead. Chu Shi stood there speechlessly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tears welled up in his eyes. This son is willing to use my death to atone for my crimes. But I beg Imperial Father to withdraw your troops. Do not implicate others because of this son's crimes. If Imperial Father agrees to this son's request, this son is willing to die. Seeing that Chu Shi didn't say anything, Chu Mashin continued. Chu Shi still didn't reply. At this moment, Chu Mashin really wanted to cry. Was he really that worthless? Even on the verge of death, Imperial Father wasn't willing to say a single word to him. But didn't he promise Yao Moen? What should he do? Imperial Father, this son will use my own life to exchange for a single thought of benevolence from you. Other than this son, everyone else is innocent. This son will return Imperial Mother's life to Imperial Father right now. Chu Mashin pulled out the dagger he'd sharpened for an entire night in despair. It glinted coldly as it sliced through the throat. Just as the dagger was about to touch his throat, Chu Mashin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The dagger flew out with a whoosh. Chu Mashin looked up in shock and saw that Chu Shi's face was already covered in tears. Imperial Father, you bastard! Without Imperial Father's decree, you actually dared to die. Bastard! Let's see if Imperial Father doesn't beat you to death. Before Chu Mashin could react, Chu Shi suddenly knelt down and pulled Chu Mashin into his embrace. His hands continuously pounded Chu Mashin's back as his tears flowed freely. He was sobbing so hard that he couldn't make a sound. Imperial Father, this son is Mashin, not Mabe, right? Chu Mashin smiled bitterly. If he hadn't mistaken him for someone else, Imperial Father wouldn't have hugged him. Imperial Father had never hugged him before. Yes, I'm beating you. Chu Mashin, how dare you leave Imperial Father to die alone? Listen, you're not allowed to die, you're not allowed to. Chu Shi didn't want to cry, but he couldn't stop his tears from falling. Everyone said that men didn't cry easily, and the tears of an emperor were especially precious. However, right now, Chu Shi was completely sobbing. Imperial Father? Why are you crying? Did something happen? Chu Mashin finally sensed that something was wrong. He immediately helped Chu Shi up and looked around. However, he discovered that Chu Shi was the only one acting strangely. This was the first time Chu Mashin had seen Chu Shi with an expression when facing him, and his expression was so horrified. What could possibly have happened? Imperial Father misses you, of course. You little brat, from now on, You're not allowed to take even half a step away from Imperial Father. When you get back, immediately move into the Imperial Palace. Chu Shi lovingly knocked Chu Maxin on the head, then pulled the confused Chu Maxin towards the main hall. The poor Huangfu Juanxiu was grimacing in pain as he held his foot. At that moment, the dagger in Chu Maxin's hand flew out and stabbed into his toe. That was why people said that when someone was unlucky, they could choke to death just by drinking water. Huangfu Juanxiu's stomach rumbled, so he ignored the pain in his toe and limped towards the latrine. It wasn't until Chu Shi accompanied Chu Maxin to his meal, personally escorted him back to his room, and watched him get into bed and close his eyes that Chu Shi finally left. The moment the door shut, Chu Maxin leapt up and viciously twisted his own thigh with both hands. It hurts. Chu Maxin was in so much pain that he was crying, but his lips cracked open. This wasn't a dream. This really wasn't a dream. That night, Chu Maxin smiled as he slept, his tears drenching his pillow. That night, Chu Mabe was in the study dealing with government affairs when the door creaked open. When Chu Mabe opened his eyes, he saw Chu Shi walk in with a cold expression on his face. Imperial Father? You still haven't rested? Chu Mabe hastily put down the scroll in his hands and got up to greet him. Send invitations to Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. We want to invite them to a banquet tomorrow night, ordered Chu Shi indifferently. His face was still expressionless. Imperial Father. Chu Mabe couldn't figure out what Chu Shi was thinking, so he said this doubtfully. In the future, stop interacting with that girl Yao Moen. That girl doesn't lose to Yao Maxin. Be careful not to play with fire. Chu Shi had never been pointed at and cursed at in his entire life. Yao Moen was the first, and she had cursed at him twice. This son doesn't understand Imperial Father's meaning. Chu Mabe persisted. Chapter 338. Quite a few prisoners on death row have escaped from the Golden Gate prison, said Chu Shi calmly. Is that so? This son will go investigate tomorrow. Chu Mabe insisted. There were some things that he couldn't admit even if he was beaten to death. Chu Shi didn't say anything. When he turned around, he seemed to have thought of something and patted Chu Mabe's shoulder heavily twice. If it hadn't been for Chu Mabe, this older brother, he didn't know if Maxin would still be alive these past 15 years. Chu Shi thought this way. The dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. There was fine wine and exquisite delicacies. Just the aroma alone was enough to make one salivate. It was clear that Chu Shi had put a lot of thought into this banquet. Yao Moen, you're here. Yao Moen had accepted the invitation, but she didn't see Chu Shi in the main hall. Chu Maxin, on the other hand, seemed to have changed quite a bit in just a single day. His eyes in particular no longer held the faint sorrow they had before. Little prince, my master just finished making these last night. She's giving them to you. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maxin with a smile. By her side, Tingyu had already brought out several winter clothes that had been sewn. They were made in a hurry? Chu Maxin took the robes. After a while, he looked up. Wouldn't the craftsmanship be rough if they were made in a hurry? I don't want them. With Chu Maxin's personality, Yao Moen didn't expect to hear any words of gratitude, but there was no need to be so picky. She really had rushed through the night to finish them. It was blood and sweat. Who said I don't want them? Huangfu Juanxiu. Help this prince put them away. When Chu Maxin saw that Yao Moen was reaching out to grab them, he immediately turned around. Only then did he realize that the person standing behind him had changed to Bailey Howren. Leave little prince to this old subject. Lord Huangfu had something to do and went out. Bailey Howren deliberately covered his hands with his sleeves before he dared to take the robes. Bailey Howren didn't dare to forget the pain from last time. Once Yao Moen and Yi Junqing sat down, Chu Mabe finally arrived. However, Chu Shi was still nowhere to be seen. Imperial Father isn't feeling well, so he specially ordered Mabe to entertain the two of you. After Chu Mabe said a few high-sounding words, the banquet began. The entire banquet was dominated by Yao Moen and Chu Maxin, while Yi Junqing and Chu Mabe served as foils. They occasionally toasted each other a few times, but they didn't say much. Yao Moen, don't worry. Imperial Father promised Ma Xin that he wouldn't send troops to Mongyue. You can rest assured. Chu Ma Xin picked his favorite dish and placed it in Yao Moen's bowl. The smile on his handsome face was as resplendent as the sun. If I had known that the king of Shu cared so much about you, Moen would have released you a long time ago. Then I wouldn't have been so worried for so long, said Yao Moen, following Chu Ma Xin's words. Father really cares about Ma Xin. I really do care. Chu Ma Xin had never spoken with such confidence before. Back in Lulan, Yao Moen already knew that Chu Ma Xin's drinking capacity wasn't as good as his guts. After a few cups, Chu Ma Xin was already drunk to the point of drowsiness. It's not the wine that intoxicates people, but the wine that intoxicates them. He's just too happy. A hint of relief flashed through Yao Moen's eyes when she saw Chu Ma Xin being helped out of the main hall by Bailey Howren. It's his fortune to be able to get to know you. Yi Junqing sent Chu Ma Xin off with his eyes as he said this. That's why some people don't know how lucky they are. Yao Moen suppressed the disappointment in her eyes and lifted her brows towards Yi Junqing. But not everyone who gets to know you is lucky. Yi Junqing sensed the deep meaning in Yao Moen's eyes, and his cheeks instantly turned abnormally red. For example? Asked Yao Moen. Yin Nansheng. Yao Moen couldn't refute Yi Junqing's words. Right at this time, Chu Mabe got up and walked over to Yao Moen. Mabe is grateful that Empress Chu could come. Imperial Father is currently waiting for Empress Chu in the pavilion in the rear garden. Empress Chu, please come with me. It was very rare for Chu Mabe to observe Yao Moen at such a close distance. Her brows were like the ink of a distant mountain, and her eyes were like the stars in the night sky. Her cheeks seemed to be covered in a layer of rouge after drinking wine, making her originally pure and flawless beauty seem a bit more enchanting. Perhaps it was because he was a bit drunk. But Chu Mabe actually felt that Yao Moen wasn't as loathsome as before. I thought of it a long time ago. The invitation was sent by the king of Shu, so he naturally wants to see this consort. Has your highness crown prince told this consort the truth? Probed Yao Moen. Empress Chu, there's no harm in making a guess. Chu Mabe pursed his lips lightly. He had no intention of telling her. You didn't, replied Yao Moen with certainty. Her eyelashes cast a silhouette in her eyes that was breathtakingly beautiful. Oh, why do you say that? Chu Mabe was a bit surprised and a bit of doubt appeared in his eyes. Even if you beat yourself to death, you can't admit to this sort of thing. Whoever admits it is an idiot. Yao Moen smiled, then turned around and left the main hall with a servant. At the side, Chu Mabe's face darkened and his mind instantly cleared up. Was he drunk? He actually found Yao Moen pleasing to the eye. So His Highness Crown Prince definitely didn't admit to it. Yi Junqing elegantly raised his wine cup as he looked towards Chu Mabe with a sympathetic gaze. Why does the esteemed prince think so? Chu Mabe just sat down and continued to discuss. Because His Highness Crown Prince isn't an idiot. Yi Junqing felt that what he said was very reasonable, but it made Chu Mabe go completely crazy. What a graceful and elegant young master. How could he think of things so simply after being poisoned by Yao Moen? This must be the rumored simple-minded. The late-night wind blew through the pavilion with a rustling chill. The fragrant flower petals drifted through the air and landed on the ground. Yao Moen walked over under the bright moonlight like a fairy from a painting riding the wind. The bangs on her forehead fluttered in the wind, giving off an aura of vicissitudes that made people admire her. Actually, if you don't open your mouth to speak, you're still extremely beautiful. When Yao Moen walked into the pavilion, Chu Shi was currently sipping tea. His leisurely expression was completely different from when he was blowing his beard and glaring at her. Likewise, Yao Moen gracefully walked into the pavilion and slowly sat down in front of Chu Shi. When she saw that the tea in front of her was still steaming, a trace of warmth flashed through her heart. There were no attendants in the surroundings, so this tea had definitely been personally poured by Chu Shi. Your acting was pretty good. Even when this old man woke up, it took me quite a while to recover. I thought that this old man's letter really wasn't there anymore. Chu Shi drank his tea, the purple glazed teacup covering his deep eyes. Moen also praised His Highness Crown Prince like this. At the time, Moen was truly heartbroken for little austere prince and shed quite a few tears. Since Chu Shi didn't refer to himself as Zhen, Yao Moen naturally wouldn't refer to herself as this consort. Furthermore, she didn't like that word. You're saying that this matter has nothing to do with you and that it was all Ma Bei's doing? Chu Shi lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen probingly. Of course, if Moen knew it was fake, how would she dare to wantonly curse King Shu? Yao Moen acted as if it was a matter of course, causing Chu Shi's liver to ache. At the time, when Chu Maxin was safe and sound, she had also cursed him quite a bit. No matter who it was, this old man is grateful. That hashtag reminded this old man that even if Maxin isn't this old man's son, he's still my child. However, in the forest, when this old man saw Maxin risking his life to protect the palanquin, this old man finally understood that this old man has two sons. Chu Shi smiled lightly, but bitterness filled his heart. Was it too late to understand now? Fortunately, I didn't make little austere prince wait for too long. Yao Moen sighed from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 339. This old man really wants to use the rest of my time to compensate Exiner, but the heavens don't follow my wishes. King Lulan's secret letter has arrived, and that old geezer insists on sending Exiner to Lulan. What should I do? On the second day after Chu Shi woke up, he received King Lulan's secret letter. Although the words were tactful, the meaning was clear. First, Chu Maxin was King Lulan's prospective son-in-law. If anyone dares to harm him, Lulan will use all its power to annihilate them. Second, Chu Maxin was to be sent to Lulan as soon as possible. He would personally protect his son-in-law. This was Yao Moen's second plan. If Chu Shi was stubborn, then with King Lulan stepping in, he wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on Chu Maxin's head. Thus, Yao Moen had put in a lot of effort when it came to Chu Maxin. Something like that happened? Yao Moen's expression was calm, and her eyes were filled with shock. This old man won't pursue the matter of who sent this to King Lulan's ears, but if anyone can keep Exiner by my side, this old man will be eternally grateful. Chu Shi could naturally guess who the instigator was, so the one who started the trouble had to end it. What does King Shu mean by saying this? Yao Moen was unhappy. Was she afraid of pursuing the matter? These words were a threat. It means that Empress Chu is wise and resourceful. If you can help this old man resolve this problem, this old man will definitely make a choice between Yi Junqing and Yi Hongyi. Chu Shi's words were clear and straightforward. In his opinion, Yao Moen wouldn't be able to resist this kind of temptation. King Shu is looking down on Moen. Moen treats the austere prince well because we were brought together by fate, not because of benefits. If Moen agrees to King Shu today, who knows how Moen will be able to face the austere prince in the future. Moen still has matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company. Yao Moen's words were clear and sonorous, making Chu Shi feel a little ashamed. Ahem, this old man isn't treating this as a transaction. It's a request. Is a request not enough? Chu Shi really wanted to scratch his head. As the monarch of a country, he had always been swift and decisive. When had he become so subservient? If it's a request, then Moen is willing to give it a try. However, Moen doesn't dare to guarantee success or failure. Yao Moen had no intention of sitting down, so Chu Shi couldn't force her. Then I'll try my best. I'll thank you in advance, Empress Chu. At this point, Chu Shi was not in a position to emphasize anything further. When Yao Moen returned to the main hall, Chu Mabei and Yi Junqing had just raised their wine cups. Although the two of them didn't talk much, they had a deep understanding of each other. Now that they were drinking together, they seemed to appreciate each other. Yao Moen returned to the main hall and exchanged a few words with Chu Mabei before returning to Ji Province with Yi Junqing. The next day, news came from the Golden Gate that the Shu army had retreated last night, leaving only Bailey Howren to guard the city. Furthermore, they had opened up trade between the Golden Gate and Meng Yuan. Ever since Yi Junqing had raised the flag in Mongyuan, Chu Mabe had stopped all contact between Jinmin and Mongyuan. His intention was to deny that Mongyuan belonged to Yi Junqing. Now that he had reopened the trade route, it was a tacit agreement. What did you talk about with the king of Shu last night? Yi Junqing couldn't help but ask during breakfast. King Lolan's heart aches for his son-in-law, so he insisted on bringing Ma Xin to Lulan. Yao Moen felt that the taste of the ginseng soup was very special, so she filled another bowl. What does this have to do with you? Were you the one who wrote to King Lulan? Yi Junqing suddenly understood. Indeed, with King Lulan's support, even she wouldn't dare to do anything to Chu Ma Xin. If Moen wasn't confident, why would she let Ma Xin go? Yao Moen smiled disapprovingly. So you promised the king of Shu to settle this matter? That's why he withdrew his troops. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen's radiant expression when she mentioned Chu Ma Xin, a trace of jealousy appeared in his heart. However, it was so faint that he didn't even realize it. Moen only said to try. She didn't promise him anything. Yao Moen felt that today's ginseng porridge had a hint of the fragrance of lotus leaves, which greatly increased her appetite. Your ambiguity is the worst. No wonder the king of Shu expressed his intentions so quickly. Yi Junqing harumphed and didn't pursue the matter. How is Guangning? She didn't believe that Chao Kuren and Isol wouldn't react at all after such a huge commotion in Shu. I'm afraid they're going to be disappointed. This prince is guessing that they wanted to send troops at the same time as Great Shu, so that Ji province would be attacked from both sides. However, Great Shu's withdrawal has truly surprised them, said Yi Junqing truthfully. Moen isn't worried about Chao Kuren. The main concern is Isol. The iron-blooded army is a legend. The generals of the previous dynasty said that they were divine soldiers that descended from the heavens. We have to be on guard, said Yao Moen solemnly. Don't worry, this prince has galloped on the battlefield for so many years. This prince isn't someone to be trifled with, said Yi Junqing proudly. Tingyu, today's ginseng porridge was pretty good. Later, reward those chefs for this consort. Yao Moen knew that the current Yi Junqing was no longer as dispirited as he was in Guan Osprey Palace. She no longer needed to plan too much for him. Perhaps it was time to let go. This servant obeys, replied Tingyu respectfully. At the side, Bin Lei, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Reporting to master, today's breakfast was made by Huan Kaier. Bin Lei's voice was very low, as if he was afraid that his words would make Yao Moen unhappy. Why was Huan Kaier in the guest house? Before Yao Moen could reply, Yi Junqing immediately lifted his eyes and looked coldly towards Bin Lei. This was something that old General Huan had begged this subordinate to do. He said that Huan Kaier only needed to go to the guest house's back kitchen to make breakfast. At the time, this subordinate was standing guard in the kitchen. After Huan Kaier finished making breakfast, this subordinate sent her out. At the time, Huan Hong had begged Bin Lei not to alarm Yi Junqing. Bin Lei had thought that if he reported this to Yao Moen, Yi Junqing would naturally know, so he had kept it a secret. Preposterous. Without this prince's orders, you actually let a stranger into the guest house. Yi Junqing stood up in anger and glared at Bin Lei. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Yao Moen put down the porcelain bowl and advised indifferently. How is it a big deal? Before we find a reason to announce it to the world, we can't let anyone know of your current state. Letting others spread this news and this prince saying it personally are two different things. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with eyes full of worry. Yao Moen was speechless. She knew that Yi Junqing was thinking for her sake, so if she continued to retort, it would be a bit unreasonable. Thus, Bin Lei was punished to clean the latrines for another month. After returning to her room, Tingyu hesitated for a long time before speaking. Nyang Nyang, this servant doesn't know if this servant should say some things. But if this servant doesn't say them, this servant is afraid that this servant will suffocate to death. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen seriously as if the sky was about to collapse. In reality, Tingyu had wanted to say these things a long time ago, but because of the matter with Chu Ma Xin, it had been delayed until now. Say it, Lu Xing is no longer here. No matter what, this consort won't let you suffocate to death. Yaomoan found it funny. Ting Yu had never revealed such a serious expression to her before. Nyang Nyang has also seen it. Right now, Huan Heng is wholeheartedly focused on sending Huan Kaier to the guest house. His intentions are as clear as day, said Ting Yu hatefully. Is that so? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Ting Yu, her eyes as clear as water. Nyang Nyang is teasing Ting Yu. With Nyang Nyang's wisdom, you must have already guessed Huan Heng's intentions. However, Ting Yu doesn't understand. Nyang Nyang will just allow Huan Heng to do as he pleases? After following Yao Moen for so long, Ting Yu could naturally see the playfulness in Yao Moen's eyes. Chapter 340. It can't be considered reckless. It's understandable that he has the Huan clan in mind. Yao Moen sighed lightly as a hint of darkness flashed through her eyes. But he's already the national general. There's no need for him to send his daughter to Prince's side. Ting Yu panicked. Huan Heng was clearly telling his daughter to seduce Prince. Were they really going to follow Huan Heng's intentions? It's always better to be prepared. Also, how did you guess that Huan Kaier wasn't willing? Yao Moen's calmness surpassed Ting Yu's imagination. Your Highness, Prince hasn't even succeeded yet, but those women are already surrounding him. If this servant feels that you should stop them. Ting Yu believed that as long as Master wanted it, no matter if it was Huan Kaier or Yu Funing, they definitely wouldn't succeed. With Huan Heng's prestige in the army, if Yi Junqing married Huan Kaier, it would stabilize the army's morale. Huan Heng would naturally work even harder. There's nothing bad about that. Yao Moen felt that she had no reason to stop them. If Yi Junqing had needed to rely on himself to pull himself together, then right now, Yi Junqing needed to rely on Huan Heng, those generals, and the millions of soldiers. Your Highness, you've done so much for Prince, yet this is the result you want? Ting Yu looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. She had never known that Master had tacitly approved of Huan Kaier's matter. It's precisely because this consort has done so much that this consort will do anything that's beneficial to Yi Junqing. Yao Moen felt a bit helpless. There were no regrets, and it seemed like she had no other way out. But Ting Yu doesn't understand. Why did you do everything for Prince? Ting Yu began to cry. She had seen how difficult it had been for Yao Moen this entire time. If in the end, Your Highness and Prince couldn't be a couple for the rest of their lives, then it would be a tragic ending. Why? Yao Moen muttered quietly. To repay a debt. Because of Huan Kaier's arrival, the atmosphere in the guest house instantly became strange. Yao Moen had no choice but to continue playing dumb. As for Yi Junqing, other than dealing with official business, he had to avoid Huan Kaier's flattery. Yao Moen, was it you who had been Lei go find Huan Heng? After not seeing Yao Moen for 2 days, Yi Junqing couldn't even sleep well. He kept thinking about running to the back garden to see if that person was still there. Yeah, Yao Moen had no way of denying it. In the entire guest house, aside from Yi Junqing, she was the only one who could control lightning. Why? Why did you let Huan Kaier stay in the guest house? Just as Yi Junqing was about to complain, Huan Kaier suddenly appeared at the arched door of the back garden. Your Highness, you're here. Kaier had a hard time finding you. There was a saying, rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It should have been a joyous thing, but now it seemed that some people were too hostile. Ah, isn't this the Empress? I haven't seen you for a while. Huan Kaier only knew that Yi Junqing was using Yao Moen as a hostage, so it was easy to imagine her attitude towards Yao Moen. Consort Chun, were you also captured by him? Yao Moen put on an innocent expression as she looked towards Huan Kaier in shock. Of course not. This young miss is Prince's honored guest. Huan Kaier looked towards Yao Moen with disdain. She still hadn't forgotten who it was that had pushed her into the water. Yi Junqing, hurry and let Wanner go. Wanner wants to see His Majesty. Wanner misses His Majesty. Yao Moen decided to ignore Huan Kaier and just grabbed Yi Junqing's hand and shook it nonstop. Let go. Who allowed you to touch Prince? Why don't you take a look at how dirty your hands are? Before Yi Junqing could speak, Huan Kaier suddenly slapped the back of Yao Mowen's hand. The force was so strong that the back of Yao Mowen's hand instantly turned red. Huan. Yi Junqing was just about to explode in anger when he saw Huan Kaier sticking to him like dog skin plaster. Your Highness, Kaier has prepared a table full of your favorite dishes. Kaier will accompany you back, so you won't have to stay here and bicker with an idiot. Huan Kaier acted as if she didn't see the darkness in Yi Junqing's eyes and continued to tug at him. This prince isn't hungry. As Yi Junqing said this, he abruptly shook off Huan Kaier's hand and turned to walk towards the study. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Mowen had secretly kicked him, he would definitely let Huan Kaier know that she had hit the wrong person. When Huan Kaier saw that Yi Junqing was leaving without looking back, she didn't dare to chase after him. She could only turn around angrily to look at Yao Mowen. It's all your fault, you vixen. Didn't your older sister cause enough harm to Prince in the past? Now look, after one dies, another one comes. You idiot, if you dare to bother Prince again, just watch how I'll take care of you, warned Huan Kaier. This servant asks your Highness Consort Chun to pay attention to your own status. Tingyu couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to retort. Pa, this young miss doesn't care about your Highness Consort Chin's status. This young miss is currently the only daughter of Prince Su's subordinate country general, Huan Heng. Also, you're just a servant girl. What are you acting all high and mighty for in front of this young miss? Don't forget that you're all prisoners. Huan Kaier looked towards Tingyu with disdain. Tingyu's eyes were spitting fire. Ever since she came to Mongyuan, Mistress had never been bullied like this. The king of Shu was formidable and Mistress wasn't at a disadvantage. Now that Huan Kaier was belittling her like this, Tingyu naturally felt it was unfair. Huan Kaier, don't be too pleased. Once Huan sees His Majesty, I'll definitely tell His Majesty that you bullied me. Yao Mowen took this opportunity to pull Tingyu back to prevent Tingyu from making a big fuss. See that muddle-headed monarch. All right, there'll be a time when you two meet. Huan Kaier glanced at Yao Mowen with disdain before turning to leave. Under the sunlight, her figure was like a proud hen. Only when Huan Kaier was far away did Tingyu turn to look towards Yao Mowen. Your Highness, you're just going to let her bully you like this. Tears welled up in Tingyu's eyes and her voice sounded like she was about to cry. Forget it, it's not like I lost a piece of flesh. So what's the point of bickering with her? Yao Mowen originally wanted to lecture Tingyu, but when she saw how Tingyu looked like she was about to cry, she swallowed those words back into her stomach. There was a saying that those who accomplish great things shouldn't bother with trifles. Her current forbearance could be exchanged for Huan Heng's loyalty on the battlefield, so it was worth it. Right at this time, Binlei suddenly ran over. Master, it's Mang Yuan's letter. As Binlei spoke, he handed the letter to Yao Mowen. When Tingyu saw that it was Binlei, she finally found an outlet to vent her pent-up emotions. If it wasn't for Binlei, Huan Kaier wouldn't have come to the guest house. Thus, the moment Binlei steadied himself, Tingyu suddenly pinched his arm. Ouch, it hurts. What are you doing? Binlei looked towards Tingyu innocently. My hands itched. Tingyu lifted her brows and looked towards Binlei. Master. When Binlei saw that Tingyu had no intention of apologizing, he turned to look towards Yao Mowen. Well done. Yao Mowen's cherry lips curved in a smile before she opened the letter. When he saw that Yao Mowen had no intention of standing up for him, Binlei decided to just endure it. He naturally knew the reason for this undeserved calamity. Your Highness, who sent the letter? Asked Tingyu when she saw the smile on Yao Mowen's face. Yao Tuesday, ever since Huan Kaier had come to the rear garden to provoke them, Yi Junqing had ordered people to stand guard at the arched gate of the rear garden. Without his orders, no one was allowed to enter the rear garden. How many days are you going to be gone for this time? Even though Ji Province was only half a day's journey from Mangyuan, in Yi Junqing's eyes, it seemed like Yao Mowen was going on a long journey. There was an unconcealable reluctance on her face. Tomorrow, at the latest. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Yao Mowen handed the cotton-padded clothes that she had rushed to make for Yao Tu last night to Tingyu. Then tomorrow it is, suggested Yi Junqing, his eyes sparkling. Chapter 341. Prince really can't leave my Nyang for even a day. Tingyu casually mentioned. I just can't. She's this prince's hostage. If someone sees her in Mongyuan, wouldn't that be exposed? How about this, you don't go. This prince will bring Yao Tu back. Yi Junqing didn't care about the meaning behind Tingyu's words and looked towards Yao Moen expectantly. Yao Tu is already 60 years old. Does Prince have the heart to let him go back and forth? Also, if Moen leaves, Prince will be able to do whatever he wants with Huan Kaier. Although she had tacitly agreed, it didn't mean she didn't care. Whenever Yao Moen saw Huan Kaier sticking to Yi Junqing, she would still feel very uncomfortable. Which eye of yours saw this prince do it with her? What reason does this prince have to do it with her? This prince's heart. His heart suddenly trembled. Yi Junqing's words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them no matter what. This prince only has Ma Xin in his heart. This sentence that he'd said to Yao Moen for almost 2 years actually got stuck in his throat. Yao Moen stopped what she was doing and looked towards Yi Junqing. Her clear eyes were like the surface of a lake on an autumn afternoon, rippling when the wind blew. This prince only has Ma Xin in his heart. Yi Junqing barely managed to finish the sentence, but his mood was no longer the same as before. Prince really doesn't have any new ideas at all. Tingyu, I'm leaving. Yao Moen smiled, but she didn't know what to feel. Even after Yao Moen left the room, Yi Junqing still sat there. His heart felt like it was being tugged on by a thin thread. Yi Junqing didn't know why he had hesitated just now. If his heart didn't only have Ma Xin, then who had barged into his heart without his permission? Yao Moen's departure was so sudden that when she left the guest house, Yin Shui was in the middle of a mission in Guangning. Thus, other than Tingyu, Yao Moen only brought Lu Sha. Half a day's journey passed in the blink of an eye. When Yao Moen happily walked into Yao Tu's residence, she actually saw a face that she really didn't want to see. Third miss, you're here. When Yao Tu saw Yao Moen walk in, he walked over excitedly. Little sister, you didn't expect us to meet here, right? Yao Sulwan's gentle voice was cold. As she looked at the radiant Yao Moen in front of her, Yao Sulwan's heart bled. Thanks to Yao Moen, ever since she left the Chu Palace and came to Mongyuan, she had thought that the money she brought with her would be enough for her to live the rest of her life in style. However, she hadn't expected that the moment she entered Mongyuan, her money would be snatched away. She was penniless, and even filling her stomach was an extravagant hope. Out of helplessness, she finally clenched her teeth and sold her body. After all, staying alive was more important, but she never imagined that she would be chased out by the madam the moment she arrived at the melancholy spring courtyard. With her beauty, she was actually rejected by the brothel keeper. At this moment, Yao Sulwan understood that none of this was a coincidence. Thus, in the following days, Yao Sulwan could only rely on begging. She ate and slept in the open, exposed to the sun and rain. She didn't know how much suffering she had to endure. If it wasn't for revenge, perhaps she wouldn't have had the courage to live until now. Steward Yao, what's going on? Yao Moen's voice gradually turned cold. She hadn't received any news that Yao Sulwan had escaped their control. What exactly had gone wrong? Third miss, second miss knows her wrongs. She's kneeling and begging this old servant, saying that she wants to personally apologize to you. This old servant knows that I shouldn't have meddled, but you and second miss are still family. Family with broken bones connected by tendons. Yao Tu knew that Yao Jinting had done those despicable things, but no matter how heartless Yao Jinting was, he was still extremely benevolent towards him. Especially when he saw Yao Sulwan kneeling in front of him with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Yao Tu's heart softened. Steward Yao, this time, you've really made a huge mistake. Yao Moen turned around as she spoke. Based on her understanding of Yao Sulwan, if Yao Sulwan didn't have a way to subdue her, how would she dare to rashly lure her here? Want to leave? It's already too late. Just as Yao Sulwan was speaking, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the roof. Then a black shadow flashed by and Lu Sha fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Lu Sha. When Tingyu saw that Lu Sha was injured, she immediately rushed over but was stopped by a cold sword. Empress, long time no see. Qinglong used the tip of the sword in his hand to force Tingyu back and turned to stab Lu Sha. If you dare to kill him, this consort will immediately die in front of you. In this moment of imminent peril, Yao Moen suddenly pulled out a silver hairpin from her hair and fiercely pressed it against her snow-white neck. You deceived His Majesty and plotted to usurp the throne, so you deserve to die. Qinglong roared fiercely. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that the silly empress was actually this scheming. Whether this consort deserves to die or not is up to His Majesty to decide. What qualifications do you have to speak? Yao Moen walked towards Qinglong step by step, her deep eyes filled with frost. You. Who are you people? Third miss. Yao Tu was scared silly by everything in front of him. He staggered in front of Yao Moen. Steward Yao, you've caused the death of Her Majesty. Tingyu fiercely stomped her feet and looked towards Yao Tu angrily. How could this be? How could this be? Second miss, did you send these people? Did you make a mistake? Yao Tu looked towards Yao Suwan in realization. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Make a mistake? What did this consort do wrong? The one in the wrong is her, Yao Moen. She actually pretended to be an idiot to deceive His Majesty. She deserves to die 10,000 times for her crimes. Yao Suwan smiled sinisterly. Her smile distorted her face. You lied to this old servant. Second miss, have them put down their swords. I beg you. Yao Tu rushed towards Yao Suwan and knelt on the ground to beg. However, Yao Suwan fiercely kicked him away. His head smashed against the ground, causing Yao Tu to faint in frustration and regret. Qinglong, kill her. Yao Suwan walked in front of Yao Moen with violent steps. Her deep eyes emitted an icy chill. Qinglong, no matter if this consort is stupid or not, this consort is still the empress. As for you, you're only a bodyguard by His Majesty's side. Do you think a second-rank bodyguard like you dares to go against the heavens? Yao Moen's gaze was cold, but her heart wasn't confident. Perhaps this time, she wouldn't be able to escape. Qinglong, don't listen to her nonsense. Even if you kill her here, no one will know. If it wasn't for the fact that she was secretly helping Yi Junqing, he wouldn't have the ability to resist the imperial court. She's rebelling. She's the one who's going against the heavens. When Yao Suwan saw that Qinglong was hesitating, she suddenly pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it towards Yao Moen. With a clang, Yao Suwan's dagger fell to the ground. The tip of Qinglong's sword rang. Qinglong. Yao Suwan gritted her teeth in anger. You were the one who killed ####. Qinglong's blood-red eyes shone with a cold light as he spoke in a low voice. No. Yao Moen's gaze was resolute as she calmly denied it. Anyone who admitted it was an idiot. Yao Moen sighed inwardly. With Qinglong's blind loyalty, she was confident that she wouldn't lose her life here. Who was it? The tip of Qinglong's sword suddenly slashed across Lu Sha's left ankle, causing a splash of blood. Lu Sha didn't say anything. He didn't even frown. Yin Nansheng. Yao Moen rushed forward, but when she saw that the tip of Qinglong's sword was about to touch Lu Sha's right ankle, she forced herself to stop. It's true? Another splash of blood splattered on the ground. Lu Sha clenched his teeth, but still didn't make a sound. However, the more Lu Sha acted like this, the more Yao Moen's heart ached. Qinglong, if you don't want Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise to be beheaded, then immediately stop. Otherwise, do you believe that even if this consort dies, this consort will still have a way to send your brothers to hell one by one? Yao Moen was enraged. The pearl hairpin in her hand abruptly stabbed a little deeper. Kolja's voice was like that of a judge carrying out his duties in hell. Blood trickled down from the snowy neck like a red spider lily blooming in hell. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.